Chapter 456, It's Female. Chapter 456, It's Female. Right then, everyone went to the cave entrance. The rain in the forest came down heavier. With night falling as well, they couldn't see into the distance at all. The expedition team all grew a bit nervous. Chen Zhao's group only treated what had been said like it was a story. But the expedition team members knew that there truly was something mysterious and dangerous here. Everyone held their guns and stared cautiously into the darkness. Woof woof. Master, there's a really big cat. Big cat. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Was it a cougar? He stared hard into the darkness and indeed saw a pair of green eyes. Whatever. It's raining so hard. Don't go fooling around. Chen Zhao patted Black Ma and White Ma. Just then, the expediter with night vision glasses said, "Professor, it's a big cat." Everyone let out relieved breaths. But right then, something noisy sounded in the forest. Then they heard the cougar cry out twice before falling silent. The expediters all tensed up. That thing has appeared. It's here. Chen Zhao had quite good vision. He vaguely saw that something huge had indeed pounced onto the cougar. The thing was about the size of Black Ma and White Ma. It was probably white and had smooth skin. However, he couldn't see the details either. The thing was extremely fast. It pulled the cougar into the grass in the blink of an eye. The cougar was already dead before it could even fight back. "Johnny Dell," Chen Zhao said, frowning. "Pick up your guns." "Chen, did you see something?" "I can't say." Chen Zhao wasn't certain. After all, it was too dark and the rain obstructed his vision. He only saw limited things too. Professor Carlo looked at his team members. Everyone put on night vision glasses. "Professor, that thing's body temperature is lowered to the same temperature as the surroundings due to the rain. Even a night vision glasses can't discover it." Night vision glasses were basically heat detectors. If they were room temperature or close to the surroundings temperature, it would barely have any effect. Is there really a strange creature? Risfar and Dell felt a bit afraid. "Do you still think we were joking with you earlier? Or said something funny?" Carlo asked seriously, looking at the three. "Professor, we can't stay here," Vanity said. "That thing seems to have a heat sensor organ. If we stay here, it's even more dangerous. If we go into the rain and lower our body temperature, we might be able to escape from it. Take all our things and leave this place," Carlo decided immediately. He glanced at Chen Zhao's group. "What about you guys? If you stay here alone, it'll be even more dangerous." "Hey, these monsters probably really like your meat, huh?" "Enough, Tyler," Vanity said. "It's not the time to joke around. All right, kid, follow me. I'll protect you." Tyler slapped his biceps. "Chen, what should we do?" "Follow them," Chen Zhao said. "I saw that thing earlier. It indeed doesn't look like a regular beast." Following the group was the smartest choice now. They didn't know anything about the situation, while the team was fully equipped. Following them was indeed safer. Plus, judging from the current situation, the team was willing to protect them too. So Chen Zhao had no reason to reject them. However, he also lowered his voice and said, "Stay close to me later. Don't leave my side, no matter what happens." Then he glanced at the other man. "Hey, you're Tyler, right? Lend me your knife." Tyler looked at Chen Zhao. He pulled out his knife and tossed it over. "Don't be too scared to use it later." The group started moving under the rainy night. Just then, Vanity made a gesture. "Stop, there's one up front." "No, it discovered us." Vanity fired her gun. Tut tut tut. Everyone saw a white shadow flash across the darkness. It was lean and agile and jumped onto a branch. Then it disappeared into the darkness. Vanity walked over. There was a puddle of blood and some skin fragments. "It's hurt." Suddenly, a black shadow dropped down into the crowd without any warning. This thing was around 3 meters long, slender and thin, with long limbs and sharp claws. It was like a human, but had a thin and sharp tail. There was only a mouth on its head, nothing else. There wasn't a single piece of hair on the body. Its skin was white like paper. The people could even use the faint light to see veins under the skin. Before they could react from the sudden attack, the creature's tail already stabbed through the chin of an expedition team member. The thorn went straight through his skull. "Yua!" The man let out a pain cry. "Lin!" Scree! The creature made a very strange and piercing sound. Tut 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 tut. Every gun pointed at the creature and instantly turned it into a beehive. Risfar and Del finally realized that they'd really run into a monster. Professor Carlo walked over to check the creature's body. This creature is probably photophobic. It lives underground or in places with no light, so it has evolved to have no eyes or ears. There are 2 holes where the nose should be, used for breathing. It should have heat sensory functions too. "It's female," Del said. Everyone made a face. "All right, it was female." Scree! Just then, another sound came from the distance. The voice was thicker than before. "Oh no, a big one is here." Another creature appeared. Compared to the dead one, this seemed much stronger. Its limbs were as thick as a bodybuilder's. It also had a layer of white shell over its body. It seemed to be bone material. This was probably male. Its physique was clearly different from the female. Tut tut tut. The expedition team fired, but the bullets didn't seem to hurt the male creature at all. The creature just took a few steps back. Some of the bullets even created sparks when they landed on the bone shell. The creature disappeared in the darkness. Everyone felt a chill run up their spines. This creature wasn't afraid of bullets. Chapter 457, I Can Kill It. Chapter 457, I Can Kill It. Tyler turned his head and reminded, "You 3, if we start fighting later, stay behind me." Everyone in the adventure team looked nervous as they scanned around them, alert. "It's there. Bam, bam. There. Bam, bam. Stop shooting aimlessly. We don't have infinite bullets," Fanity reminded. However, everyone was too anxious. As soon as they caught a glimpse of the monster, they would fire in that direction. Effective or not, the gunshots could at least calm them down slightly. Suddenly, the monster dropped into the crowd from a tree. Twice as heavy as its female counterpart, the male monster was much stronger. It grabbed a person with its tail and jumped back into the darkness. Bam, bam. Its skin was very tough. A bullet actually rebounded and hit one of the adventure team members. "Shit, Professor, we must retreat. We've severely underestimated this place. We only have information about the female monster. Didn't think there will be male monsters," Fanity said with a serious tone. "Professor," Carlo nodded. Indeed, a single male monster had already caused serious damage to the team. If they were to advance further, they might encounter more of them. In fact, they could not even handle the one monster around them. They could only rely on their guns. Now that the guns were proven ineffective, they had no choice but to retreat. "Someone carry Hadison. Let's go," Carlos said. The monster had not only high defenses, but also high intelligence. It was unlike the monsters they had encountered in the past, which would only attack them recklessly. "Did you see? This is the kind of monster that we have to face. If you didn't meet us just now, you 3 would have become its snacks by now," Tyler said with a grin. Woof! Suddenly, Black Ma and White Ma barked to warn the team. Everyone fired in the direction they were barking at. Some sparks were seen in the darkness. "There," Chen Zhao said, pointing in a direction. Bam! Now it's there. Bam! Fanity, do you still have bullets? "Only half a clip left," Fanity said. Stop. Stop firing. We're almost out of bullets." The male monster, which had been hiding in the darkness, also seemed to have realized something. It began to appear flagrantly in front of the team. The team was in deep water because the monster was standing in their escape path. Finally, the monster launched a direct attack. It charged toward the group. Tyler turned his head and shouted, "Follow me." Then, he turned and ran. He was already out of bullets. The 3 quickly followed him. The adventure team broke down before the monster. The monster dashed into the crowd. It bit a person to death, smacked a person to his doom, and seized another with its tail. "Shit, it's more troublesome than all the monsters I've met before," Tyler cursed. "Keep running to the south. Do not care about the rest." Fanity shouted, "You 3, we won't be able to take care of you anymore." However, the monster caught up with the team. It scratched one of the members, who collapsed onto the ground and never stood up again. The rest only glanced behind them briefly, unable to care about their teammates. Not that they did not want to, they really could not. Suddenly, Del tripped and fell on the ground. When Zhao saw this, he immediately turned around and pulled Del up from the ground. But Del's ankle seemed to be injured. He could not speed up anymore. Zhao noticed Del's swollen ankle. "Get my back. Kid, I'll carry. You're too skinny. Keep running." Zhao did not expect the rude-sounding Tyler to offer help. Tyler had been belittling them, but now he offered to carry the injured Del. Just then, the monster charged out of the darkness again. It ran right toward Tyler's back. "Careful!" Zhao pulled Tyler toward him. The monster missed its attack and struck Zhao with its tail instead. Zhao quickly grabbed the monster's tail, but it was so smooth and wet that Zhao lost his grip almost immediately. The monster was very agile. It turned and assaulted another person. There was another sacrifice. Tyler wiped off the muddy water on his face. "You actually saved me." The monster did not attack them to fill its stomach. It was merely seeking slaughter, or perhaps revenge. As the team ran out of bullets completely, it started to attack and kill them without restraint. Just after it had killed an adventure team member, it appeared again before Risfar. Risfar stopped at once. Zhao pulled Risfar behind him. "Kid, give me the sword and leave," Tyler shouted. "Let me do it." Zhao stared firmly at the monster before him. "Stop making trouble. It can kill you in one strike." Nevertheless, the monster was very smart. It could probably tell a person's size. It ran to Zhao's side and attacked him. "Chen, careful!" Risfar and Del screamed. Tyler swiftly jumped forward, but the monster was expecting this. As it ran, it suddenly shot its tail at Tyler. Tyler twisted his body, but he still did not dodge the attack. His shoulder was penetrated at once. With incredible speed, Zhao grabbed Tyler and pulled him off from the monster's tail. The monster looked at Zhao, or, to be more accurate, faced Zhao using its thermoception. Covering his shoulder in pain, Tyler stood up again. "How can you still stand with such injury?" "Injury? It's not half as serious as what I usually get. If you don't back away, you'll be free food. Stand back and leave the rest to me," Zhao said. The monster was too fast and slippery. Zhao had yet to seize any attacking opportunity. "Kid, you're going to kill yourself. Look at us. Do you think we'll be able to escape from it?" Take out the sword. Are you going to use your fist?" Just then, the monster attacked again. It pounced at Zhao directly. Zhao was indeed no match for the monster in terms of speed, but in terms of strength. Chapter 458, One Punch. Chapter 458, One Punch. The beast was honestly too fast. Zhao held his breath and raised his right arm. Tyler, Risfar, and Del couldn't bear to keep watching. To them, Zhao was definitely dead. Zhao didn't pull any tricks. His fist raised and fell. Thud! A muffled sound echoed throughout. The beast's huge body sprawled onto the ground and stopped moving. In that instant, everyone froze. They looked at Zhao in shock and then at the huge beast on the ground. Tyler stumbled over. Part of the outer bone covering the beast's head had cracked, leaving a clear fist mark. The beast's skull was completely shattered. This was the bone that not even an assault rifle could penetrate, and this man just shattered it with a fist. This was too amazing. They were very clear just how terrifying this beast was. The dozen people in his group had gone through hundreds of battles, but were powerless against this beast. But Zhao had shattered his head with one punch. Tyler remembered how he'd kept mocking Zhao earlier. He felt so embarrassed now. This was too shameful. The person he'd mocked was actually this powerful. "Chen, how did you do this?" Del limped over. By looking at the beast's state of death, he could see how terrifying Zhao's punch had been. "Chen, why aren't you moving?" "I'm fine." "Are you hurt?" "No." Just how strong was this beast's outer shell? Zhao had wanted to make a graceful punch, but it felt like his fist had slammed into an iron board. The beast was killed by his punch, but his fist suffered too. Chen Zhao estimated that at least 3 fingers had broken. Anyway, he couldn't move his right hand. It hurt if he moved it. As the saying went, you had to complete the show, even if in tears. Professor, we're outside the danger zone, Vanity said, panting for breath. Did Tyler get behind? Professor Carlo may be in his 60s, but he wasn't slow at all when running. After all, he was a man who explored all the ancient sites and had a talent for survival. He wasn't the fastest, but he wasn't the last person either. Vanity had an uncomfortable expression. She looked into the dark forest behind her. This time, the team had too many losses. Half of them were dead before they even got in. And those 3 too? Yeah, they're with Tyler. I saw that beast attack them earlier. Vanity nodded. Tyler is so stupid. They have nothing to do with us. Why did he give up his life for them? Vanity wouldn't feel sad if the others died. She'd at most compensate their relatives some money. But Tyler was one of the old members. He'd been on the team for more than a decade, and everyone had a deeper relationship. Suddenly, there were vague sounds behind them. Vanity and Carlo shuddered. Had they not run far enough? Did that beast catch up again? As the noises got closer and closer, Vanity and Professor Carlo finally saw clearly. It wasn't that beast. It was Tyler. But right now, Tyler was being supported by Risfar. Chen Zhao carried Dell, with Black Ma and White Ma beside him. Tyler, how come it's you guys? Vanity was stunned. Professor Carlo was also surprised that Tyler and the others could come out alive. It wasn't that he wanted Tyler to die there. He was just surprised Tyler was still alive. Where's that beast? He didn't kill you guys? Tyler and the others were speechless. Okay, I'll still congratulate you all for coming out alive, Professor Carlo said. Where's the beast? Dead, Tyler said. Dead? How did it die? Vanity was very surprised that Tyler could actually kill that thing. He killed it, Tyler said, pointing at Chen Zhao. Him? How is that possible? Vanity looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had a good body and must have great fitness as well. But in battle, it wasn't like anyone with a good body and fitness could kill that kind of creature. To a lion, a lamb, and a mountain goat weren't any different. So, she didn't believe Tyler at all. That's the truth. He shattered that beast's head with one punch. Not even an assault rifle can break that thing's head, but he could do it with one punch. How else do you think we could come out alive? Tyler chuckled wryly. He'd really misjudged this time and embarrassed himself. He'd kept badgering the true expert and ended up needing his help. Where's the beast body? Inside. If you're brave enough to turn back, you can go look. Vanity and Carlo exchanged glances and rejected this idea. Regardless of whether the beast was dead or not, it wasn't safe in there. After all, there weren't only 1 or 2 beasts in the danger zone. Who knew if they would run into a second one? Plus, they only had 1 knife and gun now. If they ran into another male beast, they would only be able to commit suicide. They weren't even able to defeat the female creature from the beginning, let alone a male. What do we do now? Rest in place. I'm tired. Chen Zhao tossed Dell onto the ground. Are we home? Dell had fallen asleep on Chen Zhao's back. He was suddenly thrown onto the ground and hadn't processed everything yet. Fuck off. Chen Zhao glared at him. Both Dell and Tyler needed treatment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get out of here. Thus, resting in place was the best choice. Chen Zhao took the tent out. Chun, you kept the tent when we were running for our lives? Risfar glanced at him. No shit. Where will we sleep at night if we don't have a tent? Aren't you afraid of the beast catching up? That thing is too fast. But other than that, it's not that threatening. Everyone stared at him. Why don't you talk about how it broke into the crowd and started killing? Of course, Chen Zhao had also proven his abilities with his actions. Dell, bear it for a bit longer. I'll check him first. You could do medical checkups. My main profession is a doctor, Chen Zhao said. A legal doctor, Dell supplied for Chen Zhao. You can find him no matter what you need. Chen Zhao turned and glared at him. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. I'm helping you get more clients. Risfar, Vanity, and Professor Carlo set up the tent. Everyone was exhausted, but no one actually dared to sleep. Even Chen Zhao didn't dare to, so they all sat before the bonfire and waited for daybreak. Chapter 459. You're telling me that thing's a human's relative? Chapter 459. You're telling me that thing's a human's relative? Professor Carlo, what exactly is that? To be honest, before today, I've only seen them on a photo, a female actually. We didn't even know there are males, Carlo said, dispirited. Isn't that obvious? How would they reproduce without males? Del twitched his lips. Anyway, can I hire all of you? I want to raise a female one as my pet. Everyone turned and stared at Del like he was a pervert. Actually, even Del felt that he was a pervert. Because he was being serious. You better stop having that kind of idea, or I'll cut your D***ck off. Trust me, I'll do it, Chen Zhao said with a dark face. Chen, I think we should break up with him. Let's leave him on the mountain. Great idea. Chill, I was just joking. According to Chen Zhao's understanding of Del, he was certainly not just joking. Del would have executed his perverted plan, but it was really too difficult. Carlo continued, my understanding of the monster is only limited to a photo and a name that the madman called them, crypt demons. Do they live underground? Probably, Carlo nodded. Did you come here to see them for yourselves? Or are you looking for something? Chen Zhao asked curiously. Huh, do you want to know? Yes, if you're willing to tell us. We've been at various places around the world. Many of the ancient ruins would more or less mention older civilizations, but most of the records were indirect. According to my investigation, I found out that some of them pointed toward here. I suspect this place is a ruin of an ancient civilization. You mean the Maya civilization? Chen Zhao asked. When Chen Zhao heard about an ancient civilization in America, the first things that came to his mind were the Inca civilization, the Maya civilization, and the Aztec civilization. Of course, as a foreigner, Chen Zhao knew more about the Maya civilization. The Maya civilization was the oldest known civilization in America. It was even earlier than ancient Egypt. Carlo shook his head. Not Maya. The ancient civilization, or more accurately, the prehistoric civilization I mentioned should have existed more than 10,000 years ago. I suspect that those monsters were degenerated or mutated from humans. You mean those ugly things? You sure they're the same species as us? Or a close relative? They indeed do not look like primates, but maybe it's because of environmental factors just like Asians, white people, and black people. In fact, 10,000 years ago, all humans should have been born from a single mother, which means the three major races have developed over the 10,000 years. Under an extreme environment, there could be a fourth race. How are your speculations about the monsters and the so-called prehistoric civilization related to my question? Like what I've told you, we're an adventure team. We're searching for valuable items, of course. An item from the prehistoric civilization? Correct. What is it? Dunno. We don't have a specific goal, but if we can survive the adventure and prove the existence of the prehistoric civilization, we'll be rich and famous. This is also what we aim for. So, now you know enough about our work. Carlo looked at Chen Zhao enthusiastically. Are you interested in joining us? I believe that you'll become an excellent adventurer. Do I get rest days on weekends? Chen Zhao demonstrated perfectly how to destroy a negotiation in one sentence. While he was curious, he would not enjoy going into the woods every day and chatting with the unreasonable monsters, just like today. Anyway, Chen Zhao would not accept it. He was satisfied with his current work in life. The night was particularly long. Even though everyone was exhausted, they did not dare to sleep. After all, nobody knew if they would encounter another monster. The next day, the group packed their stuff and was ready to leave the forest. Chun, are you sure you don't want to become an adventurer? Carlo invited again. How much will you pay me? 200,000. That's pretty good. Indeed, $200,000 a year was quite high. But would Chen Zhao even be interested? Goodbye. After exiting the forest, Chen Zhao, Risfar, and Del parted with the three people from the adventure team. Chen, I'm glad you were there, or we would have died. Risfar hugged Chen Zhao. Let me go. I hate being hugged by a man like this. It feels so good to walk out alive. Del heaved a long sigh. By the time Chen Zhao got home, it was already noon. He took a long shower and then had a nice nap on the recliner. In the evening, Fei Lai returned home and woke him up. Chen, you look really tired. You want to continue sleeping? Not when I see you. Zhao pulled Fei Lai so that she sat on his thigh. A, B, C, go, and prepare dinner. What happened to your hand? Fei Lai lifted Zhao's right hand, which was bruised and had some medication on. Well, we were hunting and we met an abnormal thing. Something dangerous. It was fierce, but not really threatening to me. I killed it in one punch, but its skin was really hard, so I injured myself. Are Dell and Johnny all right? Yup, except they were really shocked, Zhao said. Will we encounter such danger when we go hunting next time? We won't be so unlucky. There aren't that many monsters in the world. If we go hunting, let's bring Princess. She's the strongest. Then when will you be free? Let's go on a vacation or camping. Definitely not this period. I had 5 days of leave not long ago. Think I have to wait for at least 2 months. Fine. Zhao shrugged helplessly. Just then, an underling approached them. Master, Madam, dinner is ready. Great. You can go and eat too. Please allow your humble servants to serve you during dinner. Chapter 460, Witch Killer Herretia. Chapter 460, Witch Killer Herretia. Inferior demons always fought over any available work. If work that they had a chance to accept was stolen by another demon, it was as painful to them as losing a $5 million lottery ticket. They would never miss a chance to show their value. Jared pushed open Wright's office door in anger. Principal, why did you fire me? He'd almost lost his mind. On the way here, he even felt like the teachers and students were all looking at him with mockery. He'd once been very proud. Now, only endless humiliation remained. Ever since he met that man, he lost all of his spotlight. Wright raised her head and looked at Jared. Why? Do you still need me to make it clearer? You attacked another professor, trying to hurt him. That's already a crime. She'd heard that Jared had publicly provoked Zhao at his lecture. After the class, he even tried to assault Zhao. She knew that Zhao was good at fighting, but Wright had still lost her temper at this news. She'd fired Jared directly, removing him from the school's list of professors. But the one who's hurt is me, isn't it? Jared stared at Wright with twisted features. He even pounded on Wright's table with both hands. Chen was defending himself. I don't think there are any problems. Plus, you caused this yourself. I don't accept. I refuse to accept this. Wright looked at Jared. Don't lose your last bit of dignity. It will only embarrass you further. You think I'll accept this treatment? You think I'll give in this easily? Jared lost control. He slammed down on Wright's table. Get out of here. Wright wasn't easy to deal with either. Jared pushed the documents and computer off the table and yelled at Wright. What right do you have to order me around, you old hag? You damn old witch. What did that Chinaman give you? Why do you side with him all the time? Just then, Wright took a gun out of her drawer and pressed it against Jared's head. Do you want to know if I'll get arrested if I pull the trigger? Wright asked. Jared instantly caved in. He really caved in. He didn't expect that Wright would be so decisive and strong at all. He didn't think she would just take a gun out and press it against his forehead. Principal, Mrs. Wright, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was too impulsive. Please forgive my offenses. Jared was about to piss his pants in fear. He'd never seen such a powerful principal before. Wright wasn't at all as gentle as she seemed. There was one thing that Jared got right, though. In UCLA, Wright was a complete old witch. So embarrassing. You just had to lose all your dignity. Get out of here and never appear before me again. Jared fled out of Wright's office. The more he thought, the more unwilling he was. But thinking of how violent Wright was, he immediately got goosebumps. Jared was the type to fear the strong and bully the weak. But the more he was like this, the more unwilling he felt. He was suddenly pushed over. Jared raised his head and saw that it was Tiger. Tiger glanced at him. Mr. Jared, how come you're shameless enough to be here? I heard that you were fired. Even your professor qualifications were stripped. You better remember that I won't let you live happily. Jared roared with clenched teeth. I won't forgive you all. Any of you. After getting into his car, Jared vented his anger out onto his steering wheel. Shit. A bunch of assholes. Motherfuckers, you all deserve to die. You want to kill them? Ah. Jared was frightened to hear a voice in his back seat. He saw that there was a person sitting there. They wore a baseball cap, so their features were hidden. Who are you? Jared cried. Why are you in my car? You want to kill that Chinese man? Psycho, get out of my car. Jared felt that this was someone else who'd come to mock him. You don't hate that Chinese man? I do. You don't hate him? I hate him. He made you lose everything. Your career and your dignity. I hate him so much. He stole the glory that should have belonged to you. He even beat you before 100 students and sent you to the hospital. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so much. Good, very good. Remember this feeling. Make this feeling melt into your heart, and you'll have a different feeling. Use all your strength to crush that man's heart. Smash his head. You can do it. With that, the person got off the car. They looked back at Jared, who was already enslaved by fury and hatred, and a smile appeared. That wasn't hard enough. I should go get a drink to celebrate another successful transaction. Herretia took off her baseball cap, revealing her long, flowing hair. Under the moonlight, Herretia raised her arms and basked in the moonlight. I praise thee, mighty lord of the dark night, king of fury. Thank you for bestowing upon my power. Look, that girl is so weird. Don't get close to her. She looks like a psycho. Fuck you. Who's a psycho? Herretia realized that her actions were strange too. Whatever, she'd have to keep low-key. These stupid mortals couldn't understand her at all. In order to not catch the attention of these mortals, she had to stay down low. Chen, I think Tiger is recovering very well. He probably doesn't have to do rehabilitation training anymore. Chen Zhao received Gaia's call. Through the phone, Gaia explained Tiger's current condition. Chen Zhao had predicted that it would be these few days, but it was still earlier than he'd planned. However, Chen Zhao could understand this. Gaia probably wanted to start her fitness training as soon as possible. All right, let's start the fitness training tomorrow. Can you come to UCLA in the afternoon? Yes, Gaia replied instantly. Then let's decide on a time and do fitness training every afternoon. No problem. What should I prepare? I'll decide what you eat every day. You can't eat any food or combinations outside of my requirements. Sure, Gaia was an expert too, so she knew that every coach had their own nutrition arrangement. If the athlete didn't eat according to the coach's arrangement, it could anger the coach. Chapter 461, Asking for Leave. Chapter 461, Asking for Leave. Chen, we'll start filming tomorrow. I'll only be free in the morning, Chen Zhao told Steven frankly. Fuck, you didn't tell me you'll only be free in the morning when you took my money. Fuck, you didn't tell me I need to be around for the entire day when you give me the money too. Morning is simply not enough. Maybe at night as well. I can't make it in the afternoon, Chen Zhao said. After all, he had promised to train Gaia and Tiger in the afternoon. It'll be cold in the morning. I'll have to pay more to the crew, Steven complained. Amon is worth paying more for. Fuck, I'll never work with you again. Steven cursed on the other side of the phone. Yu Wenhui watched as Steven called Chen Zhao. Recently, she finally understood how close the two were as friends. Steven would often mention Chen Zhao. Although his comments of Chen Zhao mostly began with the letter F, Steven would not even bother to curse a stranger or acquaintance. You're done for the morning, but starting tomorrow morning, you need to be here earlier. We're about to start filming the new movie. There will be a lot of work for you. Yes, sir. I'm going back to college now. Yu Wenhui packed her stuff and rushed back to the college. Because of the timing of her work with Steven, she had to apply for leave. Otherwise, she would probably be expelled. Yu Wenhui was unwilling to give up on both her studies and her job as Steven's assistant. After all, both were rare opportunities. Studying was clear. She had already spent more than 3 years at UCLA. There was no way she would give up that graduation certificate. On the other hand, Steven was a top-tier director in the world. Being his assistant was a very important work experience for Yu Wenhui. It might even become a vital part of her CV in the future. No matter where she chose to work in the future, her experience as Steven's assistant in addition to a UCLA certificate, would greatly increase her competitiveness. Once Yu Wenhui reached college, she wrote a leave application form. Because it was a long leave, it had to be signed by the department head, as well as the principal. Yu Wenhui went to the principal's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Yu Wenhui walked in. "Hi, doctor." "Right? I am Wenhui Yu, a fourth-year student in finance." "Hi, how may I help you?" "I've just received a very important job outside the college. The job requires me to commit a lot of time, so I would like to apply for leave for a month." "Wait a sec." Right checked Yu Wenhui's information on her computer. Then, she raised her glasses and said, "Yu, your results have been excellent. You're in the fourth year, the most important year. With your results, it seems likely that you can go for further studies and obtain a better degree. But if you go on leave for a month, your results and reports will definitely drop significantly. I'm afraid I can't approve the application." "Dr. Wright, the work is extremely important to me. More important than your study." Yu Wenhui faced a difficult choice. She really valued both of them. Both a degree from UCLA and an experience as Steven's assistant would make her future CV shine. Yu Wenhui had just made up her mind when the door opened. "Did I disturb you?" Zhao opened the door and saw Yu Wenhui in Wright's office. "Fuck, don't you know how to knock?" Wright scolded. Yu Wenhui was stunned. It was her first time hearing Wright speak vulgarity. "Knock, knock." Without even closing the door, Zhao knocked. "Can I come in? Where's my darling? Why didn't you bring Princess here? I can't be bothered to drive my RV every time. You're welcome to come to my house to see Princess." "What? You want a 95-year-old to drive 40 kilometers every day to your house?" "Right. You have to drive 40 kilometers from home to here anyway." "No. If you don't bring Princess next time, I'll arrange 10 lessons for you." "I'm not free. I'm really busy with work recently," Zhao said. "Just continue to be lazy. One day, I'll chase you out of UCLA," Wright said, displeased. Zhao was unconcerned. "I was just kidding." Zhao looked at Yu Wenhui. "Ms. Yu, why are you here?" "Why not? I'm a student here." Right? Is she a student here? You know each other?" Wright observed Zhao and Yu Wenhui. "She's my friend's assistant." "Oh, who's your friend?" "Steven, the famous director. You've definitely heard about him." Wright looked at Yu Wenhui in surprise. "You're Mr. Steven's assistant?" "Yes, Mr. Steven is about to film a new movie, so I'll be very busy. I can approve your leave, but in the final exam, you must get at least an A in your major and 2 electives, or you'll have to repeat the year. Are you okay with that?" "Thank you, Doctor." "Right. All right, you may leave now." "Chen, have you had breakfast? Let's go to the dining hall together." Yu Wenhui was very surprised. She thought that Zhao was a gangster. But Wright said that he was a lecturer here. Was I wrong? But why are so many students scared of him? McCallan was beaten up by him, but he did not even dare to say a word about it. He seemed to be a close friend with the principal, too. They chatted and laughed, just like he and Steven. Zhao and Wright looked both like close friends and like senior and junior. Yu Wenhui thought that Zhao had a really wide social circle. On the other hand, in her 3 years here, she knew only people in college and almost no one in the bigger society. When she returned to the hostel, her roommate Ritanna was about to leave. "Ritanna, where are you going?" "You're back. I'm going to a boxing club." "What for? Aren't you in the cheerleading team?" "The boxing club is expecting a legendary guy today. I'm going to learn from him." "What legendary guy?" Yu Wenhui asked curiously. Chapter 462, Player Ritanna. Chapter 462, Player Ritanna. "You don't know?" Ritanna asked in return, surprised. "Do I have to know?" "Okay, you've been working outside these days, so you don't know. Tell me, this legend sounds powerful." Yu Wenhui looked like she was all ears. "Speaking of this legend, I have to mention Tiger, the strongest boxer in our school." "I know Tiger. Is the legend you speak of even more powerful than Tiger?" "He's Tiger's coach," Ritanna said. Disregarding technique, a coach doesn't have to be stronger than the student, right? Most times, the student would even be better than the coach. 2 days before the sports event, a professional boxer from outside the school, Ritanna said excitedly. He'd even received the golden belt before. You came to find trouble for our boxing club. Tiger stepped up, but the professional boxer defeated him easily. He was even badly hurt. Then that guy appeared. He sent the golden belt guy looking for his teeth with 2 punches. At that time, he only said one thing. I'll treat you however you treated Tiger. Don't you think that totally hot? Yu Wenwei had known that Ritanna was a bit of a ditz. She could sit in the library for an hour and meet 3 guys she'd slept with. She'd meet someone who sang well, fall for him, and have sex. She'd meet someone who had good grades, fall for him, and have sex. Anyway, those were her tactics. Plus, she had a mature body, and basically no man could refuse her temptation. Her male friends were enough for a soccer team, including the replacements and coach. Okay, good luck. Let's go together. Ritanna pulled onto Yu Wenwei. You bitch. Yu Wenwei shook her hand away. I'm not going with you. Yu Wenwei was too familiar with Ritanna's ways. She was pulling her with for the comparison. Please, please, let's go together. You didn't take Mr. Shuj's classes these days. I took notes. I'll lend them to you. Yu Wenwei rolled her eyes. Treat me to lunch and dinner today. Okay, if I don't get a date with the coach. Along the way, Ritanna kept repeating her admiration. In reality, she hadn't even met the coach before. However, Ritanna had a good appetite. She could get down with anyone. I think Tiger's coach is like my destined man. I've already had 3 wet dreams about him. Yu Wenwei ignored Ritanna. They'd been roommates for 3 years, and Ritanna had wet dreams every night. Her suitcase was filled with semi-automatic hormone vibration machines of various models. Simply put, they were masturbation toys of various functions. It was a euphemism to say that she was a ditz. She was basically a moving sex machine and player. Suddenly, they felt a breeze pass their back. Both of them turned. Someone had appeared without them realizing. Professor Jared? They were a bit familiar with the infamous player of UCLA. However, Jared was from medical school, while Yu Wenwei and Ritanna were from finance. They usually didn't interact. Today, Jared looked a bit different. His face was unshaven, his hair was messy, and his eyes were bloodshot. That guy came to school. Who? The one you speak of, Tiger's coach. Jared's voice turned raspy. Yeah, I heard he's coming today. Ha. Jared's face twitched. A strange smile appeared. Yu Wenwei and Ritanna looked at Jared's back. He seemed kind of strange. He looked kind of crazy and walked unsteadily, like he was drunk. It looks like he's going to the boxing club. The 2 girls were going there too, so they followed Jared along the way. At the entrance, a boxing club member stopped Jared. You still have the guts to come here? Are you looking to die? Crunch. Jared raised his arm and punched the student's face. Jared continued in. Ritanna instantly had an orgasm, her cheeks turning bright red. So hot. Yu Wenwei rubbed her forehead. What exactly were this bitch's standards? Ritanna immediately sped up to follow Jared. 2 other members came out. They'd heard the noise outside. When they arrived, they saw Jared and the member on the ground. Jared, you're still causing trouble at the boxing club. You want to die? The boxing club didn't care if Jared was a professor or not. They all went up to attack him. Jared didn't dodge the members' attacks. The fists of the 2 members smashed onto his face, but he didn't budge. Jared raised his fist. With a right hook, both of the members were hit and sent flying through the entrance. So powerful. Ritanna squeezed her legs together, her thigh rubbing against each other as her breathing quickened. I want this man. He's mine. Yu Wenwei was speechless. She knew that this SL*T fell for anyone she met. Earlier, she'd expressed her love for the boxing club coach that she'd never met before. Now, she was in love with someone else, just because he'd beaten up 3 guys. At the moment, Tiger was in the rings, practicing with another member. Seeing a student fall through the door, Jared walked in. Tiger furrowed his brows. Jared, are you here to die? I'm going to kill you all. A few members went up immediately to pull Jared out. But Jared gave each one a punch. The 3 members clinging onto Jared were thrown out directly. So strong. I think I'm in love already. My heart has never been so fast before. Ritanna touched her chest, while her other hand went downward. Yu Wenwei grabbed onto Ritanna. She was afraid that the girl would do something inappropriate in public. This woman really dared to do anything. "Stop!" Tiger yelled. "If you want to fight, then I'll fight with you." But Jared's eyes weren't on Tiger. He kept looking around. "Where's that bastard? Where's he hiding? Call him out. I want to kill him." "You want to fight with Coach? Who do you think you are? Do you even qualify? He could do this." Jared punched the wall next to him. A spider web of cracks appeared on the wall. Jared's fist was seared into the wall. Chapter 463, Kill You. Chapter 463, Kill You. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What's that strength? What if he punches a person instead? Is Jared always so strong? Tiger frowned. Jared was clearly behaving abnormally at the moment. Cool. Ritanna stared at Jared, looking lost. Yu Wenwei looked at Jared in surprise. Although she was not attracted to him at all, she had to admit that he was very strong. "Get out of the way," Tiger shouted. Suddenly, Jared sped up and charged at Tiger. Tiger immediately raised his arms. Pow! Jared's fist landed. Tiger felt an incredible force being delivered onto his arms. Luckily, he had been receiving physical resistance training from Zhao and Gaia recently. He was now much tougher than he used to be. Tiger took 2 steps back, his arms somewhat numb. However, before he could stand still, Jared punched again. Tiger blocked the attack, but it was even more powerful. Tiger was blown backward, while Jared struck again. This time, Tiger did not block the attack and took a heavy blow on the face. "Stop him!" Realizing that Tiger was injured, the boxing club members immediately rushed forward to save him. At the moment, Zhao and Rai were sitting on a bench on campus, enjoying a leisurely time. Just then, a few students ran past them. Soon, another group of students did the same. Why are they running? Rai was confused. Zhao stood up and stopped one of the students. "Where are you going?" "Boxing club." "What?" "For fun." "Professor, Jared has beaten up everyone in the boxing club." Zhao was stunned. "Who's Jared?" Although Jared had tried to harm him a few times, Zhao did not even remember him. To Zhao, those were only insignificant incidents. Wright frowned. Obviously, Wright knew the conflicts between Jared and Zhao. After all, just 2 days ago, Jared had gone to her office to make trouble. "Right, who's Jared?" "Do you not know? It's the asshole that caused trouble in your public class last time." "Oh, it's him. Is he here for me?" "Without a doubt. Then let's go to the boxing club." Zhao stood up and stretched himself. When Zhao and Wright arrived at the boxing club, there were already more than a dozen students outside. The two could hear some bangs inside. Zhao pushed his way through the crowd. "Excuse me." When Zhao entered the boxing club, he realized that almost everything was broken. The members were also lying on the floor, injured. Tiger had been beaten up so badly that his face was covered in blood. Jared roared wildly. "Bastard! Come out! Come out!" "What's happening?" Zhao stepped forward. Yu Wenwei was surprised at Zhao's appearance. Why is he here? Just then, Jared also noticed Zhao. "You're here. You're finally here." Jared's face was filled with an excited and ferocious smile. It was hard to imagine how the once gentlemanly Jared had become who he was today. "Jared, you've been fired. Why are you here? You want to get yourself into jail?" Wright shouted. "Old witch, you're here too? Great. Ha! Great. I'm going to kill you." Jared was even more hysterical. Everyone stepped back in shock. At the moment, Jared really looked unusual. He was somehow emitting an appalling aura. Yu Wenwei actively approached Wright. "Dr. Wright, Professor. Jared seems weird. He's probably had some drugs. Please be careful. He's losing control of himself." Suddenly, Jared charged at Zhao and Wright. Zhao took a step forward and threw a left uppercut. Jared flew backward. Everyone exclaimed. They had seen for themselves how strong Jared was. The over 20 members of the boxing club, including Tiger, were no match for him. But now, Zhao managed to blow him back in a single punch. Yu Wenwei was startled. Is he so strong too? Ritanna gaped at Zhao, his eyes glittering. It's him. He's the legend of the boxing club. Jared, however, stood up again and looked unharmed. Zhao was surprised that Jared seemed fine. While his left arm was not as strong as his right, his punch was at least 2,000 kilograms heavy. Even a small car would have been damaged, not to mention a human. But Jared looked completely fine after taking the punch. There was something wrong with Jared. Just then, Zhao realized that Jared was emitting waves of black gas from his body. Zhao did not know if the other could see it, but at least he could. Ritanna stared at the two. You, who do you think will win? Yuanwei thought about it and answered, Jared. Look, the other person's right hand is wrapped in gauze. I think his right hand is injured. Increasingly manic, Jared roared, Kill you. I'm going to kill you. When facing the others, Jared was still slightly rational. But before Zhao, he had lost all sanity. Hidden among the crowd, Herretia looked at Jared with her eyes glowing. She did not expect Jared to have such immense hatred toward her target. It was so intense, so powerful. Excellent. Kill him, Herretia muttered. Kill you, Jared growled. Hatred and wrath were pouring out from his body. Zhao felt as if the blood in his chest was boiling. It was where he'd been hit by Samuel Logan. Zhao felt something spreading out from that location and flowing to every corner of his body. The feeling almost engulfed Zhao. He could not wait to fight Jared. Zhao turned and glanced at Right. Can I kill him? Right also glanced back at Zhao. No, there's so many students here. After all. Suddenly, Zhao dashed forward, and Jared did the same. Jared managed to hit Zhao's face with his fist. Everyone shouted in shock. Zhao was hit. The boxing club members were especially astonished. In their opinion, Zhao was invincible. Under any circumstances, Zhao would not lose. But now he was actually hit by Jared's terrifying fist. Nevertheless, Zhao's head only moved slightly, although it felt extremely painful. Chapter 464, Shark Attack. Chapter 464, Shark Attack. Jared raised his right arm and punched Zhao. Zhao also raised his right arm. The two fists crashed against each other. It was like a meteorite crashing into Earth. The bandages on Zhao's right fist exploded. Boom! The dozens of people inside and out heard something like a bomb. Next, everyone heard bone cracking. At the same time, they saw blood spewing out of Jared's entire arm. Jared clutched his arm and rolled on the ground in pain. Everyone's expressions were frozen. How terrifying Jared had been was still fresh in their minds. But now, Zhao had actually faced him head-on and shattered Jared's arm. Yuanwei's face was filled with surprise. Zhao's right fist was clearly injured, but he'd still defeated Jared. How scary would he be if he wasn't hurt? Ritanna suddenly shrieked. The next moment, she realized that she'd lost control and quickly covered her mouth. Ritanna, what's wrong? Help me back. Ritanna lowered her head. Her face was beet red. Yuanwei was just speechless. She could only help Ritanna go back. Just then, Jared suddenly stood up. Like an angered lion, he raised his left arm and swung it at Zhao. Zhao inhaled sharply. He punched with an even stronger fist and smashed against Jared's chest. Blood sprayed out of Jared's mouth as he ricocheted backward. Zhao tidied up his clothes as if nothing had happened. All right, it's over. Move on now. Can someone help call the ambulance? The audience hadn't had their fill yet. They thought that Jared was already strong enough. But after seeing Zhao, they finally understood what true strength was. Herretia furrowed her brows at Zhao. What was with this man? He didn't seem to use any magic. He'd completely used his own physical strength to go against Jared, who'd been baptized with fury. More importantly, Zhao had even won. Zhao glanced at Jared. This clearly wasn't the strength a regular person could display. Judging from his previous condition, it looked like he was under some spell. Right came over to pat Zhao. Nice. I think you can be our school sports leader. You can lead whatever sports event we have, big or small. After I become the leader, Zhao said with a smile. I'll take care of the other team's leader first, so they start panicking. I'll hand this over to you. I'm old and can't take this bloodiness anymore. I'm going back to the office. Okay. Zhao checked Tiger's injuries. It was all right. Tiger had been beaten up badly this time, but they weren't troublesome. They could heal in 3 or 4 days. Kid, can you stand up? Mr. Chen, I can. Tiger stood up with difficulty. He needed Zhao to help him. This counts as your training too. How was it? Fun? Tiger chuckled wryly. Mr. Chen, I disappointed you, right? He kept getting defeated by others. The first time was all right. After all, Zamla Douglas was the Golden Belt, a world champion. But the second time, merely Jared was able to make him unable to fight back. No, I think it's great that you're not dead. Tiger didn't reply. All right, I won't joke around. Your injuries aren't bad, but you have to remember this feeling. I might train you with the same intensity. You better prepare mentally. Just then, Gaia walked in. She saw the mess that the boxing club was in. Chen, Tiger, what happened here? Sienna, I have a question for you. What's wrong? I met someone today who was very strong, almost close to Evangeline. He seemed to have lost all reason. All he wanted was to kill me. I'm not familiar with this. I mainly focus on spiritology. Perhaps you can go ask Rupert or my teacher. They might be able to give you an answer. Help me ask. Zhao didn't want anything to do with that girl Rupert. She was evil and greedy. Sure, I'll ask for you. Zhao felt that Jared was under some spell, but he wasn't sure if it was aimed at him. The next day, Zhao went to the pier with high spirits. He found a rental company and rented a yacht. It was only $4,000 for 7 days. He didn't want to meet a captain of a private yacht like last time. Not only did it waste money, but there were also a bunch of problems along the way and wasted time too. Just as Zhao was about to start the engine, a woman walked over. She wore stilettos and a short skirt. Her hair hung past her waist, and she wore a hat for the sun. Her outfit was very stylish. Hello, sir. Do you take passengers? Zhao was surprised. Did this woman take him as the captain? Sorry, I rented this yacht. I don't take passengers. The woman seemed to be in a hurry, so then Zhao asked, Are you going out to sea? I'm going to Gay Island. Are you going to Mr. Stephen's crew? Yes. You know Mr. Stephen's crew is at Gay Island? The woman was very happy. I'm going there too. If you don't mind, we can go together. Okay, thank you. The woman got on, and Zhao started the engine. Are you an actress? Yes. My name is Herretia. What is your name? You can call me Chen. I'm part of the crew. The yacht cruised among the waves. Herretia lay in the back seat, her hand trailing in the water. Zhao was controlling the steering wheel. He chatted with Herretia now and then. Lord of all in the water, listen to my calling. Feast upon my offering to you. Just then, countless fins poked out of the water behind the yacht. They were the most vicious carnivores of the sea, sharks. But Zhao didn't notice the group of sharks in the back. He didn't need to control the yacht either. He put on autopilot, and it would go according to the set direction. Miss Herretia, you don't look well. Do you feel uncomfortable? Oh no, I might not have slept well last night. Zhao suddenly saw a huge figure jump out of the sea and chase after the yacht. A shark? And more than one. This was strange. How could there be sharks here? After all, Amon was right behind. Amon was the true lord of the sea here. Even though he was a demon, he had all the characteristics of a killer whale. And killer whales were the best weapon for driving away sharks. Even humans would spray some artificial killer whale hormones onto the beach to prevent sharks from invading. How could these sharks dare to get close? Chapter 465. What's the use of just one killer whale? Chapter 465. What's the use of just one killer whale? A cold smile appeared on Herretia's face, but it disappeared almost immediately and was replaced by fear. Oh no, there are so many sharks. Don't worry. They can't hurt us. Zhao was not worried at all. But our speedboat is so small. What if they hit and overturn us? They won't be able to hit us, Zhao said calmly. I have a pet killer whale that is behind them. Herretia sneered silently. Killer whale? What's the use of just one killer whale? There are more than a dozen adult great white sharks behind. Even if you have a killer whale, the sharks can still eat you alive. Suddenly, A water pillar erupted behind the speedboat. Then, a giant leaped out of the sea with a 5-meter-long shark in its mouth. Herretia's eyes widened. What is that? That's a killer whale? Really? I'm not very educated, but stop lying to me. The killer whale was at least 4 times as long and 10 times as heavy as an ordinary killer whale. Before this particular killer whale, the great white sharks looked like a group of cats before an African lion. Attacking the killer whale with these sharks? Actually, Herretia was precisely doing so. But the killer whale swallowed the sharks one after another. Herretia was convinced that she was merely feeding the killer whale. Herretia felt very upset. She had spent so much magical power just to summon food for her target. The plot should have been different. Ms. Herretia, you look really pale. No, I was just shocked. I'm fine now. In her mind, Herretia roared my magical power. She would not be able to recover for a few days. The more she thought about how she fed the killer whale with her power, the more depressed she became. The speedboat was about to reach its destination. From afar, they could already see the crew filming on the beach. Mr. Chen, you're finally here. Mister. Stephen has been angry a few times already. Quickly, follow me. Right? Chen Zhao jumped off the boat and helped Herretia to alight too. Isn't she an actress here? Hi, I'm from Trista Management. I'm acting as the woman beside the Mexican gang leader, Herretia said. She had put a lot of effort in order to get close to Chen Zhao. On the surface, she was an actress for the movie. Oh, follow me. James looked at Herretia again. To be honest, Herretia was indeed beautiful, which made her suitable for the superficial role. James led the way. Soon, they could hear Stephen's voice in front. When Chen Zhao reached the filming location, James suddenly threw himself on the beach. James, what are you doing? Then, everyone in the crew took out a cake and flung it at Chen Zhao. Stephen was the most cheerful one, of course. Hit him. We have to start work so early because of him. Fuck. Old asshole, I'm going to kill you. Stephen turned around and fled. With his clothing in a mess, Chen Zhao chased after Stephen in rage. Do you know how much my clothes cost? Why are you so childish? Fuck. I had to wake up so early because of you. It's your punishment. Fortunately, it did not last long. Very soon, Chen Zhao and Stephen began to work. Only secondary scenes would be filmed today. The actors present were mostly bit-part actors or extras, with almost no leads. Moreover, all the acting would be centered around Amon. Stephen planned to film scenes that involved interactions between Amon and the other actors first. It was estimated to take around a week. In fact, it would be an important part of the movie. Harry, Amon will bring you into the sea later. Are you ready? Stephen asked. Yes, sir, I'm ready. Once Stephen started working, he would become totally serious and strict. Terry was a stuntman. He would play as a gangster in the movie. In the plot, he would fall into the sea during a fight and be dragged by Amon into the deep sea. Chen, is Amon ready? Yes. Mister. Terry, you need protective pads for areas below your waist. Although Amon won't actually bite you, you might still be injured. Got it. Mister. Chen, my life is in your hands. Chen, wear diving equipment and help me to film some scenes in the sea, Stephen said. Fuck, do I get paid extra? Nope, it's part of the punishment. It was rather cold in the morning, especially in the sea. It felt really uncomfortable. However, since the other underwater cameraman could manage it, so could Chen Zhao. The scene was very difficult to capture. It had to be filmed from different angles by 3 cameramen on the surface and 6 underwater cameramen. Such a stunt scene was usually pretty dangerous. Therefore, most filmmakers would create it with CGI. Nevertheless, the 2-minute scene would cost about $2 million to make. After editing, it would only be around 40 seconds long in the actual movie. This was clearly too costly for the mid-budget movie. Furthermore, CGI would definitely be less impressive than filming the real thing. All in all, Stephen decided to do the actual filming, provided safety was guaranteed. If something unfortunate were to happen, the filmmaker had to pay at least a few $1,000,000. After his interactions with Chen Zhao and Amon, Stephen was certain that Amon was safe. Only then did he decide to be bold and perform actual filming. Number 3, get ready for Terry's close-up. Battle on the Sea, Scene 1, Take 1. Ready, action. Terry fell backward into the sea. Just then, Amon jumped out and bit Terry's lower body, after which they disappeared into the water. Everyone in the crew broke out in cold sweat. Is it really fine? That was an enormous beast. All the cameramen, both on the surface and underwater, filmed the scene. Chen Zhao was also in the water, holding camera. At the same time, he had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. On the other hand, Steven stood on the deck, watching the captured shots. Okay, cut, that's great. Terry also heard Steven's voice from his earpiece. In the water, he patted Amon's mouth. Amon released him. By then, Terry was already more than 30 meters underwater and needed some time to return to the surface. Amon used his head to lift Terry so that he could return sooner. In fact, before the filming, Terry had been super nervous as well. He had to work with an animal, after all. After they began, he realized that he had been worried for nothing. In the end, Amon even helped him. Chapter 466, James' Request. Chapter 466, James' Request. Terry, great job. This scene was done great. Steven patted Terry's shoulder for encouragement when he got back on land. Terry was a very professional actor. Steven didn't mind giving more scenes to actors like this. Thank you, sir. It's Amon who cooperated with me well. Of course. It gets paid 10 times more than you. Terry chuckled wryly. Can we not talk about this? Terry was only a stuntsman. There were many like him in Hollywood. However, there wasn't a second killer whale like Amon in the world. Take a break and get ready for the second shot. The morning shooting went successfully. Any scene that had Amon only needed one take. Chen Zhao and Steven were currently drinking a bottle of beer on the deck. Just then, James walked over. Mr. Steven, Mr. Chen, can I say something? Chen Zhao glanced at Steven. He wasn't sure why James had come. Though they knew each other, they weren't friends. Sure, come, Steven said. Say whatever you want before Chen. It seemed that Steven knew what James wanted to say and supported him. Hello, Mr. Chen. James, we've known each other for a while. Just speak straightforwardly. I heard that PLM is currently preparing another movie, but the director isn't decided yet. I want to compete for the position. I hope you can help recommend me. Me? Chen Zhao asked. I'm close to Rasfa, but I never get into his work. Chen, PLM's new project is related to you, Steven said. It's the story of your pets protecting the supermarket in Sacramento. They'll definitely need to borrow your pets later, so you definitely have a say in this movie. Chen Zhao thought about it and asked Steven, you think James is suitable? He's quite talented and has very good basic skills. He just hasn't completed a movie by himself before. PLM's new project is a mid-level movie. The investments are a bit lower than the movie we're shooting now. It's good for James to try. If he succeeds, then he can upgrade to an official director. If he fails, then he'll forever be under me. It's that simple. So you support James? This asshole will fool around sometimes, but he still has the skills. He's followed me for more than 10 years. I hope he can have an opportunity like this. Okay, I'll tell Rasfa, but I can't promise if I'll be successful or not. James was overjoyed. He immediately said, no matter what, I'll still be grateful, Mr. Chen. Okay, do your current work well. Don't think too far ahead. You'll be in charge of the few shots on the boat in the afternoon. Understand, Mr. Steven. To James, he'd already succeeded halfway if Chen Zhao and Steven were willing to help. Chen, when are you free? We can come out to see you with Rasfa. Us two can find many pretty girls. Do you have time now? Wait until I'm done shooting, Steven said. They were shooting a movie now, after all. He couldn't leave halfway through to go have fun. Then we'll talk after you're done. Hi, Mr. Chen, can you please give me a ride back? Fine. Chen Zhao pulled Herretia onto the yacht. You finished filming everything. I'm only a minor character with a few minutes of screen time. It ended in 4 or 5 scenes. Herretia didn't cause any more trouble on the way back. After all, she'd used up 80% of her magic and still hadn't recovered fully. She wasn't confident in fighting Chen Zhao now. There was a killer whale hiding in the sea, let alone other things. With Chen Zhao's one command, it could swallow her and the yacht whole. After all, she'd been at the film site. She saw how good Chen Zhao was at controlling the killer whale. Herretia suspected that Chen Zhao cast a spell on the killer whale, so it grew to that size. At the pier, Chen Zhao took Herretia to land and then steered the yacht away. Because he'd rented the yacht for a week, he could use it freely during this time. Chen Zhao cruised into the inner river. From there, he entered a branch that led straight to Mirror Lake. However, it took much longer to go by water. If he went on land, it would only take an hour to reach Mirror Lake. Going by water took at least 2 hours, so he could only do this occasionally for fun. Chen, I asked about your question from yesterday. It should be a spell from Eastern Europe. It should be a type of toxicology. The witch casts a spell by taking advantage of the target's hatred for someone. The target would also die within half a year. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in Jared's life or death. He just couldn't understand how he'd offended an Eastern European witch. The only witches he knew were Sienna and Rupert. Sienna definitely wouldn't attack him. Rupert wanted to, but she didn't have the guts. Plus, Rupert's strong point was curses, not toxicology. If it wasn't them, then only Pier South was left. It was possible that he'd found another witch to kill Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao found it annoying. Pier South just wouldn't appear before him. Chen Zhao couldn't even cause him trouble. Plus, it made him anxious to have such a weird enemy loose in the wild. Pier South didn't have many skills, but he could always cause trouble. This was the most important. Can you help me find someone? Chen Zhao asked. Is it that Pier South? Sienna asked. Yes. I can't, but you can find a diviner. Do you know any? I do. I can help introduce you, but she's pretty expensive. What price? If it's a regular person, you only need a few thousand. If it's a witch, it'll be very expensive. It can a few $10,000 or even $100,000. That expensive? I need to think about it. Just then, a car stopped before the house. Chen Zhao saw an unfamiliar car in the security camera. I have a guest. We'll talk later. Chapter 467, Unexpected Visitors. Chapter 467, Unexpected Visitors. When Chen Zhao walked out of the villa, he saw Fanity, Tyler, and Carlo alight from the car. Why are you here? Oh my God, is this your house? It's amazing, Tyler exclaimed. The villa was absolutely brilliant, with its unique design and the grand scenery surrounding it. It would be such a pleasure to live in the villa. Hence the saying, poverty limits imagination. The poor would never know what kind of luxurious life the rich are having. The villa's high cost, exclusive location, and environment had subtly increased its value. How did you find me? Easy. Your identity isn't a secret, Carlos said. You're a professor at UCLA Medical School, right? I know people from UCLA. Chen Zhao invited the three into the villa. Please take a seat. What beverage would you like to have? Beer. Beer. Do you have tea? I like Chinese tea, Carlos said. After making a pot of tea for Carlo, Chen Zhao sat down before the three. So, how may I help you today? Chen, we came here with great sincerity to invite you to join us. Carlo looked at Chen Zhao with a serious face. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen, don't you want to be famous? Carlo persuaded as he stared at Chen Zhao. Huh, I do. Chen Zhao's smile was rather cold. He had long passed the age of fantasizing. The probability of becoming famous through Carlos means might be slim. Furthermore, even if they really managed to discover something, would Chen Zhao benefit the most? Definitely not. Professor, Carlo, or a main member of the team would benefit the most, not a newcomer like Chen Zhao. Moreover, even if Chen Zhao really became famous, would he get more than what he already had? Let's not talk about life and dreams. Chen Zhao's dream had never been to become an adventurer and explore ancient secrets. The only thing that could drive Chen Zhao was benefits. As for fame, Chen Zhao did not really care. In addition, after that night, Chen Zhao finally knew how dangerous it was to become an adventurer. He would rather treat ill mafia members than fight that kind of monster head-on. With the same benefits, Chen Zhao would clearly choose to continue being a doctor and occasionally flex about his identity as a professor. He would not want to journey in deep mountains and dense forests, not knowing when he might suddenly die. All he wanted was a peaceful life. Carlo and Fanity glanced at each other. They could tell that Chen Zhao was uninterested. Sitting in Chen Zhao's house, they realized that he was much richer than they had thought. A few $100,000 would probably not persuade him. But there was no way they would spend a few million to invite Chen Zhao. After all, they had only spent a few million to build the entire team. No one would be willing to spend a few million just to invite a person. Chen, please think about it. After all, not every expedition is dangerous. Some can even be fun. You should try it out, and I believe you'll enjoy it, Fanity said. I'll think about it. A bear, Tyler suddenly shouted. An enormous brown bear was strolling toward them. Fanity and Carlo also jumped up from their seats. They had never seen such a huge bear in their life. Unfortunately, Princess simply ignored them. She knew how new guests at home would react to her. She was only there to find food. The three watched as Princess walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge herself. With a roast goose in her mouth, she left the living room. She's Princess, my pet. She's so big and awesome. Where's her breed? Kodiak bear. Very likely. Apart from Kodiak bears, I don't think any bear can reach her size. Isn't it dangerous to keep such a big bear at home? Tyler asked. Princess is smart and obedient. At noon, Chen Zhao invited the three for lunch. He placed a barbecue stand in the courtyard. The three realized that Chen Zhao had many other pets in his house. They had already seen the silly twins. With their field experience, they could, of course, tell that they were wolves. There were also 4 little ones, namely Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala. But the most eye-catching one was Abydos. From his appearance, he must be a Komodo dragon. However, the three had never heard of a red Komodo dragon. Some Komodo dragons had albinism, which would make them white. Still, there had never been a red species. Komodo dragons were not docile either. They would even dare to attack bigger creatures. The three could not understand why Chen Zhao would keep a Komodo dragon at home. Nevertheless, to them, Abydos was not the most dangerous one. The most dangerous one was a giant colorful snake. It was 2 meters long and almost 3 kilograms heavy, and clearly a lethal killer. In comparison, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Samuel looked ordinary. Nonetheless, so many different pets were actually living in peace, which was incredible. Many of the animals here had a predator-prey relationship. Chen, you like animals, right? Yup, Chen Zhao replied. It was the only logical response, given that he had so many pets. You seem to be an excellent tamer as well. None of the pets did anything dangerous, which proved that Chen Zhao was exceptional at taming. Well, I have my own methods. Once we found a ruin on an island in the West Pacific. At the entrance of the ruin, a large snake attacked us. The snake was totally green, very much like Chinese emerald, and had an unusual luster on it, Carlos said. Yes, in exploration, we would very often encounter strange creatures, Fanity said. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. They were still not giving up, but Chen Zhao was just unwilling to participate in the adventure. It was too dangerous. Chen Zhao did not even want to go near that kind of place. I'm really not interested. Can you stop asking me? Chen, we heard that the place we explored that day holds potions that grant immortality. Chapter 468, Murphy. Chapter 468, Murphy. You heard? From whom? Probably no one even goes in there, or that no one even comes out alive. Chen Zhao wasn't a kid. He wouldn't believe everything people said, let alone such unreliable words. Medicine of immortality. Where did that come from? Carlo had thought that Chen Zhao would at least be a bit interested. But Chen Zhao didn't believe him at all. His tone was filled with suspicion. All right, Chen, Carlo said. I just really wish you consider my words seriously. He knew that he couldn't force anything. He could only leave. At least, he didn't have anything that could tempt Chen Zhao. When the three returned to their hotel, someone knocked on their door. Tyler, open the door. Tyler did so. He opened the door to see a thin man with a hoodie. "Who are you looking for?" Tyler asked. "Professor Carlo." "Professor, do you know the man who's looking for you?" Carlo peered outside the door. "Let him in." The man walked into the room and stood before Carlo. "Sila recommended me." Carlo looked at the hooded man. Thinking for a bit, he asked, "What skills do you have? I can kill you all." In an instant, Vanity and Tyler pointed their guns at him at the same time. "Put it down. Put the guns down." Carlo waved his hand. "Don't say that, even if you have the ability. They may become your partners in the future. Of course, you have to display your skills first." "How do you want me to display it?" "Here," Carlo said. "If you can go to the house I point out and get a painting, I'll accept you into the team." "Sure. Where's the painting?" "In a house at the bank of Mirror Lake in Mountain Town. It's a Chinese painting." "Okay, I'll bring the painting here at this time tomorrow." "Oh, I don't know your name yet." "Murphy," the man said without looking back. "Then good luck, Murphy." Tyler closed the door. "Professor," he said meaningfully, "you're sending him to die. Chen can't be offended. He's from a special family. They're all very strong like superhumans. If he wants to prove his value, he has to do some superhuman things." "Are you sure this won't anger Chen?" "Fine. I'll return the painting after I get it." After Murphy left, he took out his phone. "Dad, I already met with Professor Carlo, but your trick didn't seem to work. He wants me to steal a painting from someone's home. They'll only accept me after I get this painting." "Murphy, did you not act cold enough?" "No, I was already cold. I even watched Hitman, Agent 47 3 times for this." "Did you change into the suit that the main character wears?" "I don't have money. I wore the hoodie I bought last year." "That's the problem. What do I do now?" "Follow Professor Carlo's requests and steal that painting." "I haven't stolen before. There's a first for everything." "But I don't want to do it." "Then do you want to make money?" "Yes," Murphy replied instinctively. "You can return the painting's money after you get rich." "Fine, but what else do you need?" "I don't have money for a taxi." Murphy came to the other side of Mirror Lake. Looking at the extravagant house across from him, his eyes were filled with envy. "So rich," he mumbled. "I want to make a lot of money and live in a house like this too." He loosened his muscles. "Okay, swim over there. I should get to the other end by night time." He started taking off his clothes and went into the water. The water here is so cold. He was pretty fast at swimming. The sky gradually darkened. When he got to land, he saw a man and a pretty woman. They were grilling barbecue and drinking in the yard. So jealous of rich people's lives. Murphy's face was filled with envy. "I want to become a rich man too. I want to be as successful as that man." Suddenly, something seemed to tug on Murphy's foot. "Is it a big fish?" Murphy didn't take it seriously. But soon, the thing wrapped around Murphy's legs and pulled him down. "Help, blub, blub, help." Phalai looked at the lake. She seemed to see something splashing in the water, but it was too dark. She couldn't see clearly. "Chen, is there someone in the water?" "No, you saw incorrectly," Chen Zhao said. "It's a big fish. Are you full?" "Yeah, pretty much." Chen Zhao snapped his fingers. 3 or 4 inferior demons flew out and fought each other to clean up the yard. "The breeze is a bit cold. Let's go sit inside." "Yeah." Chen Zhao looked back at the lake. He already knew when the person entered the water. As for who it wasn't important. What was important was that the man had broken into his territory. He must not have good intentions. Whether Chen Zhao would kill or spare him, he'd punish the man first. Chen Zhao waited until Phalai fell asleep before going to the second basement. He saw a thin man with only his underwear, curled up in the corner, hugging himself. The 3-headed dog and Little Nine were on either side of him. "Did you two strip him?" Chen Zhao asked. They shook their heads, expressing that it had nothing to do with him. "Whatever. Whether he's a good guy or not, I'm sure he's a pervert. Eat him." "Huh?" Murphy yelled in horror. "Aren't you going to interrogate me? Like who sent me or why I came?" "No need. I can see you won't tell me, and it's getting late. I need to sleep." "No, you can ask. You can pry open my mouth easily." "Really?" Yes. "Okay, then tell me. If I tell you, will you let me go? If I say yes, will you trust me?" "Yes," Murphy answered earnestly. "Yeah, I'll let you go." Chen Zhao nodded. "So, tell me who sent you, And for what? Professor Carlos sent me. He wants me to help him steal a Chinese painting in your house. Professor Carlo? You're sent by Professor Carlo? Yes, that's right. Do you have proof? Chapter 469. This vampire is kinda cute. Chapter 469. This vampire is kinda cute. Murphy looked at his near-naked body and then shook his head. No, so I can't let you go. Why? Didn't you promise me that you'll let me go if I tell you the truth? But how would I know you weren't lying? I really didn't lie. Then show me some proof. I don't have any. Zhao looked helpless. Look, you can't prove yourself, and you discover my secrets. What do you think I should do? Kill me? No, don't kill me. See? You know that the correct option is to kill you, so you can't blame me. Hellhound and Little Nine approached Murphy. Suddenly, he sprang up from the floor. Zhao was stunned. Then, Murphy crawled on the wall like a gecko. He attempted to run upstairs, but Zhao was at the stairs. Once Murphy got in range, Zhao lifted his leg and kicked him. Thud! Murphy flew backward and collided into the wall. Covering his stomach, he could not stand up. Zhao walked up and grabbed Murphy's neck when he noticed two vampire-like fangs in Murphy's mouth. You're a vampire? Let me go. I won't run again. Please let me go. Murphy cried. Answer my question. Are you a vampire? Murphy remained silent. Zhao squinted. Just now, you answered my question so readily, but now you're quiet. So you must be lying to me just now. No, I wasn't lying. My dad told me to never admit that I'm a vampire before others. Are you Carlo's man? No. Then why would you work for him? Zhao asked curiously. He said that if I can steal the painting here, he'll allow me to join his team. What's your name? Murphy. Zhao realized that Murphy had been answering all his questions. Either Murphy had prepared all the answers in advance, or he was simply too honest. But if he was really a vampire, were all vampires so foolish? No, maybe upright was a better word. Zhao realized that he actually had a good impression of Murphy. Nevertheless, he was unsure if Murphy had just been pretending. Why would you want to join Professor Carlo's team? To earn money. Are you short of money? Yes. Can you turn into a bat? Murphy stared at Zhao with a very strange look, just like how Zhao had been looking at him. Is he an idiot? Fine, pretend I didn't say anything. Zhao shook his head. So tell me, what should I do? Let me go. But what if you expose my secrets? I won't. If someone offers you 100,000, will you tell him what you saw here? Murphy began to hesitate. After considering for a long while, he shook his head. No. How about 1,000,000? Murphy was even more reluctant. He felt that Zhao was just trying to put him in a difficult position. After some time, Murphy finally nodded. I will. So, there's no reason why I should let you go. Then are you going to kill me? Zhao thought about it. So far, he had only killed bad guys. But Murphy looked like it was his first time outside. He was not stupid, just immature. If Carlo employs you, how much will he pay you? Dunno, but my dad said that it's definitely more than a normal job. Then do you know what's the average salary? My dad works at a gas station. His monthly salary is 3,000. Is your dad a vampire too? No, my dad is a normal human. I've inherited my bloodline from my mom. Do you suck human blood? No, only animal blood. Wait, I'm not a vampire. I've never admitted that I'm a vampire. Yes, I know. Zhao patted Murphy. Then I'll employ you and give you 10,000 a month. Do you accept it? Murphy was persuaded. 10,000 was so much higher than his father's salary. Your job is to patrol the areas near my house. For example, if someone tries to sneak in from a suspicious corner, you'll have to tell me or arrest the person, Zhao said. Will I stay here? No, you can go and rent a room in town. Zhao would clearly not let Murphy stay in his house. Even if Murphy was not a vampire, Zhao would not let another man stay with him. Murphy actually thought about it seriously. After a long time, he said, I need you to pay for my rent. Deal. Zhao smiled. But you have to sign a contract with me. What contract? Think of it as a normal contract, but it will be much stricter. Oh, sure. Zhao took out a sheepskin contract and passed it to Murphy, who read the terms carefully. Do you have any objections? Can I show it to my dad? No. Zhao rejected it once. There are some parts one don't understand. Where? Here. If I expose any of your secrets, I'll be burned by hellfire. What's hellfire? Also, what can I say? What can I not say? You can't tell people things like Hellhound and the Hydra. Anyway, you can't tell people anything here that's supernatural. Can I not tell anyone about it? Correct. You can't tell anyone. Fine. So I have to sign here? No, just leave your handprint. The moment Murphy left his handprint, the sheepskin contract began to burn. Soon, it melted into Murphy's body and a hexagram appeared on his arm. Can I take a month's salary first? Murphy looked at Zhao carefully. What? Murphy just could not finish the sentence. What do you want to do? I want to tell my dad that I've earned money. Come here tomorrow. Also, never appear before my girlfriend. Can I leave now? Yup. Zhao waved his arm. Murphy climbed out from the hole. Then, Zhao called Carlo. Professor Carlo, I'm very angry now. You better give me an explanation, or I'll ensure you can't leave L.A. Chapter 470. This old guy needs a lesson. Chapter 470. This old guy needs a lesson. Chen, you really did discover him? How is Murphy now? Carlo didn't seem shocked by Zhao's accusation at all. He seemed to be prepared. You still have the energy to ask about him? You should worry about your own safety. Okay, this was indeed my fault. I apologize. That's it. Okay, I didn't want to teach him a lesson too, Carlo said. He needs to be knocked off his high horse. You weren't worried that I would kill him. You're not the type to kill someone without reason, Carlo said confidently. Zhao scoffed. He didn't trust Carlo. It was too late to kiss up to him now. I'm not satisfied with your explanation. Then what do you want? That depends on your sincerity, Zhao said. If you can't satisfy me, then I'll have to say sorry to you. Chen, we've gone through life and death together. You can't be so overbearing. So, you think I'm the one at fault. That's not what I mean. I just think we should sit down and have a chat calmly. If I wasn't calm now, I would go find you right now and throw you off the rooftop. Then what do you want? Zhao hadn't decided what kind of compensation he wanted. Money? Carlo probably couldn't compensate him at all. Then Zhao suddenly thought of that marine diary. Perhaps Carlo and his expedition team could be helpful. I need you to promise me something. What thing? I haven't decided yet. I can't promise you everything. Carlo also had his own persistence. He wouldn't make careless vows. Either you promise me now, or I'll feed you all to the fish. I have some connections in L. It's not hard for me to make you all disappear. Don't make it so hard for me. Professor Carlo, you're the one who offended me first. You should learn how to take responsibility. Fine. It was my fault. I promise you, Carlo said helplessly. He had to give in when the other was in the right. Of course, this kind of verbal promise didn't have any true restrictions. If Zhao's request was too difficult, he could push it off. Can you free Murphy now? Sorry, he's working for me now. What do you mean? I mean what I said. You can't do that. You know I need more hands now. You personally sent him to me. Plus, I think he's a pretty good helper. Carlo was so angry that he wanted to smash his phone. How could he be so stupid? Right now, he just wanted to kill Zhao. Unfortunately, he knew he couldn't do anything to the man. But even though Zhao said Murphy was working for him, Murphy might not listen to him. Perhaps Murphy only did it to save himself. Carlo should have a nice chat with him. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Carlo hung up with gritted teeth. Zhao smacked his lips. This old guy needs a lesson. It was late at night. Zhao went back to the bedroom and looked at the sleeping Feilai. Zhao couldn't fall asleep now. He decided to go back downstairs and entered the special crack. There were two one-eyed statues standing at the entrance. Zhao entered the castle and pulled Marion and Trigley out to experiment on them. Marion and Trigley were tied onto the surgery table. Zhao ignored their cries and pleas. Shut up. He was annoyed by the crying and cast the hell knell onto Marion. Ah! Marion cried out even louder. Then blood started flowing out his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. His eyes bulged. Shit! Zhao hurriedly canceled the spell, but Marion wasn't breathing anymore. Fuck, I just cast the hell knell on him. What did he see in hell? He actually got scared to death. Trigley didn't dare to make any more sounds. His entire body shook. He didn't know what had happened, but without a doubt, Marion had been in immense pain before dying. Whatever, he could die. Chen Zhao wouldn't revive Marion, but since he was dead, his body could still be used for dissection experiments. Just then, Blackie came in. "How come you killed him?" Blackie was surprised. "I cast the Hell Knell, and he ended up getting scared to death," Chen Zhao said helplessly. The Hell Knell shows different scenes from hell according to your own sins. He already had a mental breakdown because of your torture. It would be even stranger if he didn't die after seeing his fate in hell. Unfortunately, even his soul has scattered. Blackie pulled some soul fragments out of Marion's body. "Do you want the corpse?" "You want it. Didn't you want to learn necromancy magic? You can experiment on him." "No need. It feels pretty disgusting. I'd rather practice on corpses that died hundreds of years ago." "Chen Zhao, what do you think it'll be if we put soul fragments into a new, complete soul? A new life?" "No, the body doesn't have any sign of life anymore. It can't be a life." Chen Zhao and Blackie often discussed like this. Blackie was interested in magic, while Chen Zhao liked medicine. They had different results by looking from different angles. Both Chen Zhao and Blackie would ask strange questions. "How about we try it?" Chen Zhao asked. "I'll be in charge of activating his body. You could be responsible for the soul." "Sure." Blackie agreed easily. As long as he didn't take the initiative to hurt a living being, he wouldn't be affected by the laws. On the other hand, Chen Zhao had no laws. No one could restrict him, let alone any laws. "He's brain dead from lack of oxygen," Chen Zhao said, touching his chin. "It can't be used anymore. The brain would be directly damaged if there was no oxygen for more than 5 minutes. After 10 minutes, the pituitary gland would wither. After 20 minutes, the inner membrane would start to dissolve the brain. When a person died, the brain was the first to stop working. It was also the first to undergo necrosis. By then, even if he forcefully shoved a living soul into this body, he still wouldn't be able to revive it. A corpse was a corpse because the brain couldn't be repaired anymore. Even Chen Zhao couldn't repair a necropsy brain. "How about we replace his brain with another creature's?" Blackie asked. "Which creature's brain?" "We don't have to decide so quickly. Let's take it slowly." Chapter 471, Sick Play. Chapter 471, Sick Play. The next day, for the entire night, Chen Zhao and Blackie had been discussing how to revive a corpse. Of course, it could revive in any form, even if some parts had to be changed. Chen Zhao and Blackie were only looking for a breakthrough in resurrection and also in their own abilities. Actually, it was not resurrection in the real sense. Chen Zhao and Blackie had added many magical elements, such as changing the brain, combining souls, and making a stronger heart. It was more like Frankenstein. They were trying to create a new kind of Frankenstein. After breakfast, Chen Zhao boarded the speedboat and rushed to Gaia Island. Halfway there, a wave suddenly splashed toward the speedboat. A yacht sailed past Chen Zhao. The yacht was pretty fast, 30 meters long, and had 3 floors. From its look, it should have been custom-made. Standing on the deck, a man in a white shirt shouted, "Roar! Kid, how was the wave?" Chen Zhao glanced at the man and pointed a middle finger at him. "Fuck off. Ha." The man in the white shirt laughed. Chen Zhao's speedboat and the yacht reached the dock almost at the same time. More than a dozen men walked down from the yacht, carrying various items for the man in the white shirt. "Hey kid, get out of the way." It was only a temporary dock built by the crew, so the path was rather narrow. Realizing that they were carrying so much stuff, Chen Zhao did not want to make life difficult for them. He turned his body sideways so that they could pass first. When a man in the white shirt walked past Chen Zhao, he suddenly attempted to push Chen Zhao into the sea. But he could not move Chen Zhao. Frowning, Chen Zhao similarly pushed the man heavily. "Ah, you dare to push me?" the man roared. His men also put down the boxes and lifted their sleeves, ready to fight. Chen Zhao was the kind of person that would make way, but not yield. In such a circumstance, he would show no mercy. Soon, he threw everyone into the sea. "Kid, trust me, I'll get you kicked out of this place, the man still shouted to Chen Zhao in the sea. Chen Zhao pointed the middle finger at the man again and turned to leave. When he arrived at the crew, James came to welcome him. Chen, you're really early today. I'm just scared that you'll throw cakes at me again. Amon scenes will start later, so you didn't have to come this early. What? Then why did Stephen call me just now and ask me to come early? I think he's probably playing with you, James said, helpless. Given how close they were as friends, Chen Zhao did not complain much. Stephen had yet to arrive. He was probably filming at another site. Just then, the man in the white shirt came. Completely wet, he stared at Chen Zhao in anger. Mr. Libel, welcome, James said immediately. This goddamn bastard just threw me into the sea. James, I want you to fire him. Now immediately. Libel roared in madness. Sorry, I'm not in charge of that. James would not give Libel any face. While Libel was the lead for the film, he was only a second-tier star in Hollywood. It was Stephen's filming location, not a place for him to be arrogant. If you don't fire him, I won't act, Libel shouted. As you wish, James sneered. He knew that Libel had many bad habits. In the past, he had often heard of Libel being big-headed. But Libel had to see the occasion. Not every crew or person would tolerate him. To be fair, Stephen could be much nastier than Libel. James, you trying to protect him? Do you know what you're doing? Libel said, his face darkening. Originally, he thought that the crew would agree to all his requests. Moreover, the Chinese man was only part of the normal staff. Libel did not expect James to protect the person and offend him instead. I know what I'm doing. Mind your own business. You'll regret it, Libel said, gritting his teeth. Then, he left with his men. Chen, forget about him. He's of no threat to you. I know. Chen Zhao did not really care about Libel. Find a place for me. I didn't sleep last night. Somewhere to sleep now. Call me when you need me. Okay, how about the prop storage tent? Sure, Chen Zhao nodded. James brought Chen Zhao to the prop tent and got a recliner for him. Chen Zhao thanked James and fell asleep on the recliner. Soon, someone entered the tent. Sensing someone around, Chen Zhao opened his eyes and realized that it was Lucy. Hey, Lucy. Chen. Lucy looked at Chen Zhao with a smile. I heard from Mr. James that you're here. Lucy was smartly dressed up in her costume. She had some makeup on her face, but she looked somewhat awkward. Did I disturb you? No. Chen Zhao smiled. Clearly, he could tell her the truth. Just then, Libel lifted the curtains. He was stunned when he saw Chen Zhao. Why are you here? He saw Lucy enter the tent, so he planned to spend some time alone with her. He obviously did not expect Chen Zhao to be there too. What's wrong with me being here? Scram. This is not where you should be. The one who should scram is you, Chen Zhao said with a dark face. Asshole, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Libel's look was as scary as a venomous snake. I would love to see what you can do to me. Don't think that you're safe just because James is protecting you. He's but an assistant director. In this crew, there are people who are more powerful than him. Libel looked at Lucy with some confidence. Ms. Lucy, cooperate with me later. What? Lucy was confused. Cooperate to do what? Why would I cooperate with you? Are we even close? Suddenly, Libel lifted the curtains and shouted, Help! Someone is harassing Ms. Lucy here. Chen Zhao was startled, so was Lucy. What a sick play. Chapter 472, Obstacle. Chapter 472, Obstacle. Everyone in the crew came over, including James and Stephen. Libel, what are you doing? James roared. Mr. Stephen, this man is harassing Miss Lucy. I happened to hear her calling for help, so I came into this tent. I saw him doing something to Lucy. Stephen stared at Libel with a dark expression and then looked at Lucy. Lucy, what's going on? Lucy had joined the cast because of Chen Zhao's recommendation. Stephen didn't want to ask about their relationship. But how could Chen Zhao have dangerous thoughts about Lucy, causing her to cry for help? What was this? Mr. Stephen, I don't know what Libel is doing, but I heard that Chen was here, so I came to say hi. But Libel came first and wanted me to work with him. I don't know what problem he has with Chen, but I think he's slandering Chen. Lucy didn't even have to lie. She just said the truth. Libel blanched. To him, Lucy was a minor female lead, while he was the male lead of this movie. No matter what, Lucy should be on his side and cooperate with him. Instead, Lucy didn't follow his script at all. This frustrated and angered him. Leibel felt even more embarrassed, but he had to save his ego. "I get it," he immediately said. "You two have a secret fling. Don't you know we're filming right now? Everyone's busy with work outside, while you two are fucking here." Leibel looked at Steven. "Mr. Steven, I don't think these two should stay in the cast and crew anymore. Their presence will only slow down our efficiency. I suggest kicking them out." Steven stared at him with a dark face. "Leibel, this is my cast. I decide on all the roles and workers. I don't need anyone to make suggestions for me. Also, the free time between shoots is the crew's own time. They can do whatever they want. They don't need your permission." Anyone could tell that Leibel had a grudge against Chen Zhao. He was purposely causing trouble. Even if Chen Zhao was at fault, Steven would be on his side, let alone now that he was the innocent one. "If you think you have too much time, then go memorize your lines, instead of causing trouble in my cast." Steven practically roared. "Also, I hope you won't be late again. Even more, I hope you won't show up to film without preparing even a single line. If you like this again tomorrow, you better get the fuck out. I signed a contract. No one can replace me, not even you." Leibel saw that Steven wasn't giving him any special treatment as the male lead, so he went all out too. He was used to being a big shot in all the crews. No matter where he went, he had no fear. Even directors had to spoil him. When he joined Steven's cast, his manager had told him to restrain himself. He'd indeed planned on restraining himself, but he was completely humiliated by Steven in front of the entire crew, so he just exploded. "I'm giving you a chance to leave by yourself," Steven said coldly. "Take your people and get out." "With what?" "Steven, I have a contract." Steven laughed. "Contract?" A contract only came into effect when the two parties had equal status. It was completely useless to him. Steven only had to declare that Leibel was the one who'd violated the contract first. He ignored the rules, acted like a big shot, did whatever he wanted, and harassed an actress of the same cast. Steven could reasonably fire Leibel. He could even ask for compensation and ruin Leibel's acting career while he was at it. As long as he released this announcement, Leibel wouldn't be able to get any more roles. He could probably only go to San Fernando Valley. Steven pulled out his phone and called someone. "Morris, your man is causing trouble in my crew. I'm very unhappy with him, and I'm rethinking if I want to continue using people from your company." On the other end of the phone, Morris was dumbfounded. What was going on? "Steven, which actor is it?" "Leibel." Hearing this name, Morris got a headache too. How would he not know what kind of person Leibel was? He was conceited and insensitive. He was only a bit famous, but he thought he was some kind of god. "Steven, let me apologize for him." "I don't need an apology. Are you going to come take him away? Or should I kick him out myself?" A crew didn't usually change actors so suddenly. They usually changed people before they started filming, because if they changed so suddenly, the scenes from before couldn't be used anymore. The other actors would have to act with a new person too. But Steven didn't feel any stress for changing out Leibel. Leibel had just come today and only filmed one scene. To Steven, it was just filming an extra scene. The only annoyance was that he had to change the filming schedule. Steven could also see that Leibel was just troublesome. Rather than changing him when Steven couldn't stand him anymore in the middle or end, it was better to just kick him out now. Leibel didn't expect for things to reach this point. But Steven had already spoken, wanting to kick him out of the cast. There was no turning back. This made Leibel hate Chen Zhao even more. It was all because of this asshole. If not for him, Leibel could shoot this movie without worry. Leibel and his followers were all driven out. Leibel could barely retain the anger within him. "Go!" Leibel brought his people to the pier, where he saw Chen Zhao's yacht. Fury rose up once again. "Smash that yacht. Smash it to bits." Right then, the crew decided to shoot the scene at sea due to the changes in schedule. They moved to the beach and ended up seeing Leibel smashing the yacht. "This bastard." Steven's face darkened. He was about to go and stop Leibel. "Film this bit," Chen Zhao said. "You don't have to worry about anything else." Steven glanced at him. "What are you going to do?" I remember there's a scene where the Mexican gang's leader gets on a boat to escape, gets caught up by Amon, and then the boat sinks, right? Are you sure Amon won't get hurt? Stephen only worried about Amon. After all, he loved this actor of his cast and also had a close relationship with Zhao. He naturally didn't want Amon to get hurt. Chapter 473, Friend of Justice. Chapter 473, Friend of Justice. Mr. Libel, the cruise ships have been following us. Why? Libel asked, confused. Dunno. I think they're filming us. For what? Because I broke the speedboat just now? It's only $10,000 or so. I can afford that. Dong. Suddenly, the yacht vibrated and its direction also clearly changed. What did we hit? Libel asked nervously. The vibration was obviously unusual. Mr. Libel. There. Everyone gasped. They saw a huge fin that was at least 3 meters tall. Below the fin, the water rose as a terrifying creature charged directly at them. Turn! Libel shouted. But the yacht was too close to Amon. There was no escape. Bang! Another deep sound of collision was heard from underwater. The entire yacht was slanted. Just then, Amon suddenly leaped out of the water. The scene astonished not just those on the yacht, but also everyone on the cruise ships on the two sides. Everyone was truly dumbfounded. Amon was a beautiful beast that should only have existed in ancient times. Amon's head hit the right side of the yacht, which turned to its side. Everyone watched with their mouth wide open. It was really shocking. Fuck, I should film a monster movie. Stephen was holding a camera himself. The scene was incredible. Mr. Stephen, time to save people, James reminded. While they had taken a breathtaking shot, it would be much less fun if someone were to die. After all, if they failed to save the drowning people, both Stephen and his crew would be subjected to the pressure of public opinion. Throw them some life buoys, Stephen said with his lips twitched. Chen, don't ask Amon to attack those people. Zhao nodded. He only wanted to take revenge, not kill them. In fact, he originally only wanted to scare them. By the way, Chen, can I borrow Amon to advertise the movie? What are you going to do? You'll find out. That day, a video went viral on the internet. A super killer whale attacked a yacht. It was definitely the most unbelievable piece of news in history. First of all, the size of the killer whale surpassed the knowledge of all biologists. Even compared to other killer whales, the killer whale in the video was a giant. Next, many were interested as to why the killer whale would attack the yacht. An insider said that the killer whale was a friend of the owner of a speedboat, and they would play with each other every day. However, the owner of the yacht had a conflict with the speedboat owner and asked his men to destroy the speedboat. The killer whale saw the scene and sought revenge. The claim was followed by a link to a video. Now, everyone knew the entire story. Soon, there was news that the yacht owner was the famous Hollywood star Libel. He was supposed to be an actor for Stephen's new movie, but he was chased out because he behaved too arrogantly in the crew. As revenge, he destroyed the speedboat of one of the staff, which led to what happened in the first video. The killer whale was precisely an animal actor in the movie. It became a friend of the crew because of the movie. Then, the crew released some videos of them interacting with Amon. This became the headline of both social news and entertainment news. Even though the killer whale's revenge was wrong in itself, the public thought otherwise. They felt that the killer whale had done justice. Everyone on the net asked Libel to scram out of Hollywood and entertainment. Because of this, Stephen's new movie gained much more attention. Everyone would love to see what kind of movie it was. Then, the actor Terry released a video on his social media account. It was a video of him being dragged by Amon into the sea, but soon he released another video of him interacting with Amon. At the same time, he posted, Amon is a mutual friend of the crew. If Amon has done something wrong, all of us will bear the consequences together, but I hope that Mr. Libel can be responsible for what he has done too. You harmed our best friend. Terry's videos and post immediately attracted many views. Almost everyone gave him a thumbs up and joined the army to denounce Libel. In the eyes of the public, an animal that dared to stand out for its friend and attack the bad guy was never wrong. The incident even attracted the government's attention. A high official said on his social network account that he would exempt Amon from any punishments, if any. In fact, the incident even became widely known internationally. After all, a killer whale had attacked a villain to revenge its friend. Such a dramatic story could always earn the public's approval. As the victim, Leibel became a criticized criminal instead of gaining any sympathy. The few movies which he had signed contracts for all decided to change their actor. Leibel did not even dare to appear in public. Even his agency had given up on him. As the starter of everything, Steven benefited the most. The new movie caused such an uproar when filming had just begun. The movie company invested $30 million more to the production cost. Actually, the movie company might be part of the reason why the event had turned so extreme so quickly. Nevertheless, from beginning to end, the real culprit Chen Zhao had just been an onlooker. None of the news involved him. Steven had been deliberately avoiding Chen Zhao as he did not want to affect Chen Zhao. Therefore, Chen Zhao had peace in the last 2 days, carrying out his usual duties. The only unhappy thing was that he had paid the speedboat company $50,000, but Leibel had yet to pay him anything. "Hey, Chen, I have a client for you. $5,000. Are you up for it?" Ethan called Chen Zhao. "Sure, it's still money." Chapter 474. Can you do breast enhancements? Chapter 474. Can you do breast enhancements? Here. Chen Zhao raised his head and looked at the commercial building before him. He checked the address. It was indeed here. However, the top few floors were apartments. The monthly rent was at least $100,000. You had to get through security to reach the apartment floors. The security here was very complete. After reaching the door, Chen Zhao pressed the doorbell. An African-American man cracked open the door. "You are a doctor. Someone here needs a doctor?" The man studied Chen Zhao and opened the door. It was only the doorway, but there was a floor-to-ceiling quarantine window. "This is sterilization," the man said. "Sterilization?" Chen Zhao was stunned. "Do you think this is an automatic production lab?" But Chen Zhao still went in. First, epoxy ethane was sprayed from his neck down. Then he entered another quarantine room. Mist was sprayed out. This was probably also for sterilization. Chen Zhao started getting curious. What disease did his client have? The other man also followed through the 2 sterilization processes before entering the room. Chen Zhao looked around. The entire apartment was furnished with a modern style. There was not a speck of dust in the room. There was also an air purifier working constantly. A blonde girl with milky white skin sat before a floor-to-ceiling window. She bathed in the sunlight that shone through the glass. However, she was honestly too pale. Chen Zhao could even see her veins when the sun shone on her skin. This was a sickly kind of pale. It clearly wasn't natural. "Are you my client?" Chen Zhao asked. The girl turned toward Chen Zhao and touched her hair. Chen Zhao was taken aback. He wasn't unfamiliar with this action. It was an action only done when one wore a wig. Chen Zhao studied her. She was indeed wearing a wig. "Hello. Where are you uncomfortable? I heard you're an illegal doctor, right?" the girl asked. Yes. Can you do boob jobs?" Chen Zhao was stunned. He turned to look at the other man. He looked away, but Chen Zhao could see that his lips were twitching. "I can't." Chen Zhao really wanted to just leave. "A boob job? You're practically made of glass." Regardless of whether Chen Zhao could do boob jobs or not, he didn't dare do that kind of surgery on a glass girl. This girl possibly had a naturally weak immune system or had no immunity at all. She lived in this antibacterial environment her entire life. Even her food was disinfected. Just imagine a piece of steak getting soaked in disinfectant and then placed onto a plate. Could a regular person eat this? Even a bit of bacteria or virus in the air could be fatal for this girl. She was like a caged bird, staying in this sealed room forever. If she wanted to go out, she would have to wear an astronaut uniform and have an oxygen tank. This wasn't fully safe either. If she took a breath of outside air, she would probably die too. The glass girl clutched her chest and tested its weight. Her face was filled with disappointment. "I wish I could be like the girls on TV and have big boobs." Chen Zhao glanced at the other man. That's what you give her to watch. I'm only her protector, the man answered. I have no right to control what she watches. The glass girl was indeed a bit slower at developing than other girls. This was due to her nutrition and environment. Sorry, I can't help, Chen Zhao said. I have to go. Just then, a familiar person walked in. When the person saw Chen Zhao, he was also surprised. Blackie, Blackie, how come you're here? I sense death. Chen Zhao glanced at the girl and quietly left the apartment. However, Blackie followed Chen Zhao when he went into the elevator. Chen Zhao couldn't help but ask, when will she die? Should be within 24 hours. Cause of death. I saw her death. A shooting. When Chen Zhao exited the elevator, someone bumped into him. This man was around the same height. His hands were stuffed into pockets, and his eyes seemed mean. What are you looking at? Want to die? The man yelled at Chen Zhao for no reason. Chen Zhao felt that this person probably had mania. Natural interactions at the elevator could make him explode. It's him, Blackie said. In the scene I saw, he was the one who shot the girl. Chen Zhao raised his fist and punched the man's chin. Then Blackie said it. It disappeared. What disappeared? The image of the girl's death, but her death didn't change. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. Had he changed her way of death? But the result wasn't changed. Just then, Chen Zhao saw two people walk over. One was a woman who could be said was very important to Chen Zhao, his mother. The other was her assistant, Sally. When Chen Zhao's mom and Sally saw him, both of them froze. Chen Zhao, what are you doing here? What's going on? Isn't that Esselin? Sally saw the man that Chen Zhao had knocked out. One of my clients is here, Chen Zhao answered. Then what about him? We bumped into each other, and he threatened to kill me. I saw that he had a concealed gun. Chen Zhao's mom met eyes with Sally. Sally immediately called someone and started yelling. What do you do all day? How come Esselin can come into here? A while later, the building security guards hurried over and pulled Esselin out. I'm busy. I have to go. Just then, Chen Zhao's mom said, Your little sister lives upstairs. Won't you go up to visit? Chen Zhao hesitated. The girl's face appeared in his mind for some reason. Is that okay? Sure. She probably knows she has an older brother too. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows, sinking into deep thought. Did that girl call him over purposely? Did she know that he was her brother? Chen Zhao returned to the elevator and rode it with his mother. He didn't feel any hatred toward his mother. They were more like familiar strangers. All they had was awkwardness because Chen Zhao didn't know how to communicate with his mom. Chen Zhao's mom didn't speak either. She just watched as the elevator climbed the floors. Ding! The elevator's sound broke the silence. Chen Zhao was back on that floor. Chapter 475, I'm 36D. Chapter 475, I'm 36D. The black man opened a gap through the door again. Boss. Huh? He saw Chen Zhao standing behind his boss. Open the door. After disinfection, Chen Zhao was back in the room again. When the girl saw her mother, she immediately ran up in excitement. Mom, I miss you. Then, she looked at Chen Zhao. Why are you here again? Have you already met each other? Chen Zhao's mother asked. I asked him to perform breast augmentation for me. Chen Zhao turned his head away, while his mother slapped her forehead. Mom, do you know each other? He's your brother. Both the girl and the black man were stunned. Brother? He's my brother. Chen Zhao's mother stared at the sibling pair who had just realized their identity. Yura, how did you find him? I asked Bill to find me the best doctor. I had no idea he's my brother, Yura said. The black man called Bill also said, Boss, I didn't know either. Yura, why did you want breast augmentation? I want to have big breasts like the girls on TV. Chen Zhao turned his head again. The encounter was really awkward. Brother, please stay here. Yura grabbed Chen Zhao's arm. Chen Zhao looked at his mother, who also hesitated for a moment. Stay if you're free. All right, Chen Zhao nodded. Chen Zhao's mother did not stay for long. After talking to them briefly, she left. Yura held Chen Zhao's arm. You're different than I thought. Ow, everything. Chen Zhao was not used to this, because he did not know what to say. Just then, Bill came with 2 glasses of water and placed them before the two. Do you have kids? Yura asked. Nope. Are you married? No. Yura reached out and touched Chen Zhao's body. Bill, my brother's muscles are harder than yours. Both Chen Zhao and Bill found it really awkward. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. He was about to pick it up when Yura snatched his phone away. Hello, how may I help you? Who are you? Fei Lai's voice could be heard on the other side. I'm Yura. I don't know you. Pass the phone to Chen. He's not free now. Are you his girlfriend? Little girl, you're too naive if you think that just by taking Chen's phone, you can claim you're having sex. I know Chen more than you do. From your voice, you've yet to undergo puberty, right? You're the one who's undeveloped. I'm 36D. I'm younger than you. I'm prettier than you. Yura began to pant and could not speak anymore. Chen Zhao quickly took his phone back. Fei Lai, I probably won't be going back today. Who's that girl? My little sister, Chen Zhao said. Your sibling? Yup. All right. Apologize to her for me. Fei Lai was a clever woman. She would not be mad just because she heard another woman's voice from his boyfriend's phone. Moreover, it was clear that the speaker was a young girl. Opposite the commercial building, there was another tall building. At the moment, someone was on the rooftop looking into Yura's apartment with a pair of binoculars. The target girl is on the 48th floor. Apart from the target, there are two adult men. One of them is the target's bodyguard, Bill, male, 31 years old. He used to be a member of the UK SEALs and participated in the Iraq War. He's adept at fighting and firearms and had an outstanding performance in street fighting in Iraq. No information for the other adult male. Can we snipe the target directly? Negative. The apartment's walls are made from 6 layers of bulletproof glass. Even a large caliber sniper rifle can't penetrate that. Looks like we have to enter the building. The building has an alarm system. Cut off the entire building's power and cover it with signal interference. The three had dinner. The food had been disinfected, which was indeed hard to swallow. Yura had been eating this kind of food since she was young. Chen Zhao sat on the floor, somewhat bored. Although Yura was already 14, she was still watching children's shows. You don't like this, right? Yura turned to look at Chen Zhao. Huh, it's all right. What do you like to watch? Victoria's Secret fashion show? I'll watch whatever you watch. Yura took the controller and switched the channel to the fashion show. To be honest, Chen Zhao was greatly energized by the sexy ladies in bras. Chen Zhao scanned around him. Where's Bill? He's probably working out now, Yura said. Bill just lives with you like this. Chen Zhao was rather worried for Yura. While Yura was small, some people just like this. Are you worried that Bill might sexually harass me? Air. Just then, Bill walked out half naked, his muscles bulging. He was covered in sweat, and he had a towel around his neck. If you're worried about this, then you're probably in greater danger than Ms. Yura. What? I'm gay. Air. Huh. Bill, I should introduce one of my friends to you next time. Yura pulled Chen Zhao's arm. Brother, which model do you like? Or which type? All of them, Chen Zhao answered casually. He was satisfied just by looking at all those enchanting long legs. Brother, what do I have to eat to become as buxom as them? Air. Chen Zhao could not answer. There were many types of food that could achieve this effect, but Yura could not eat most of them. Actually, you're still young. You could just wait for a few more years, and your body will develop by itself. I don't think that time will ever come, Yura suddenly said with a depressed tone. Everyone will grow up, including you. I won't be able to live for that long. I peeked at my reports. My liver and kidneys are failing. There is no disease in the world that is absolutely incurable. Suddenly, the lights in the room went dark. What happened? A blackout? Yura said, displeased. Chen Zhao frowned. Be careful. Something's wrong. Just then, they heard a few knocks on the door. Yura, Bill, opened the door. It was Chen Zhao's mother. Chapter 476, Gun Battle. Chapter 476, Gun Battle. How come Mama's coming now? Yura asked, confused. Chen Zhao was about to get up and open the door when Bill grabbed him. Don't open the door. It's not, boss. It's not. Chen Zhao glanced at him. Are you sure? Wait. Bill grabbed his phone and called Chen Zhao's mother, but it wouldn't connect. Signal disturbance. Bill put the phone down, expression turning grave. Are you sure it's not Yura's mom out there? Yes. Boss wouldn't come at this time. It wasn't Boss who'd spoken earlier either. It was an edited voice. Who's out there? Using such high-tech things? Mr. Chen, take Miss Yura and hide inside the room. Are you saying it'll be dangerous? Bill turned back and glanced at Zhao. It won't be simply dangerous. Can you take care of it by yourself? I don't even know the situation. Bill put on a tank top and took 2 guns out of a nearby case. Give me one. You've used it before. No. Then you and Miss Yura better hide well. It was silent both inside and outside the room. They were both in darkness. Bill held the 2 guns. He already pushed the table and chairs before him to act as sandbags. Right now, a few fully equipped mercenaries were outside. They were trying to open the lock. Austin, can you open it? Ed, I can't open it, Austin said. It's a complicated 10th power variable lock. The password changes every minute. It can't be opened unless we get the card or it's open from the inside. Fine, back down, the leader said indifferently. Kabat, you come. Kabat wasn't very tall, but he had many tools on his back. He grinned. You should have told me to come earlier. Kabat walked to the door and stuck circular discs in the 4 corners of the door. There were a dozen distributed evenly. After preparing, Kabat turned to look at everyone. Step back. Everyone retreated to the corner, and Kabat pressed the remote control. Boom, boom, boom. The circular discs all released strong firelight instead of exploding intensely. These discs weren't regular bombs. They contained a type of penetrative flammable liquid and were used specifically for close-range explosions. They had strong penetrative abilities. Kabat was the mechanic of the mercenary group. He was the best at placing bombs and explosives. Even faced with a door that was like the gate of a bank treasury, he could still open it easily. The alloy door fell down. Just then, a gunshot sounded. Kabat cried out. He was shot. Head. A person is hiding in the darkness, Kabat told his partners while sprawled on the ground. The leader motioned at the mercenaries. Everyone put on night vision goggles. Next, the leader tossed in a grenade. Boom! With a loud boom, dust filled the air instantly. Within the smoke, gunshots sounded again. Both sides entered a shoot-off. Bill had a very rich battle experience. He had a disadvantage in numbers now, and the other side had much stronger ammunition than him. His only advantage was that he had cover. He had to lure them to attack and use up their ammunition. Yura, who was hiding in the room, started coughing violently. The outside air and the smell of gunpowder made her really uncomfortable. Brother, will I die here? Cough, cough. Yura trembled in Chen Zhao's arms. No, Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. In reality, he was a bit scared too. But with his little sister beside him, he couldn't act scared no matter what. Drink this. Chen Zhao took out a bottle of potion. Cough, cough. Mom doesn't let me eat food that's not disinfected. I'm your brother. Fine. After Yura drank the medicine, she really did feel better. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Both Chen Zhao and Yura were frightened, but they relaxed after seeing that it was Bill. But Bill looked really pathetic now. He was shot in the shoulder, and he wavered. He couldn't stand steadily. How is it? I'm powerless, Bill said helplessly. They're too strong. Do you still have bullets? 3, Bill answered. Give me the gun. Why? Just give me. Bill could only give Chen Zhao the gun. Chen Zhao looked outside, lifted the gun, and fired at the door 3 times. Ah! Go out, the leader yelled. Ambush! The mercenaries who just entered the apartment quickly retreated from the living room. Did you see who killed 3 of us? Judging from the sound, it's from that bedroom. How did they know our position? I don't know. The leader's expression was uncomfortable. 3 men had been shot in the head. It wasn't Bill. They fought earlier. Even though Bill was strong, he wasn't at this unmanageable level. It's that Asian, the leader said, face dark. What should we do now? How many more bullets do you have? I have 3 magazines. I have 2. Call everyone to this floor. That Asian there isn't easy to deal with. Chen Zhao and Bill walked out of the room. Bill saw the 3 bodies on the ground. How did Chen Zhao kill 3 guys through the door? After all, Chen Zhao had fired right in front of him. He didn't pull any tricks. Bill had thought that Chen Zhao was wasting bullets. He didn't expect that Chen Zhao would be so terrifying. He obviously didn't know that Chen Zhao was acting under Blackie's advice. Blackie guided him from across the door so he could kill the three guys. Chen Zhao picked up the automatic rifles on the ground and tossed on it Bill. How did you do that? If he'd known that Chen Zhao was so good, he would have given Chen Zhao a gun instead of wasting his bullets without killing anyone. Probably good luck, Chen Zhao said indifferently. Bill didn't believe his answer at all. What do we do now? Just guard the door. We both have guns now, anyway. Automatic rifles were much stronger than pistols. Chen Zhao believed that even if the others had controlled the entire building, they couldn't keep their ground forever. However, he didn't know that other than the mercenaries, there were the only 3 survivors of the entire building. The other residents had all been killed. Chapter 477. Do you know how to fight? Chapter 477. Do you know how to fight? They're going to throw a grenade in, Blackie reminded. Chen Zhao immediately said, Bill, they're going to throw a grenade. Let's hide in the room. How do you know? It's obvious. They haven't made a sound for so long. Either they're out of bullets or they're planning to do something else. Whether Bill believed it or not, Chen Zhao carried Yura and hid inside the room. Indeed, just as they closed the door, they heard an explosion outside. Bill stared at Chen Zhao. Who is he? How is he so sensitive to the situation? Was he also in the military? The mercenaries entered the living room again. To their disappointment, the few grenades they had thrown were completely wasted because the 3 had gone back into the room again. They had learned from their mistakes. All of them took cover away from the room, in places that could not be shot through the door. Any more grenades? I'm out. I'm out too. I only have 1 left. Just 1, the leader asked. We didn't bring extra. Blast the door open and then shoot inside, the leader instructed. The mercenary grabbed the grenade and was about to throw it when gunshots were heard from the room. Unprepared, the mercenary was hit by multiple bullets, and the grenade also dropped on the floor. Shit! Fall back! Boom! Following a loud explosion, one of the slower mercenaries was engulfed by the blast. Damn! We have so many people and can't even take 3. One of them is injured, and the last one cannot even fight. The leader roared, gritting his teeth. Boss, we should stop charging in. The people inside must have a way to know what's happening outside, or they would not have attacked us at such perfect moments. Then what do? We wear our bulletproof vests, charge in together, and shoot them. We can't give them another chance to fight back. Blackie told Chen Zhao the mercenaries' plan. Chen Zhao began to devise a plan. He glanced at the floor to ceiling windows in the room and walked up. It was very strong. Even a heavy machine gun would not be able to penetrate it. It's useless. There are 6 layers of bulletproof glass, totaling 72 centimeters. You can't break it unless you use armor-piercing shells, Bill said. Moreover, we're on the 48th floor. Even if we manage to break the window, there's no way for us to get down. Chen Zhao tried again. It was indeed impossible to break the window, even with his greatest strength. He scanned the room. There were many pieces of furniture. Chen Zhao started to act at once. He first placed the bed vertically against the door. Then, he dismantled the one-piece cabinet from the wall and put it before the door too. Basically, Chen Zhao moved everything that could potentially block bullets to the door. He did not even let the television off. Then, he pushed the obstacles against the door. In this way, the mercenaries would not be able to open the door. The only thing they could do was to shoot at the door, which would waste their bullets. Blackie had told him that they did not have many bullets left. Just then, Blackie came to inform Chen Zhao again. They're coming. Got it. The mercenaries obviously failed to open the door because of the large pile behind it, in addition to Chen Zhao's strength. There was no way they could open the door unless they had a bulldozer with them. The 3 in the room could roughly hear someone say, "Shoot the door." Bam, bam. Very soon, the door was torn into pieces, but the bed frame and mattress were still in good shape, given their toughness. There was another round of shooting. However, it stopped even before the mattress was destroyed. They're out of bullets. Ha, you're out of bullets. Chen Zhao pushed the obstacles out of the way and shouted at the people outside. You have no more bullets, right? But I do. Shit. The mercenaries quickly took cover. Bam! Chen Zhao lifted the automatic rifle and began shooting. But he hit no one. To be honest, this was his true shooting standard. Huh, come. Weren't you wild just now? You just gonna be cowards now? Chen Zhao would seldom act this arrogantly. Come out. Come and kill me. All the mercenaries were annoyed, but given that they had no bullets, they could only let Chen Zhao scream and shout. Mr. Chen, stop shooting. Keep some bullets. Mr. Chen, Bill reminded. Thud. Chen Zhao pulled the trigger. Fuck, we're out already. In movies that Chen Zhao had watched, people rarely ran out of bullets. It was as if everyone had an infinite clip. However, Chen Zhao's gun was out in less than a minute. Shit. Chen Zhao smashed the rifle on the floor in his anger. Just then, the mercenaries walked out from their cover. Their leader stared at Chen Zhao with a ferocious look. Looks like you're out of bullets too. Bill was speechless. Just moments ago, Chen Zhao had a godlike performance. But just when they had the advantage, Chen Zhao became full of himself and gave their advantage away. Now, they had fewer people than the mercenaries. Bill gritted his teeth. Mr. Chen, do you know how to fight? A bit. How many can you take? Bill asked. Dunno. The mercenary leader looked at Chen Zhao, Bill, and Yura. You want to fight? Come, we'll go one by one. Don't say that we're bullying you. But you have so many people. Yura shouted in fury. How about we both take this as a misunderstanding? Chen Zhao said shamelessly. I'll pretend that nothing happened. Huh, what do you think? The leader sneered. Bill still had to endure the pain in his shoulder. Mr. Chen, can you not fight? Then let me do it. No, I really can fight, Chen Zhao said. You and Yura just need to stand there and watch. Boss, let me do it. An extremely burly man walked out. Just then, the lights in the living room were switched on again. The electricity was back. The room was in a mess. Chen Zhao scanned around him. You don't have much time left. Are you sure you want to waste more time here? Don't worry. We'll still have enough time to retreat after killing you. Bill, cover Yura's eyes, please, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Chapter 478. Image disappears instantly. Chapter 478. Image disappears instantly. What? I told you to cover Yura's eyes, Chen Zhao said. After all, if I get beaten up too badly later, it'll affect my image as her brother. Bill felt speechless. How come he could joke even in this situation? Kid, the big mercenary rasped out. Are you ready? I'm going to take revenge for my brothers. Chen Zhao reached out and squeezed his shoulders and neck. Shouldn't you be prepared to die when doing a job like yours? Why do you still want to take revenge? My actual brother died in your hands. Shouldn't I take revenge? Bobo, why are you wasting time talking? The mercenary leader yelled. Crush his head. Go die. Bill immediately covered Yura's eyes. Chen Zhao stepped forward and swung his right arm. Crack! The right fist of the mercenary, named Bobo, was instantly shattered. But Chen Zhao's punch didn't slow down. His fist smashed into Bobo's head without any delay. And Bobo's head exploded like a watermelon. What did it feel like to have 4 tons of power hit a human skull? Even iron would explode instantly, let alone flesh and bone. Bobo's headless body fell backward. The surroundings were splattered with brain matter and blood. Everyone present was stunned. They gaped at Chen Zhao, standing there with fists dripping with blood. What kind of power was this? Was this only knowing a bit of boxing? With one punch, he'd shattered Bobo's head, who was the best at boxing amongst them. Yura screamed. Even though Bill had covered her eyes, she'd still seen this terrifying sight. Chen Zhao looked back at her. Look, my image as a gentle brother disappeared instantly. Take her back to her room. Mr. Chen, are you sure you can do this alone? Bill could already tell that Chen Zhao was much more frightening than he'd imagined. At least, he'd lived for more than 30 years and never seen someone who could smash a skull like it was a watermelon. Even the most powerful boxing king couldn't do that. Don't worry. Don't come out unless I call you. No matter what he felt about Yura, she was still her sister. Chen Zhao didn't want her to see too many things that she shouldn't see at her age. Bill glanced at the mercenaries. In the end, he pulled Yura back into her room. Chen Zhao turned back at the mercenaries. Okay, let's decide. Who'll come next? Everyone together. Chen Zhao went for the closest one. He grabbed one mercenary and smashed his head against the wall. A mercenary jabbed at the back of Chen Zhao's head with the butt of the rifle. Chen Zhao swung backward. The other man protected his head with both arms, but couldn't prevent the result of getting his head split open. In an instant, Chen Zhao had killed 4 people. This time, he was really out for blood. He didn't show any mercy and was extremely cruel. He changed his previous habits. Who told you to come? Chen Zhao asked the mercenary leader. The leader pulled out a knife and pointed at Chen Zhao. Clearly, they still wanted to do a last struggle. Right then, all the mercenaries felt a cold gust. There was the shadow of the Grim Reaper behind Chen Zhao. Wielding a scythe, the Grim Reaper was digging something out of Bobo's body. Then the Grim Reaper seemed to say something to the Asian man's ears. Chen Zhao grinned. Whatever. I can dig out your secrets even if you die. Demon, you're a demon. You're not human. Inside the room, Bill and Yura were a bit scared. They could hear the pained cries and wails of fear and despair. Don't kill me. Please, please. The demon is here. You shouldn't exist in the human world, you demon. The pained cries were like nightmarish wails. Even Bill, who'd experienced the Iraq War, felt chills and goosebumps. The only fortunate thing was that this man wasn't his enemy. After around 10 minutes, the voices gradually died down. There were no longer any sounds. Then the figure by the door moved. Chen Zhao came to the door. It's over. Bill didn't have Yura follow. He walked out alone and glanced outside. Then he quietly returned to Yura's side. Right now, Bill looked at Chen Zhao with subtle disgust. Yes, disgust. This was the cruelest person he'd ever seen. The scene outside let him see the savageness of Chen Zhao. He was inhumane. From that one glance, he saw a hellish and disgusting scene. Earlier, he'd thought that Yura's brother was polite and mannered. Now, it seemed that it was all his misjudgment. Chen Zhao had shoved a tempered bottle into a mercenary's mouth. It poked out of the neck. Another mercenary hung from a tempered clothes hanger. He hung by his eyes and swung slowly in the air. And Yura was a bit frightened by Chen Zhao too. She hid in Bill's arms, not daring to look at Chen Zhao. After all, she was a 14-year-old girl. She hadn't even seen the outside world. All she could see every day was Bill and the TV. But today she faced a terrorist attack and an older brother even more terrifying than the attack. Chen Zhao touched his nose. He'd indeed lost control earlier. I think you can use the phone now. Notify my mother and call the police. Chen Zhao's mother came and brought quite a few people. As soon as she arrived, she hugged Yura. Yura kept crying in her arms. After comforting Yura, she walked over to Chen Zhao's side. Chen Zhao, I heard from Bill that you did all this. Chen Zhao glanced at his mother. What? You think your son is a psycho? No. I just want to thank you for saving Yura. To be honest, Chen Zhao's mother was also scared by the scene when she arrived. The information she'd received clearly recorded most of Chen Zhao's experiences. He was a doctor in China and still a doctor overseas. She never knew that Chen Zhao had such terrifying killing techniques. She also didn't know how she should face Chen Zhao. However, she knew she couldn't reveal any fear or disgust. No matter how faint their relationship was, Chen Zhao was still her son, and Chen Zhao had done everything today to protect Yura. Chapter 479, Princess's Reciprocation. Chapter 479, Princess's Reciprocation. When will the police come? Don't wait for them. They'll never be here, Chen Zhao's mother said. If you're tired, I'll ask someone to send you back. No need. Chen Zhao shook his head. My car is in the garage downstairs. You sure I don't have to stay to make some recordings? Nope. You shouldn't be involved in the first place. Business competition? Kind of. Then I'm leaving now. Chen Zhao took in a deep breath and left. When he returned home, it was already past midnight. Chen Zhao jumped in a mirror lake directly, enjoying a rare moment of peace. When he returned to the lakeside, he realized that Fei Lai was already there. Fei Lai, How come you're awake? The AI informed me, Fei Lai said. I thought you wouldn't be coming home today. Chen Zhao climbed out of the lake, and Fei Lai wrapped a towel around him. I didn't even know you have a sister. It's also my first time seeing her, Chen Zhao said. When will you bring me to meet her? She has a troublesome illness. So I don't think I should bring anyone to her, Chen Zhao said. Even you can't cure her? Not sure. I have to do some research. Fei Lai did not ask further. From Chen Zhao's attitude, she could roughly tell that there was a problem between him and his family. That night, Chen Zhao did not touch Fei Lai, which was an uncommon sight. Chen Zhao had an extremely good sleep. The next day, he restored his normal state. In Fei Lai's opinion, Chen Zhao had really good self-adjustment. Fei Lai, don't go to work today. Follow me to Gaia Island. Let me call Robio. I'm not sure if he'll say yes. If he says no, I'll never let Walter go to the rescue team again. After a call, Fei Lai gave Chen Zhao a positive reply with a smile. The two boarded the newly rented speedboat and headed for Gaia Island. Compared to Chen Zhao, Fei Lai was more used to the wind and waves on the sea. Today, Fei Lai had a plain white dress and a sombrero. The wind was so strong that she had to hold the sombrero in place. Her delicate hair swung in the air, which made her more attractive. Chen Zhao could not help but hold Fei Lai's hand and rub it gently. Chen, look in front of you, or the speedboat is going to be stranded. When they reached the temporary dock, Chen Zhao realized that it had been widened. Stephen must have received a significant amount of budget. In the distance, a 20-year-old man saw Fei Lai and licked his lips uncontrollably. That woman's really pretty. Is she a crew member too? The crew member beside him glanced at him and said, Mr. Valentine, you've just become the lead today. Try not to learn from the previous lead, Libel, who not only lost his job, but also doesn't even dare to leave his house now. Valentine was stunned. Who's the guy beside that woman? He's Mr. Stephen's friend. Libel's reputation is ruined precisely because he offended that man. Please think carefully before attempting to make trouble with him. Valentine understood everything at once, even though the staff beside him had stopped talking. He would not be as foolish as Libel. In fact, he knew Libel's current state very well. To be honest, he should thank Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao and Libel did not have the conflict, and if Libel was not blinded by his rage, Valentine would not be here. Chen, you're late again. Stephen ran toward Chen Zhao, unhappy. However, when he saw Fei Lai, he smiled at once. You must be Ms. Fei Lai Johnson. Can you please tell me what tricks this asshole used to chase you? I need to learn all of them. Chen Zhao clenched his fist so tightly that a bone-cracking sound could be heard, while Fei Lai smiled gently. He's locked all the tricks in a safe. Mr. Stephen, I hope my presence will not affect the filming. Can't you see that all the bastards here are looking at us? Stephen looked at the crew members. Hey, this lady's taken. Open your eyes before I throw you into Mariana Trench. Stephen was actually targeting a few specific people in the team. Having worked in Hollywood for so long, he knew the interests of many people. He would not care what those people had done in their lives. But if they were in his team, he had to warn them. Valentine withdrew his stare. While he was disappointed that such a beautiful lady did not belong to him, he knew his priorities. His career was clearly more important than a single lady. Valentine approached Chen Zhao and Fei Lai to greet them, and he was very polite. Soon, the actual filming began. Lucy was there too. In her free time, she came to say hi to Fei Lai. As the two chatted casually with each other, they became a hot spot on the island. After having lunch, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai bid goodbye to Stephen. Stephen had planned to film all the scenes with Amon in the first few days. By the sixth day, it was more or less done. Of course, if any scenes were added, Stephen would still need Amon's help. Chen Zhao agreed to this immediately. After all, Stephen was his old friend. When Gaia arrived at Chen Zhao's house, Chen Zhao was asleep on a sun lounger with a sun hat on his face. Gaia was a loud person. Chen Zhao almost thought it was thunder. Chen Zhao nearly fell on the ground. Gaia, why are you so early? Where's Tiger? I ran here. Took less time than I thought, Gaia said. Tiger probably needs another hour. Ran here? From your fitness center? Yup. That's about 60 kilometers, right? It's easier than I thought. Would you like to have something to drink? Water, please. All right. I'll get it for you. Just as Chen Zhao left, Princess strolled toward Gaia. Princess, come. Gaia took out a piece of wax paper containing some sliced meat. She had salted them herself. In the past few days, she would always bring some for Princess. Princess had enjoyed the meat greatly every day. But today, Princess opened her mouth and a piece of sliced meat fell onto Gaia's hand. The meat even had some of her saliva on it. Gaia was stunned. You're offering this to me? Gaia did not know to cry or laugh. Every day, she had been feeding Princess. Now, Princess was trying to return the favor. Gaia looked at the piece of meat. Although it had some saliva on it, she still put the meat in her mouth, after which she rubbed Princess's head. Chapter 480, Female Dragon Unlocks Achievements. Chapter 480, Female Dragon Unlocks Achievements. What are you eating? Share some with me. Chen Zhao walked over. Princess gifted me a slice of meat. I don't know what kind of meat it is, but it's pretty good. Gaia chewed on the meat. Chewy too. The cup in Chen Zhao's hands crashed to the ground. A slice of meat? Is it spicy? Don't worry. I can eat spicy. Spit it out, spit it out. Chen Zhao freaked out. What? Spit it out. You can't eat that. Chen Zhao was panicking. What meat was that? It was from the wyvern and roasted by Oris dragon breath. Only those with demonic blood could enjoy it. Humans or animals without demonic blood would be burned to a crisp after eating it. Even a bit wasn't okay. He'd tested on a rat before. That rat just burned to a cinder on the spot. It's just a piece of meat, Gaia said, confused. Could it be poisonous? Since Chen Zhao could feed it to Princess, it obviously wouldn't be poisonous. Spit it out. Chen Zhao grabbed Gaia's chin. Chen, what are you doing? Spit it out, spit it out. You're hurting me. I'll spit it out, all right? Gaia spat out the chewed-up meat and looked at Chen Zhao, annoyed. Chen, what are you doing? You can't eat that meat. Why? Gaia wiped the sweat on her forehead. She felt really hot. Just then, Gaia realized that the sweat on her palm was hot. She hurriedly wiped it with a hand. The next moment, her arms started burning. Oh no, it's too late. Gaia suddenly knelt onto the ground. Her face started showing pain. It was a lot of pain, unprecedented pain. It felt like her organs were burning and her blood was boiling. Chen, what's wrong? Chen Zhao stared at Gaia, feeling troubled. Should he take out the hybrid potion? Right then, Gaia sprinted toward the lake and dove into it. Gaia, come back. Chen Zhao hurriedly jumped into the water too. The water started bubbling and steaming. Dead fish floated to the surface. Chen Zhao was just about to get close when the surrounding water started boiling. Even he couldn't get close. Damn it, the surrounding water was too hot. Chen Zhao tried many times, but he couldn't get close. Right then, Gaia broke out of the water. She seemed much more clear-headed. Chen, what's going on? What do you feel right now? I'm not sure. I feel. Whoosh. A beam of fire shot out of Gaia's mouth. Chen Zhao dove into the water in fright. Gaia covered her mouth, expression stunned. A moment later, Chen Zhao finally came out of the water. He stole a glance at Gaia. Gaia, will you spit fire at me again? What's going on? Why is this happening? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Answer my question first. What's happening to me? Answer my question first. Do you still feel uncomfortable? A bit, but not as much as... Whoosh. Thankfully, Gaia wasn't facing Chen Zhao this time. Chen, what exactly is wrong with me? She has demon blood. It seems to be dragon blood, too. Abitos crawled over. Abitos was a mixed dragon, after all. He was the clearest about Gaia's situation. Chen Zhao stared at Gaia, surprised. This meant that Gaia could endure the wyvern meat without using the hybrid potion. What should she do now? She'll calm down after spitting out the first mouthful of fire, Abitos said. Then the dragon breath will recover slowly. This process is enough for her to learn how to control it. Chen Zhao immediately repeated Abitos' words to Gaia. Flames kept spewing out of Gaia's mouth. Thankfully, She was in the lake and didn't cause a fire. After more than 10 minutes, Gaia finally emptied the fire in her mouth. Can you spit out more? Zhao asked. Gaia opened her mouth and tried. She spat out some remaining sparks but didn't continue. Okay, we'll talk after we get on land. Gaia followed Zhao on a land and kept staring at him. That piece of meat has a special effect. Only people with special lineages can eat it. If regular people or animals eat it, they'll burn to death. What kind of special lineages are you talking about? For example, you have dragon blood, Zhao said. What you just spat out was dragon breath. You better learn how to control it. You can't use it before regular people. Gaia felt her body. It really did feel different from before. She was filled with strength. Gaia looked at Zhao with confusion. Do you have dragon blood too? No. I'm more complicated and I can't breathe fire. Then, do you have special abilities? Gaia asked. After a moment of silence, Zhao said, My right arm is my special ability. Right arm? You mean it's a bit stronger? Zhao shrugged and opened the cursed eye. Gaia had a fright, but then she saw Zhao's right arm swell until it was like a huge hammer. It was even bigger than his body. The skin on the arm shone with metallic light. Does this count as a superpower? Okay, don't think too much. It looks powerful, but it's not that useful. Zhao put the mouth of gluttony and cursed eye away. I want to borrow your dumbbell. Zhao led Gaia to the backyard. Gaia tried the 500-kilogram plate. It was a bit difficult, but it wasn't her limit. After a few tries, Gaia estimated that her arm strength was practically at 700 kilograms. This is also the change brought by that piece of meat. That meat was only the lead. The true change is your own body. You were planning on using this method to strengthen Tiger and I. Of course not. I didn't know you have a special lineage before. How could I use this method? If something went wrong, you would turn into charcoal and I'd have to destroy your corpse. Then what did you plan on doing? I made a potion that can make people get close to or minorly surpass a human's limit. You don't need it anymore though. Right now, Gaia was a true human-shaped dragoness, the type that could spit fire. Don't tell Tiger. After all, you're not a normal human anymore. If news of this spreads, I can't be sure if you'll be sent to some research lab and dissected. I know without you telling me, Gaia said. Oh, is there more meat? I can eat that meat freely now, right? I'll bring you some next time I visit you. Chapter 481, The Closest Person. Chapter 481, The Closest Person. Zhao clearly did not expect Gaia's changes. Luckily, Zhao trusted Gaia's personality. She did not display her changes before Tiger. Moreover, she was not frustrated by her changes. She was the kind of person who wanted to become strong. In fact, she was even delighted by her new powers. That night, Zhao scolded all the pets, including Princess. For the last few days, he had been really bored. There was neither any client nor anything interesting. He had just been training Tiger or conducting various experiments in the space crevice. Mom, what if brother doesn't welcome me? Yura asked, worried. Don't worry. Your brother will definitely welcome you, Mother said softly as she held Yura's shoulder. Boss, we're here. We'll stop the car. Wow, is this brother's house? It's amazing. Yura gaped at the villa before her, which blended perfectly into the relaxing environment. It was Mother's first time here, too. She heard from Zhao that he had bought a piece of land and built his own house. She thought that Zhao must be having a good life in America. However, she just realized that Zhao's life was not just good, but outstanding. There was no way a middle-class person could build such an excellent villa. Suddenly, an enormous beast appeared before the three, whose faces paled at once. It was a bear whose weight was probably 10 times their weights combined. Bill was about to draw his gun, but Princess did not walk any closer. Instead, she stared at the three, confused. She could tell from Mother and Yura's smell that they were somehow related to Zhao. Just then, 2 wolves appeared before them. They were similarly formidably large. The 3 giants stood in a row and stared at Yura and Mother. Boss, let's get back onto the car. They're probably my son's pets. Mother was uncertain as well. Mother thought about it. Princess Black Ma and White Ma had no intention to attack them. Mother took out her phone and called Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, Yura and I are in front of your house now. Are you home? Chen Zhao, who was in the forecourt, immediately jumped up and ran toward them. Why are you here? You should have informed me in advance. Mother was speechless when she saw Chen Zhao in casual shorts. You're really free. Brother, are they your pets? Yes. Chen Zhao waved his arm. Princess, Black Ma, and White Ma left to play by themselves. However, suddenly, a Betos crawled toward them, which frightened the three once again. He was chased away by Chen Zhao at once. Chen Zhao, how many pets do you have? Quite a lot. Very soon, Yura and Mother discovered more pets. Chen Zhao even had a few lion cubs which ran around them. Yura sat in a tight spot. Because of her condition, she had not contacted other animals. Ms., be careful. There's a snake there. Yura immediately jumped away. Just then, Chen Zhao walked up with some tea. Don't be scared. He doesn't bite. It was a colorful, venomous snake. Who would believe that it did not bite? Yura did. Brother, can I touch him? Yura did not dare to touch the other pets, but she wanted to touch Raymond. Yes, Chen Zhao nodded. Mother watched in worry as Raymond crawled to Yura's legs and coiled up there. It's cold. Seeing how docile Raymond was, Mother heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Zhao, come here. I have something to talk to you. Yura, you can play with Raymond for now, Chen Zhao said. Then, he followed his mother to the courtyard. Chen Zhao, can I ask you to take care of Yura for a few days? Chen Zhao kept silent. Although he had many secrets at home, his mother had already brought Yura here. He could not reject her. Are you sure she can have contact with the external environment? Mother looked at Chen Zhao. Yura told me that you gave her something to drink that day. Her immune system seems to have improved greatly. Yes, Chen Zhao did not deny it. Thank you. Anyway, she's my younger sister. Chen Zhao was willing to take care of Yura. Whether his relationship with his mother was distant or close, Yura was his sister. Mother had brought Yura here precisely because Chen Zhao was able to take care of and protect her. At the moment, she was entangled in her company business, but her competitor actually threatened her with Yura's safety. Therefore, she had to find someone who was trustworthy and could protect Yura. Chen Zhao was perhaps not too close to her, but he would not harm Yura. In addition, Chen Zhao was really an exceptional doctor. Since young, Yura had been unable to leave a pure air environment, but Chen Zhao solved the problem. Yura's immune system had begun to function again, for which Mother was truly elated. Perhaps Yura would still die before 18, but at least she would not die alone. Before the end of her life, she would at least have friends and a life of her own. Recently, my company and another pharmaceutical company have been competing for a market across the Pacific. We produce the same types of medicine, and the market involves tens of billions of dollars, so competition is really intense. Yura's father was supposed to be the heir of his family, but after his death, all his properties are now under me. Nevertheless, there's a rule in his family. If he doesn't have a child, they have to choose another heir. The young generation in his family craves my properties, so as long as Yura is dead, they might become the new heir. I don't know who they're colluding with, but they're trying to affect my decisions in the company so that they can get their hands onto the market first. Chen Zhao did not expect competition in the pharmaceutical industry to be this cruel. They had even used illegal means and attacked the family of their competitor. Who's your competitor? Chen Zhao asked. Forget it. They're a huge billionaire. They can even start a war with their armed forces, Mother said. Don't worry. I'm just asking so that I can be prepared. Able Pharmaceuticals, Mother said. Don't even think about using violent means. It's useless. Even if you kill their chairman, their successor would use similar methods to compete with my company. Mother was scared that Chen Zhao would attack the company alone in his hot-headedness. Even though they were not close, Chen Zhao was still her son. Chapter 482. I still have a lot of room for improvement. Chapter 482. I still have a lot of room for improvement. Yura, you can play with your brother for a few days. I'll come and pick you up after I finish the things at hand. Chen Zhao's mother and Bill left, leaving Yura behind. After Yura picked up Raymond, she couldn't put him back down. Her mom didn't know what to say about this. Chen Zhao had so many animals in his home. Some were small and furry, but Yura only liked the poisonous snake. Thankfully, Raymond wouldn't bite people for no reason, especially since this was Chen Zhao's sister. Chen Zhao knew that his mom didn't only bring Bill. There were a dozen cars parked on the street. Her bodyguards could probably start a battle too. When Fei Lai returned, a line of cars happened to pass by her. Fei Lai saw the rear window of one car roll down. There was an Asian woman sitting there. Fei Lai's heart jumped. She subconsciously realized that this woman might have something to do with Chen Zhao. When she got to the door, she saw a little girl with milky skin lying on the sofa and playing with Raymond. Fei Lai entered the room. "Hi, 3060. Yura looked at Fei Lai's chest and then at her own flat plane. She almost cried from anger. "I'll be bigger than you in the future. I still have room for improvement, but you're already at the limit." Fei Lai smiled and shook her head. She saw that Chen Zhao was sleeping under the sun in the yard. This guy even forgot that the inferior demons wouldn't come out to work when there were guests. He was probably waiting for food to show up before him. 3060, aren't you afraid of Raymond? Why should I be afraid? Raymond is a good boy. Also, my name is Yura, not 3060. Raymond likes being under the sun. You should take him to sunbathe. Really, Raymond? If Yura stayed inside, none of them would be able to eat dinner. After getting used to the days of being served, Fei Lai had become a bit lazy too. The inferior demons were indeed great helpers in the house. They were very fast at all sorts of housework. Fei Lai and Chen Zhao didn't even know when they learned to make Chinese food. Yura brought Raymond out to sunbathe. The inferior demons came out immediately to prepare dinner. They knew time was tight, so they moved speedily, working together seamlessly. Even Fei Lai could tell that Yura was sick from her paleness. At the dinner table, Yura asked, "Brother, can I sleep with Raymond at night?" "As long as you're happy," Chen Zhao asked. "Is the food okay?" "I've never eaten something so good before," Yura answered. Chen Zhao didn't continue asking. He knew what kind of life Yura lived before. She'd just come to this unfamiliar environment. Chen Zhao was worried that she wasn't used to it, so he stayed beside Yura at night, coaxing her to sleep. At night, Yura heard soft noises. She opened her eyes. She seemed to see some small things running around the forest outside her window. Because it was night, she couldn't see the things clearly. She could only see that they had 4 limbs like humans, but they were only half her height. They seemed to be watering the plants, running inside and out. Yura wanted to find a flashlight, but she couldn't find one in her room. She left her room. From upstairs, she could see that the living room TV was on. Some of the small things sat before the TV. Because they faced the light, she could only see their silhouette. The TV volume was low, but Yura could see that it was a cooking show. "Why don't you put on Chinese cooking?" they asked. "We've watched this Western barbecue 20 times. Chinese cooking is on cable," B said. "It cost Master $3 the last time we watched. Do you know what $3 means?" C added, 3 hot dogs. That's 1 meal. We wasted 1 meal's worth of money for Master." "Okay, let's continue to watch Western barbecue," they said. Right then, D said, "When I peeked at the show list yesterday, I saw a show called Hell's Kitchen. Maybe it's related to hell. Should we watch? Who'd be clearer about hell's recipes than us?" "Huh?" Yura made a noise of surprise. In an instant, the inferior demons scattered. 3 seconds later, another small inferior demon ran out. "Manager, turn off the TV." Then the demon vanished into a dark corner. Yura was very intrigued. What exactly were these things? And what exactly were they blabbering about? The entire time, Yura could only understand the last sentence. "Manager, turn off the TV." Yura wasn't afraid. She was just confused. She went downstairs and started searching for the beings. But she couldn't find them anywhere. It was like they'd completely disappeared. Yura walked outside with her bare feet. She was filled with curiosity. But when she left the house, the little guys busying in the forest were gone too. "I can't see a single one. Are they hiding from me? Come out." Yura called. I saw you, but it was silent. No one answered her. Chen, wake up. Fei Lai pushed Zhao, who was deep in sleep. Fei Lai, what time is it? I think Yura ran outside. Zhao shot up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the dark sky outside. He hurried outside the house and saw Yura running around the forest with bare feet. Yura, it's so late. How come you're out here? Go back and sleep. Brother, I saw little elves. What little elves? Sleep. It's true. Are you dreaming? I'm not dreaming. I'm serious. Okay, you saw it. Only good children can see them. Yura looked at Zhao with a weird gaze. Brother, I'm not a kid anymore. Don't try to lie to me like that. Also, why are you looking at me like that? Are big boobs the only sign of maturity? I'm telling you, I'll be big in the future too. Really big. Okay, I believe you. I believe you'll be really big in the future. You clearly don't believe me. Yura glared at Zhao. This girl really isn't cute. You didn't hit puberty even though you're 14. That's not my fault. Brother, you're such a good doctor. You can make me grow bigger and faster, right? Don't ask your brother for a boob job, okay? Chapter 483. Online shopping is risky. Chapter 483. Online shopping is risky. Helpless. Zhao made a promise which he was not confident at all. Only then did Yura reluctantly return to bed. Brother, remember your promise. I must get 30-60. What? How much are you misinterpreting your current size? Yura walked toward her room, leaving many black footprints on the floor. Behind her, a group of underlings with rag in their hands were ready to go. The next day, Yura woke up very early. Zhao and Fei Lai were still sleeping. But when she went downstairs, she realized there was movement in the kitchen. Yura ran into the kitchen to discover that the stove was on. There was even a fried egg in the pan above it. Beside the stove was a glass of milk. A few pieces of bread popped out from the toaster. I knew it. There have to be little elves somewhere. Yura suddenly ran back to the living room and saw a greenish thing disappear behind the sofa. Come here. I saw you. Yura leaped on the sofa, but did not find anything. Soon, Zhao and Fei Lai woke up. After washing up, they still felt rather sleepy. When they went to the living room, they saw Yura standing there with her arms crossed, her face filled with a displeased look. Yura, morning. Yura was still unhappy about how she failed to catch the little elf. She stared at Zhao and Fei Lai. They were not at all surprised by the prepared breakfast, as if they were already used to it. They definitely knew what was going on. However, Yura knew that they would not answer her truthfully. It's fine. You cannot argue with me after I find the evidence myself. As usual, Fei Lai kissed Zhao goodbye. Then, Zhao jumped into the lake and started swimming. The morning lake water was very cold, but could stimulate one's cells. This was why some old people liked to swim in winter. The coldness could activate their cells and burn their fats to produce heat. Those with less active cells could use such stimulation to let their bodies temporarily regain its vigor. Of course, it would not work for everyone. Firstly, winter swimming was rather dangerous. If the rate of fat burning was too slow, the coldness would paralyze one's limbs, which could lead to nerve injuries. One had to slowly adapt to the temperature and not jump into freezing water directly. That would be suicide instead of winter swimming. Yura sat beside the lake. She touched the water with her toe and immediately withdrew it. It's freezing. Hi, are you Ms. Herretia? Yes. We're from Hexagram Delivery. Your items are here. Carry them to the warehouse at the back, please. After the worker did so, the person in charge asked for Herretia's signature. Ms. Herretia, you're trying to make a magic puppet, right? Huh? You can tell. All the items you've ordered are materials needed for magic puppets, the person in charge said with a smile. Herretia signed the paper and the delivery people left. Then, she began to assemble the magic puppet. Every good sorcerer killer must know how to make and repair magic machinery. The creation and assembly of a magic puppet was complicated and tedious. For this, Herretia had specially rented a house in Mountain Town. With the entire afternoon, she finally completed the upper body of the puppet. Praise you, life born from violence. Please hear my call and awake from chaos. Herretia waited for a long while, but the puppet did not move. She cast the spell again. Please awake. Why is it not moving? Herretia examined the puppet and discovered the problem at once. Damn, the magic stone is empty. In her anger, she called the platform hexagram. Hi, how may I help you? Hello, I'm making a complaint. The magic stone that I bought from your platform is empty. It doesn't even have a bit of magical power. Sorry, but did you check the items before signing the paper? What? I bought the items from your platform because I trusted you. We're not responsible for items that have been signed. How can you sell fake items to me? Very sorry, but we can't be sure if you've used the magical power in the stone, so we cannot accept your complaint. I curse you. I curse that you go bankrupt. Herretia roared. Thank you for your feedback. We'll continue to improve. How else may I help you? All of you go die. Don't let me find any of you, or I'll turn you into mummies. Thank you for your suggestion. If you're satisfied with the service, please press 1. Very satisfied, press 2. Extremely satisfied, press 3. If you do not require any other help, please hang up. Herretia flung the phone on the floor in fury. Assholes. But there was nothing she could do since the items were already here. Herretia could only remove the magic stone and fill it with her own magical power. While a magic stone could be used repeatedly, filling it would use all her magical power. Therefore, in the next 10 days, Herretia would neither be able to cast a spell nor have the energy to continue her task. Chen, I've finished making the magical power potions. You can come and take them now. Sure. Chen, Zhao hung up. He turned to look at Yura. Yura, let's go out and play. No, I'm staying here. Yura could not forget the little elves that would do housework at home. In her mind, she was determined to find them. Chen Zhao was speechless. Do you still want your 36D? Chen Zhao's face darkened. He was precisely worried that Yura would explore the house randomly. It would be troublesome if she were to go downstairs. In basement 2, Hellhound and Little Nine were still sleeping. Yura lowered her head and stared at the wide view before her chest. She was clearly hesitant. You promised I'll become 36D, right? Yes, I'll think of something, but you have to listen to me. Fine. Where are we going? A friend's house, Chen Zhao said. What's there to play with in your friend's house? Nothing. Then why must you bring me along? I'm worried that you'll be lonely here. I will not. Just listen to me. Chen Zhao's face darkened. Do you still want 36D? This again? Can you threaten me with something else? I don't care as long as it works. Chapter 484. Open the Second Eye. Chapter 484. Open the Second Eye. Chen Zhao knocked on the door of Sienna's home. When Sienna saw Yura beside Chen Zhao, she was a bit surprised. Chen, who's this little girl? My sister, Chen Zhao said. Rupert was also in Sienna's home. Chen Zhao glanced at her. Why is she here? She helped when collecting the ingredients, Sienna said. I promised to give her some. Okay, if that was the case, then Chen Zhao had no objections. Surely, come meet Yura, Chen Zhao said, and help me take care of her. Brother, she doesn't look any older than me. Yura pulled on Chen Zhao's sleeves. She felt insulted. How come a girl younger than her could take care of her? Shirley did a backflip and landed steadily on her feet. Can you do that? Shirley asked provocatively. Yura was dumbfounded. You're powerful. Of course. I can beat up 4 or 5 adults. Can you teach me? Your brother is better. Why don't you have him teach you? Yura looked back at Chen Zhao. My brother is scary. Shirley rolled her eyes as if saying, You don't say. Who doesn't know that? Chen Zhao accepted the 2 bottles that Sienna gave him. The potion inside shimmered with purple light. Regular drinks or food wouldn't shine like this. If one didn't know the ingredients, people may easily mistake it as some chemicals. Chen Zhao shook the magic potion. How do I use this? Just drink it straight up. Chen Zhao thought about that and asked, Can I drink it now? Sure. 2 bottles. If you have enough potential, then you can absorb the potion of both bottles, Sienna explained. If you don't, you'll be wasting the extras. However, 1 bottle is definitely enough for 1 person. How do I know if I'll waste the extras or not? Chen Zhao asked. The feeling of fullness, Rupert said. The more potion you drink, the fuller you'll feel. Chen Zhao put away. He decided to try it later at home. Sienna glanced at him. You won't try it now? She wanted to see what Chen Zhao's limit was. After all, Chen Zhao was so strong in her eyes, strong to the point of being terrifying. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Will there be any special reactions after drinking the potion? Everyone has different reactions, Sienna said. What was your reaction? Chen Zhao asked curiously. I haven't drunk it yet. Rupert did earlier. Her body glowed for more than 10 minutes. Rupert looked at Chen Zhao provocatively. My magic is now twice as strong. I might not be any weaker than you. Chen Zhao was too lazy to waste time with Rupert. This girl just needed a lesson. It seemed that of all the kids that he knew, only Shirley was more obedient. Of course, her obedience was only relative. Shirley matured earlier and had experienced some things. Compared to other kids, she had a dark past, so she was more mannered. Chen Zhao suddenly remembered what Sienna had asked him for help with. Last time he went to hell, Chen Zhao had specifically asked Beelzebub Zophi about werewolf blood. He wanted to find a chance to tell Shirley, but she seemed to have gone out with Yura to play. Chen Zhao took out the cork on the potion bottle and started chugging it. He could clearly feel that the potion turned into a cyclone in his stomach. The cyclone started converging in his stomach. This was Chen Zhao's first time feeling the presence of magic clearly. In the past, he knew that magic existed. Magic power was just like strength. You knew that it existed, but you weren't sure how much you had or how much you used up. Even more, you couldn't know how much more you had to use. Now, he also understood why magic was known as qi or gas in the East. But right now, a portion of the qi branched out of the cyclone and started flowing toward his right arm. It also formed a cyclone in the center of his right forearm. How do you feel? Sienna asked. The magic is gathered here, but I don't feel anything. Chen Zhao shook his head. He didn't feel full right now. It felt like he'd just taken a sip of water. Drink another bottle. Sienna found this normal. Everyone had witnessed Chen Zhao's strength. So, it was normal that he didn't feel full after one bottle. This meant that he had strong potential. Chen Zhao drank another bottle. The process was the same as before. The cyclone in his abdomen grew bigger now, but another segment branched out and gathered in his arm. What about now? Still no feeling. Drink this one. Sienna handed Chen Zhao a third bottle. Sienna, isn't this yours? One bottle is enough for me, Sienna said. The extras aren't effective for me. Sienna was speaking the truth. She had very average potential. She was a spiritualist who'd woken up on the first night. This was the level of most spiritualists. Of course, even if she didn't drink it, this potion was still extremely valuable. However, Chen Zhao had helped her many times. Plus, she wouldn't be able to get this potion if not for Chen Zhao. Thus, she was willing to give Chen Zhao some more of the potion. Chen Zhao considered this. Then he picked up the third bottle and drank it. He finally started feeling a bit full. The cyclone in his abdomen started tightening. At the same time, a different feeling came from his arm. It was a familiar feeling. Chen Zhao felt that a second I was about to open in his arm. The second I was right at his wrist. There was already a crack. At the same time, the cyclone in his abdomen branched out like a tree. Magic started going to his entire body, but they were mostly connecting to the right arm. This time, Chen Zhao's mouth of gluttony didn't go out of control. Everything was done under Chen Zhao's control. Rupert and Sienna witnessed this all, the second eye on Chen Zhao's arm. The eye moved around as if observing the surroundings. Chen Zhao didn't know what special power the second eye. The demonic bloodline all had special abilities after being activated. For example, the first one had curse vision. He just didn't know what the second one could do. Do you want to drink the fourth bottle too? Sienna looked at Chen Zhao's unfulfilled expression. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. Then, how about you make some more bottles? I'll give you more bones. Chapter 485, Wolf Nature. Chapter 485, Wolf Nature. Chen Zhao still did not feel full. He poured the fourth potion into his mouth. Immediately, all the qi flowed into his right arm. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's right arm enlarged, pushing Sienna and Rupert aside. Crack! His arm fell and broke the floor. Sienna and Rupert had seen the special power of Chen Zhao's right arm, but they had never seen it become so huge. At the moment, his arm was at least 2,000 kilograms and had a metallic luster all over. However, Chen Zhao felt normal, as if his arm weighed the same as before. Shrink! Chen Zhao thought that he had more control over his right arm. It was probably because his magical power had been enhanced. He believed that the amount of magical power potion he had consumed had reached its threshold. The chi cyclone in his abdomen could no longer be absorbed. Hence it flowed into his arm. How do you feel? I think I've reached my limit. Chen Zhao withdrew his right arm and waved it. Then he took out 3 bones from Samuel Logan's corpse and gave them to Sienna. After all, Sienna had gathered the other materials and made all the potions by herself. But she had offered her own share to him. Chen Zhao had to return the favor. Rupert stared at the 3 bones, her eyes glittering brightly. Her expression really betrayed her real thought. Don't do anything funny, Chen Zhao warned, widening his eyes at Rupert. Rupert pursed her lips. She really wanted the bones, but she would clearly not admit it before Chen Zhao. Anyhow, she could ask Sienna after Chen Zhao left. Sienna would always agree to her requests. Therefore, Rupert was confident that she could get them in the end. Chen Zhao glanced at the time. It was already late. Where did Yura and Cheryl go? Tom had called them back. At the moment, the 2 girls were playing on the swing in the park. It was already evening, so the park was rather empty. Yura enviously stared at Cheryl, who dared to do all kinds of dangerous actions on the swing. Yura was not that brave, but she still enjoyed watching. Yura looked closely. Cheryl used some force, and the swing turned 360 degrees in the air. However, she did not grab onto the swing tightly enough and flew out at once. Cheryl! Yura was astonished. The next moment, Cheryl jumped up from the ground again. I'm fine. That's such a bad fall. And you're fine? You sure? Absolutely. Cheryl patted the dirt off her clothes. Not far away from them, a car had been parked for a long time. There were 4 people in the car. At the moment, they were discussing something among them. Iber, the target is playing with another girl. Are you sure she doesn't have any bodyguards hiding around here? Yes. There's almost no one in the park. Shall we inform the boss? Of course not. Do you want someone else to come and snatch her credit? Exactly. It's just 2 girls, and there's 4 of us. Let's go. We need to do it before they run away. The 4 people alighted from the car and walked toward Yura and Cheryl. Yura was enjoying herself with Cheryl when she suddenly saw 4 people approach them. Subconsciously, she felt that they looked like bad guys. Cheryl, let's go back. It's late. Yup, let's go. Let's go the other way. Why take the longer path? We're just a few minutes away from home. Cheryl realized that Yura was looking anxiously at something behind her. She turned her head and saw the 4 people. Are they bad guys? I don't know, but they don't look nice to me. Cheryl pulled Yura. Let's go. Chase them. Realizing that they had been discovered, the 4 immediately gave chase. Unfortunately, Yura was not a good runner. Thin and weak, she was already panting heavily after a minute. The 4 caught up with Yura and Cheryl very easily. One of them, a man with a messy beard and a knitted hat, drew his gun and pointed it at the 2 girls. Why don't you keep running? Bang! Suddenly, there was a gunshot. Cheryl collapsed onto the ground. The person who had just fired was a bald man with a mustache and a skull tattoo on his head. What are you doing? I was talking. The other 3 were startled. Even they did not expect their companion to fire suddenly. We don't know when something unexpected will happen. Let's be quick and direct. Mission first. After we finish the mission, you can chat with as many women as you like. The bald man pointed his gun at Yura, who was trembling in fear. Suddenly, however, Cheryl, who was lying on the ground, coughed loudly. Then, she sprang up from the ground, defying all laws of physics. Her cheeks were twitching slightly as if she was in great pain. Cheryl reached for the wound on her chest and pulled the bullet out by force. The 4 people were flabbergasted. Was this something a 12-year-old girl could be able to do? Anyway, they had never seen such a brutal girl. Violence toward others meant nothing. The terrifying bit was Cheryl's violence toward herself. Cheryl twisted her neck, and a ferocious smile appeared on her face. Standing behind her, Yura shivered. She could see fur appearing on Cheryl's hands. Moreover, her fingernails turned into sharp claws. All of a sudden, Cheryl moved. Bang, bang. The bald man fired twice, and only one hit Cheryl. However, she did not stagger, even slightly, and continued charging forward with her body bent. The next instant, Cheryl leaped at the bald man with a mustache and knocked him onto the ground. The bald man lifted his gun and was about to fire again when Cheryl struck his wrist with her claws. His entire hand dropped off. Roar! Ah! The bald man screamed in misery. Cheryl scratched and stabbed the bald man repeatedly and wildly. In no time, his body was badly mutilated and covered in blood. Run! It's a monster! It's a monster! The other three no longer had the courage to face Cheryl, who was obviously not a normal human. Even though they had guns, they did not attack her. In their opinion, the monster before them could not be killed with bullets. Nevertheless, Cheryl would not let them off so easily. She bounded forward and pushed the man with knitted hat onto the ground. Her claws went straight into his back and emerged from the front. The remaining two people ran even faster, but Cheryl still caught up with them very soon. One of them shot his companion's leg as he continued to escape. Just then, he saw a few people walking toward him. The man shouted in delighted, "Help! Help!" Chapter 486, Killing. Chapter 486, Killing. Iber thought that if he tried the same trick, the little monster would turn her attention on the man and women instead of chasing after him. Iber arrived before Chen Zhao, Sienna, and Rupert. But before he could act, Chen Zhao already sent him down with a punch and took his gun. "What are you doing? There's a monster in Hell Lip." Chen Zhao dragged Iber toward Cheryl's direction. Iber wanted to struggle, but he couldn't at all. His arm was dislocated, but Chen Zhao was still dragging him back. When they reached Cheryl, Chen Zhao tossed Iber before her. Cheryl looked up and pounced. "On Hell Lip! On Hell Lip! Help!" Right now, Cheryl was all bloody. Chen in Hell Lip. Cheryl is only 12 and Hell Lip. You shouldn't let her kill someone. Sienna stared at Chen Zhao with grievances. "Now is the right time," Chen Zhao said. "If you wait until she's 13, she'll have lost control completely. I already asked my friend. Cheryl is a mixed werewolf. She still thinks of herself as a human in her mind. She can only become a true werewolf by abandoning her identity." "What do you mean?" "Kill," Chen Zhao said. "Killing a human means killing her identity as a human. Then she'd be recognized by her wolf bloodline. What'll happen if she doesn't become a true werewolf? She'll be corroded by her beast side and become a true beast. By then, either you kill her or she'll kill you. Then what will she turn into now? Other than becoming stronger, she'll have some mental trauma." Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. "Cheryl is still Cheryl. She won't change because of this." Chen Zhao looked toward her. "Cheryl, how do you feel right now?" Cheryl raised her head. She touched her face with a bloody paw. Then she turned toward Yura. Yura was a bit afraid of her. This hurt Cheryl and made her feel down. This may be the first friendship of her life. Yura was different from Chen Zhao, Sienna, and Chris. To her, they were seniors like an older brother and sister. She could rely on them. But she felt that Yura was her friend. At least, there was a moment where she truly felt that Yura was her friend. That was why she'd risked everything to protect Yura. But now, Yura's fear hurt like a needle in her heart. It was worse than getting shot. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. "Yura." Finally, Yura gathered her courage and walked over. She opened her arms and hugged Cheryl. "Cheryl, thank you for not abandoning me. I'll never abandon you either." "Wah!" Cheryl cried out loudly. "Cheryl, I shouldn't have hesitated. I'll never hesitate again." And Hell Lip. And Hell Lip. Are you two going to keep hugging and acting chummy, or should we take care of this problem first?" "Hand it to me," Rupert said. I promise there won't be any trace. You? Yura glanced at Rupert. She looked like a 7 or 8-year-old girl. How could she take care of the corpses and blood everywhere? Okay, it's yours, Sienna said. If you do it cleanly, you get a share too. Brother, can Cheryl come to our house for a few days? Yura asked, pulling Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Zhao turned toward Sienna. Can she? As long as Cheryl agrees, I won't object. Cheryl, let's sleep together tonight, Yura said. Before becoming a true werewolf, there was a conflict between the human and wolf side. As she grew older, the wolf side would slowly overtake the human side. But after the kill, Cheryl's two natures became one. Now, there were no more worries that Cheryl would suddenly lose control. And Hell Lip. Chun, are you coming back tonight? Yeah, Yura and I are almost home. Cheryl's coming too. Prepare more dinner. By now, Chun Zhao was on the way back. After hanging up, Chun Zhao looked at Cheryl. Cheryl, does your chest still hurt? No, Cheryl said. My blood helps me heal really quickly. Yura got close to Cheryl's ears and whispered, Cheryl, my brother has little elves in his house. Can you help me catch them at night? Cheryl glanced at her. Are you sure? I'm sure in Hell Lip. Yura told Cheryl everything that she saw. Even though Cheryl was already a true werewolf now, she was still a kid and not much different from Yura. After getting home, Feilai went over to hug Cheryl when she saw her. Cheryl, welcome. Feilai, why didn't you hug me when I came? Yura said angrily with a pout. Then how about I make it up to you now? No, I'm already hurt. You hurt me. And Hell Lip. Cheryl, are you sleeping? No. Cheryl opened her eyes. Remember what we said earlier? Yeah, and Hell Lip, what do we do now? Don't make a sound or open the door, Yura whispered. The AI system would notice. We'll go from the window. The two opened the window and followed the rooftop to the balcony on the other side. Do you see the little guys down there? Cheryl looked at the busy little things in the forest with shock. Her vision was much clearer than Yura. She could see creatures in the night. They seemed to be fertilizing the trees and plants. There really were elves. Chen Zhao must be raising them. Thus, she definitely couldn't hurt them, or else Chen Zhao would be angry. Cheryl was very afraid of Chen Zhao. She was clear how terrifying Chen Zhao was. Even after becoming a true werewolf and becoming much stronger, she still knew how scary Chen Zhao was. Can you catch them? Yura asked. I don't know. They're really fast. First, she definitely couldn't hurt these little elves. Thus, she couldn't use all her might to kill them. Cheryl wasn't confident. You can jump down from this height, right? I've jumped from even higher places. It's okay, Cheryl said confidently. She took 2 steps back, sped up, and jumped off the balcony. She landed heavily on the ground. But the next moment, she felt something wrap around her legs. Vines? Where did vines come from? Next, the vines constricted. Cheryl cried out, and she was hanging upside down in the air. Chun, are the 2 girls messing around again? Ignore them. Sleep. Without opening his eyes, Chun Zhao pulled Feilai into his arms and continued sleeping happily. Chapter 487, Howard Dark. Chapter 487, Howard Dark. The next day, stretching his arms, Chun Zhao walked into the living room. Yura ran over, her eyes red. Brother, quickly help Cheryl. What happened to her? Chun Zhao asked despite already knowing the answer. She's trapped by a vine and been hanging for the whole night. Under Yura's constant pulling, Chun Zhao unwillingly entered the backyard. He saw Cheryl, who had been hanging on the tree for the night. He had long expected Yura and Cheryl's plan last night. Hence, he asked Eugenist to set a trap and wait for the 2 to enter. Anyway, given how fit Cheryl was, nothing would happen to her. How do you feel? Chun, I won't do it again. Please let me down. The cold wind for the entire night had cleared her mind. She should just be obedient while in Chen Zhao's house. Trying to be funny with him would probably not end well for her. Chen Zhao put Cheryl back on the ground and glanced at the 2. Go and have breakfast. Cheryl left in dejection. Yura peeked at Chen Zhao and followed Cheryl. Nonetheless, they were kids after all. Soon, they forgot all this and began playing again. They ran all over the villa and eventually found their swimwear. Yura, come into the water. I don't know how to swim. Before this, Yura had rarely left her house, not to mention swimming. Although the lake was blue and clear, Yura still did not dare to go in. To her, the expansive lake was filled with uncertainty and danger. Don't be scared. I'll teach you. Last night, I saw a very big shadow in the water. Yura was still somewhat anxious. Huh? Did Chen not tell you? There's a whale down here. Stop lying. I know that whales live in the sea. There can't be a whale here. Amon, Amon, Cheryl shouted at the lake. Her voice traveled a long distance and kept echoing on the lake. Suddenly, the water in the distance rose up. Yura stood on the shore, stunned, as she stared at the huge shadow below the waves. The shadow continued to near the shore. Yura could hardly think. Suddenly, the shadow jumped out of the lake. Its enormous body filled Yura's vision. Splash! The huge wave sent Cheryl out of the lake, while Yura was knocked on the ground too. It was probably the most incredible thing she had seen in her life. At the moment, Yura's mind was occupied by the image of the powerful giant and its mighty aura. What's that? Killer whale. His name is Amon, your brother's pet. Does he eat people? Huh, of course not. Your brother's pets are really obedient. How much food does he eat for one meal? Dunno, but I suppose it's a lot. Cheryl swam to Amon's back, after which she climbed up and waved her hand. Yura, come on. Don't you want to try it? Yura did, but she stopped at the sight of the water. Come on, it's fun. To the two girls, it was a carefree time when they did not have to think about the complex adult world. They only had to enjoy themselves as much as possible. Zhao stood up from the recliner. He watched as Yura took her first step of courage. She choked on the water, but at least she was in the lake. Under Cheryl's guidance, Yura slowly learned how to stay afloat. Her posture was nowhere near standard, but she was still thrilled by the new technique. In the past, she could only watch other people swim on television. Watching another person swim before her eyes was already an unlikely wish, let alone swimming herself. Yura swam to Amon's back with much difficulty, but then she jumped in excitement. Cheryl, did you see? Did you? I'm here. I swam here myself. Suddenly, two unfamiliar cars entered the villa. They passed through the winding forest road and stopped before the house. In his slippers, Zhao strolled outside. Just then, a man with sunglasses alighted from one of the cars. He tidied his clothes but ignored Zhao. His bodyguards followed him and lit a cigar for him. The man smoked a mouthful and blew out a smoke ring. He was still not looking at Zhao directly. Where's Yura? I'm here to bring her home. Are you talking to me? Zhao stared at the supercilious man, his face darkening. Is there anyone else here? Nope. The man turned his head, took off his sunglasses, and looked at Zhao. From his face, Zhao could tell that he had been having sex too frequently and also doing illegal drugs. It was not weed, but something more harmful. I don't want to waste any time. My time is precious. Where's Yura? Call her out. The man had been acting very arrogantly, especially the way he spoke. Sorry, private territory. Please leave. Zhao did not want to waste time either. The man walked past Zhao directly. It seemed like he no longer wanted to speak with Zhao. Instead, he was going to break in by force and bring Yura away. Zhao was about to stop the man when one of his bodyguards pointed his gun at Zhao's head. I think you still have no idea who I am. I'm Howard Dark. Remember this name? You don't want to mess with me. Fire almost spurted out from Zhao's eyes. Howard Dark blew some smoke at Zhao's face. Are you angry? But this is our difference. I'm rich, so I could do whatever I want. As if it was all reasonable, Howard Dark said, This villa is not bad. Although it's still somewhat shabby, I have to say that it's a luxury for a poor man like you. I demand that you scram out of my territory right now. Even though there was a gun pointed at his head, Zhao did not yield. Howard Dark patted Zhao's cheek. Stupid Chinese, you have yet to understand the situation and your status. Even if I shoot you, I won't be punished. Nobody can punish me. I have enough money to fill the houses of all the judges, juries, court police, and your lawyer. Of course, it won't be that troublesome in reality. My men are very professional. They know how to make a person disappear without any trace. Me too. A dangerous look flashed across Chen Zhao's eyes. Chapter 488, Cruel. Chapter 488, Cruel. Howard Dark laughed. The next moment, Chen Zhao suddenly attacked. He grabbed Howard's neck and broke a bodyguard's wrist with his other hand. The gun naturally dropped into Chen Zhao's hands. All of this happened too quickly. One's eyes couldn't even catch what had transpired. It was so fast that Howard was in Chen Zhao's hands before the bodyguard could even cry out. All the guards pointed their guns at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao casually pointed the gun at Howard's eyes. "Chinaman, you're playing with fire. You'll die. You will die." Chen Zhao dug the gun into Howard's eyes while strangling Howard, so he couldn't make any sound. "Shush. Yura is playing. Let's not disturb her." Chen Zhao grinned. "Let go of boss." The guard stared at Chen Zhao livid. "You guys toss your guns. Right now, immediately. Or else I'll kill your boss right now." Chen Zhao loosened Howard's neck slightly. "Put it down." Howard immediately yelled. "Put your guns down. You idiots. Do you want to see me die?" The guards were helpless. They could only toss their guns down. "Who has a silencer? Lend it to me." Chen Zhao had a faint smile on his face. "Silencer? Why would he want a silencer now? You won't lend it to me?" Chen Zhao applied more pressure. Howard couldn't make any more noises. His neck slowly got distorted and he opened his mouth, but he couldn't produce a sound. Argah! When Howard's neck was bright red and he was about to lose consciousness, Chen Zhao suddenly let go of his neck. Give him. Hurry, give it." Howard's voice was all raspy. A bodyguard tossed a silencer to Chen Zhao. He caught it and installed it with one hand. "Let me go." Howard panted out. "I promise I won't go after you." Of course, probably even he didn't believe his own words. Chen Zhao covered Howard's mouth. He lowered the gun and then... Bang, bang, bang. Blood spewed out of Howard's legs and the center area. Chen Zhao emptied all the bullets. Howard was finally let go, but by now his chin was crushed. He couldn't scream, even if he wanted to. Kill him." Howard sprawled on the ground, unable to make sound. The first bodyguard finally rushed over, but Chen Zhao was even faster. He grabbed the guard's neck with one hand, another grabbing his thighs and lifting him up. Crack! Chen Zhao broke the guard's neck. Blood poured all over Chen Zhao's face. Shit! How come he didn't break from the middle? That went without saying. The neck was the narrowest part, so it would obviously break first under enough force. But this kind of action really scared the guards. One rushed into the grass to pick up his gun, but a red figure suddenly appeared. It bit the guard's arm. The guard was dragged into the grass by Abitos. A moment later, Abitos crawled out of the grass casually with an arm in his mouth. All the guards were terrified. What was this monster? "Abitos, don't tell me you ate him." Hiss, hiss. "No way. I don't eat humans." Another guard turned to escape, but retreated after a few steps. Because there was something even worse standing in the middle of the road. Princess's huge body was very domineering. She could just stand there, and no one would dare to get within 10 feet. Black Ma and White Ma appeared too. They didn't seem silly at all now. They were wolves. "My dad is pen out dark. If you dare to kill me, my dad would never forgive you." Howard realized how bad things were now. Murderous intent was like a storm in Chen Zhao's eyes. It was clear that he was out for blood. "Pen out dark, got it." Chen Zhao nodded. "Oh, I forgot to ask about your relationship with Yura." "Yura? Right, Yura." Howard seemed to have found his last straw of hope. "Yura. I'm Yura's cousin. I'm her cousin. This was a misunderstanding." Chen Zhao picked up his phone. "Hello, Mom, it's me." His mom was confused. Why was Chen Zhao calling her at this time? Did Yura's sickness act up? She asked. "No." Chen Zhao walked over. He pushed aside the grass and took a picture of Yura and Shirley playing on the lake. "She's great. She's playing in the water." "Then what's wrong? Do you know Howard and Pen Out Dark? You know them?" "Yes." "How's your relationship with them?" "Very bad." "Okay, got it." Chen Zhao, don't be impulsive. "Bye, I'm hanging up." Chen Zhao hung up. He returned to Howard's side and flipped him over with one foot. Since you could find me, you must have researched me, right? What do you want to bring Yura to? I'm just bringing her back home. She'll be protected and Even when screaming, Howard still couldn't raise his volume because his vocal cords were damaged. Zhao broke his left thumb. Come, tell me what you want to do to Yura. Just then, a bodyguard finally couldn't suppress the urge to charge at Zhao. When surrounded, Zhao was clearly the easiest to have a breakthrough with. Thus, he chose to attack Zhao. Plus, Zhao's back was to him. He was squatting before Howard. Zhao suddenly rose and gave an upper check. The guard's shin was gone. He fell to the ground. He wasn't dead yet, but he was close. A spotted snake slithered into his mouth. It was chilling to watch. The guard started convulsing. His stomach swelled, and he kept struggling. A moment later, the snake climbed back out of his mouth. By then, he wasn't moving anymore. Then Raymond slithered over to Zhao and curled up on Howard's chest. Did you see how that guard died? Now tell me the truth. What do you want to do to Yura? Everyone felt numb from fear. This person was so terrifying and cruel. They'd never experienced something so horrifying before. Chapter 489. So many human subjects. Chapter 489. So many human subjects. Let me go. Please let me go. Howard Dark trembled in fear as his tears and snot flew all over the place. Zhao grabbed Howard's chin. The feeling of Raymond on his skin had terrified him. Are you going to answer my question? I'll tell you. Howard Dark nodded at once. I only wanted to use Yura to threaten your mother. Hiss. I really don't want to crawl into another person's stomach. It's disgusting. Fine. Use your ability. Raymond turned and glanced at Howard Dark's lower body. Immediately, blood erupted from his crotch. Help me. Stop the bleeding. Howard Dark had no idea why he would have erotic thoughts at this moment. Zhao stood up again. He looked at the bodyguards and tossed some ropes before them. I'll give you a choice. Either be eaten by them or tie yourself up. Last time, Zhao had killed Marion. He did not even dare to do much to Trigley, lest he end up killing the last guinea pig available. Zhao was really glad that Howard Dark had brought him so many living subjects. The bodyguards had absolutely peed their pants. They were not really fearless. It was a horror mansion, and they were creeped out, especially by the horrid creatures before them. None of you looks obedient. Forget it then. With Zhao's command, Abito's, Princess, and the silly twins closed in. The remaining bodyguards paled and shouted immediately, Wait, we will listen to you. They tied each other up. Zhao also ensured they did. After that, he dragged them to the basement. However, when they entered the basement, they peed themselves right away. There were two more ferocious monsters. Hellhound. Hydra. It was literally hell. Of course, they had never seen the real hell, although they probably would soon. Zhao threw them into the space crevice. A large group of underlings charged toward them and carried them into the dungeon. When the dungeon door opened, Trigley thought that he was going to suffer again. But when he saw a few more people being thrown in, he was delighted. Suffering alone was clearly less fun than suffering together. After all, he would definitely be tortured less frequently. Welcome. Do you need me to untie you? What do you think? After Trigley untied the 7 bodyguards, they asked, What is this place? The Grim Reaper's castle. Stop joking with us. I'm not. It's really the Grim Reaper's castle. That guy is the devil. The things just now are his demon servants. There are even enormous dragons in the castle. Oh, did you see the Hellhound and Hydra at the entrance? The bodyguard swallowed some saliva. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking with you? Does the Grim Reaper really exist? Yes, the Grim Reaper is his friend. Apart from the devil, what else can become friends with the Grim Reaper? He didn't kill us. What does he want? Experiment. He will conduct many evil, magic experiments on you. Trigley removed his tattered clothes. Look, Trigley's chest and abdomen were filled with sutures. It's the result of the experiments. He will not let us die easily, but he won't let us off too. Trigley had been alone here for too long. In the past, he could still talk to Marion. Since Marion died, he had been living in fear by himself. Finally, he had so many companions. He could finally open his mouth again. He talked nonstop. We have to escape. Trigley glanced at the bodyguards. You really want to fight against the skeleton army outside? That's the Grim Reaper's army. Only the devil can enter and leave this place freely. Then we're doomed. How did you end up here? After some hesitation, the bodyguards replied, Our boss wants his sister. How brave. My friend and I snuck here only to steal things, and we were captured and underwent countless torture and experiments. My friend was even scared to death. You actually want his sister. Bless you. Trigley was more than just happy. There were so many new prisoners, and their offense was more severe. Hence, his punishment would certainly be reduced. The 7 bodyguards were scared out of their wits. They bolted to the exit and shook the iron bars continuously. Let us out! Let us out! Suddenly, a black shadow floated into the dungeon. When Trigley saw it, he curled up in a corner in fear. He knew who was here. The 7 bodyguards also trembled at the sight of the incomer. Grim Reaper. There was really a Grim Reaper, and it was right before them. Great. Zhao has actually sent so many humans in. Blackie floated around in the prison. In the end, he pointed at Trigley. Come here. Me? They're new, and their offense is more severe. Why is it still me? You're not coming out? I plan to let you go. Forget it then. Please let me go. From now on, you'll be the manager here. It's not real freedom. You'll regain freedom only when Zhao and I think that you've atoned for your sins. Yes, I understand. Trigley was very excited. Although it was not true freedom, he would no longer be tortured. It was the greatest happiness for him. Don't attempt to escape. My army is waiting outside. If you would like to become one of them, I don't mind giving you a place. Even if you manage to run out, Hellhound and Hydra will tear you into pieces. Even if you escape from the house, I'll find you, and then you'll be tortured forever. Blackie had learned from Zhao how to frighten them. Trigley immediately knelt on the ground. The great Grim Reaper, I'll obey your commands and never betray you. Me too. Me too. Please let us go. We'll worship you. Chapter 490. Then prepare for a battle? Chapter 490. Then prepare for a battle. Did you check everything? Don't let me find a single speck. Zhao commanded the inferior demons. The demons all had sharp noses. They could find little bits of blood. Zhao didn't want Fei Lai to come back and see a bunch of broken limbs everywhere. He had to be sure that there wasn't a scrap of flesh. As for the cars parked at the entrance, Zhao put them all away, ensuring that there wouldn't be any sign of them. Gaia, can you come over? What's wrong? I can't say on the phone. Okay, I'm coming. Gaia arrived at Zhao's door within 20 minutes. Zhao didn't know how she completed the 40-minute journey in 20 minutes. Zhao was already at the door waiting. He looked at Gaia. I could trust you, right? Sure. Gaia replied nonchalantly. A while ago, I had some people disappear from the world in front of my door, Zhao said. I want to know if there's anything I have to pay attention to. Tell me the entire process. Gaia didn't ask the cause. She went straight to the process. Zhao told her everything that had happened, including the reason. Gaia thought for a moment and asked, Did you erase the security camera? Oh no. Zhao slapped his forehead. I'll do it now. Erase it all. Don't leave any trace. Erase the footage from the past too. No, leave the records from a few days ago. If someone asks, you can say it stopped working a while ago. Whatever, I'll do it. If you just delete it, there will still be traces remaining. If you want to make it traceless, you have to destroy it physically. Gaia paused and then asked, How did you deal with the bodies? For the bodies, I can ensure that not even a scrap is left. You said that your aggression destroyed their bodies, right? Are you sure that not a bit of blood or flesh is left? My pets all have sharp noses. They've already confirmed. What about their cars? Not a trace is left either. I already took care of it. Gaia glanced at him. Other than some details, Zhao had dealt with this very beautifully. Are there any cameras along the way that they passed? There are no cameras from the intersection to my place, Zhao answered. On the highway, there are long distances between each camera. Okay, Gaia said. By law, there's no evidence against you. Now, let's talk about Pen Out Dark. I don't know much, Chen Zhao said helplessly. I don't know some things, Gaius said. He's an important member of the Dark family. The businesses under his name include entertainment, heavy industry, and pharmaceuticals. Of course, he's just an investor for most of it, but you can't deny his influence. He also has a large influence on politics. Some businesses are even involved in gray areas. Gaia continued. If he wants to deal with you, he wouldn't use the law. I didn't plan on reasoning with him, either. Chen Zhao shrugged. Then what do you plan to do? Gaia asked. The defense around him isn't the rookies around his son. It'll be even more difficult to deal with him than Philip Quinn. At least, Philip still had CL building for you to break into. But Pen Out is always protected. Do you have any solutions? At least, I can't think of anything normal. Gaia's words had a different meaning. She already knew that Chen Zhao had some supernatural abilities. How to sneak to Pen outside was a big problem. Oh, do you know what this is? Gaia saw Chen Zhao holding a digital watch in his hands. But the watch didn't display any time. There was only a green line. Where is this from? I took it from Howard Dark's hand. Then you can prepare for his revenge. In a luxurious manner, Pen Out Dark was leisurely pruning the bushes in the garden. An assistant stayed by his side the entire time. There were bodyguards in and out of the shadows, patrolling the surroundings. Pen Out glanced at the time. Where's Howard? How come I don't see him? Young Master Howard went out. He seems to have found Miss Yura. Oh, Pen Out's eyes flashed. He's pretty proactive now. Just then, a middle-aged man hurried over. Master, young Master's vital signal has disappeared. Pen Out's expression stiffened. He turned around and stared at the middle-aged man. As his heir, Pen Out protected Howard to the extreme. The digital watch on Howard's hand could keep watch over his life and track him. I need to know where he disappeared. 21 Mirror Lake, Mountain Town. What place is that? Before that woman married Mr. Ripek, she had a son in China. That is where her son lives. Miss Yura is also living there temporarily. Pen Out's eyes shone with sinister cold light. His vital signal has disappeared, and the tracker says he's there. Does that mean that Howard is already dead? It can also mean the watch was forced off of him, the middle-aged man replied. Bring enough people. I want to see Howard, whether he's alive or not. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. 4. Tell Phalai to go to your house today. Don't let her come back. What do you mean? Is some woman going to your house? Please, just tell me this once. Fine. Then you owe me, all right. Sure. Then, okay. Can you tell me what you're going to do? No. Are you going to prepare a proposal? For asked, suddenly getting creative. Chen Zhao chuckled wryly. He didn't know how to reply. Neither he nor Phalai thought about marriage now. After hanging up, Chen Zhao turned to Gaia. Help me protect them. Are you sure you don't want me to stay and help? Gaia asked. Yes, I can deal with it. Are you ready to face a battle? Chapter 491, Magic Puppet. Chapter 491, Magic Puppet. Cheryl, Yura, you've been playing for the whole afternoon. Time to come back. It's just been a while. Let's play some more. Standing on Amon's back, Yura begged, unwilling to return to the shore. However, Amon received Chen Zhao's command to lower into the lake. Yura and Cheryl had no choice but to return. They looked at Chen Zhao with some resentment. What? Unhappy? Chen Zhao widened his eyes at the two girls. Umph! Yura blew out her cheeks, stomped on the ground, and then returned to the villa. After you finish dinner, go back to your rooms. Chen Zhao placed their dinner before them. Why? It's only 5. Because you're disobedient. When? Because I say so. You're so bad. I don't want to stay here anymore. I'm going to find Mom. While you're grounded, you're not allowed to communicate with anyone else, Chen Zhao said. Don't talk back to me again. Accept your punishment, or I'll ground you two forever. The two were very displeased. After taking 2 bites, Yura shouted, I'm full. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Come, then go back to your room. Chen Zhao looked at Cheryl. How about you? Wait just a bit more. Cheryl had been eating with her head lowered. She had been quiet because she had seen what had happened at the entrance today. Although Amon had carried them far away, Cheryl's eyesight was exceptional. Chen, Do you need my help tonight? Take care, Yura. Don't let her leave the room. I mean, apart from that. Nope. You shouldn't be involved in this. Chen, don't forget that I'm no longer the powerless girl in the past. Taking care of Yura is the biggest help you can offer. After locking Cheryl and Yura in their room, Zhao asked Princess to guard the door. On the other hand, he began his deployment. He had to be totally ready. Murphy, I'll give you a day off today. You could do whatever you want. Don't come for the patrol. Zhao called Murphy. When Murphy heard that, he panicked at once. Boss, why? Was I not good enough? I'll change. I admit that I slept for half an hour in the forest yesterday, but apart from that, I wasn't idling. Please believe me. Precisely. I'll deduct 1 day of salary for today, because you slept for half an hour. If you dare to be lazy again, you'll be fired. Do you understand? Yes. Murphy heaved a sigh. Although he had lost a day's salary from being lazy for half an hour, at least he was not fired. It could have been worse. Murphy thought, no, I have to change the boss's impression of me. He had to work harder. Even if he would not be paid, he had to go to work. Murphy decided to continue the patrol tonight. Perhaps Zhao would reward him when he saw his hard work and attitude. Perhaps Murphy would be lucky enough to notice and catch bad people entering the villa. By then, he would be able to display himself before Zhao. As Murphy thought about all this in his mind, he was even more excited and determined. Herretia stared at the magic puppet before her. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. The magic puppet weighed at least 1 ton. Many magic metals had been used to build the main parts of its body. With its 3-meter height and indomitable strength, it could kill anyone. She believed that the puppet would help her to complete the mission. Something's missing. Herretia inspected the magic puppet for a long time. Suddenly, her eyes glittered. All right, a weapon. Herretia ran to her suitcase. Searching through the pile, she finally found a bright red piece of metal. She had bought the red metal from a magic merchant a long time ago. The piece of metal was emitting a powerful magic aura. However, Herretia had not found any suitable occasion to use it. Today, she finally had an idea. She could make a weapon for the magic puppet. Scorching lava from hell, use your power to incinerate all. The red metal began to melt. Following Herretia's will, its shape changed repeatedly. Herretia was a spiritualist of all trades, but master of none. For example, she knew alchemy magic from Western Europe. Alchemy magic had a long history and was even older than demonic sorcery. Before the Dark Ages, alchemists were actually very respected. Alchemists could create not only special items, but also medicine. In those kinds of undeveloped civilizations, a person who could cure diseases was clearly very respected. Nevertheless, Herretia's alchemy skill was only ordinary. But today she felt different. Alchemy magic required not just superb skills, but sometimes also a eureka moment. It was precisely Herretia's state right now. The entire process was extremely smooth. Soon, a bright red long sword appeared before her. Herretia pointed her finger, and the sword flew into the magic puppet's hand. Thud! The puppet grabbed the sword. The next instant, red light flickered in its eyes. Simon's Leelist am back again. All humans shall kneel before me. Herretia was dazed. What was happening? Simon's Leelist controlled the magic puppet and looked at Herretia. Now, you shall be my first servant. Swear loyalty to your master now. Kneel down. Herretia pointed her finger. Clang! The magic puppet knelt on the floor with much force, but it was not Simon's Leelist's will. Simon's Leelist was also stunned. Wait, you're offending me. You'll be cursed forever. You'll... Shut up. Immediately, the magic puppet closed its mouth. Herretia stared at the red sword in the puppet's hand. Did the sword have its own awareness? The sword had presumably controlled the puppet, but she could control the puppet too, and her control should be superior. Tell me who you are. Human woman, you'll pay dearly for your actions. No human can humiliate a noble demon. Grovel. Crash. The metallic head smashed onto the floor wildly. Herretia stared at the puppet. Forget it. If you destroy the floor, I need to pay the landlord again. Chapter 492, The Moment of Battle. Chapter 492, The Moment of Battle. After receiving Herretia's order, the magic puppet, more accurately, Simon's Lilist, finally stopped groveling. Tell me why you came. Why should I tell you? I'm a noble demon. But you're kneeling before me now, noble demon, Herretia said, sneering. I will break free from your control. I swear. Maybe I should put you on some square and have you kneel on the ground, enjoying countless humans' gazes. If you dare to do that, I swear I'll kill you. I promise. Come with me. Simons couldn't resist Herretia's command at all. This scared him too. Wait. Human, we could talk. Now you're willing to talk. If I tell you who I am, would you free me? Of course not. You're my slave now. Why should I free you? I'll escape from you one day and then kill you. Herretia didn't care about this kind of threat at all. It was a curse without any magic power. You talk too much. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Come. I'm a demon who came to the human world 1,000 years ago. I have super strong power. I displayed my power perfectly in the human world, conquering one city after another. But then I was betrayed. My servant tricked me, and I was sealed in stone. Herretia squinted. This was a dangerous demon. She was thinking about how she should deal with this demon. Even though he was restricted by her now, it wasn't foolproof. Herretia was actually controlling the magic puppet, while Simons was in that long red sword. The magic puppet was holding the sword, which was why Herretia could control him. But what if it was a person holding the sword? It seemed that she had to put up some precautions. What are you doing? Simons suddenly panicked. Because Herretia was welding the magic puppet and sword together with magic, firmly locking the sword to the puppet's arm. This is much safer. Herretia was proud of her masterpiece. Let's go. It's time to do what we must do. There were a dozen fully equipped mercenaries in the forest across from Mirror Lake. They all hid in the trees. Just then, engine sounds came from the water. 4 or 5 boats stopped near them. 20-some more mercenaries jumped down. The mercenaries from the boats and the ones on land were from 2 different teams. However, they were old friends. They'd both fought together and against each other before. Hey, Toby. House. I really didn't think you'd be here too. The 2 leaders hugged each other. Even if they'd gone against each other before, they could still sit down and drink after the mission ended. Do you know who our enemy is this time? House asked. The information I received only said that he's Chinese. Someone from the Dark family went missing in the vicinity of his house. Pinout Dark issued the order to find Howard Dark, whether alive or dead. What about the firepower inside the house? There's only that Chinese man and a girl. Their lives don't matter. Only 2 people? How come they found both of our teams at the same time? Before Howard Dark disappeared, he had 12 professional bodyguards with him. They all disappeared. There must be unknown weaponry in that mansion. Even so, they shouldn't need both of our teams. That doesn't have anything to do with me. Anyway, the Darks offered a pretty high price. If we work together, we can ensure the safety of all our members. Then fine, let's discuss the plan. I plan on bringing people over on the motorboat and charging over, Toby said. Okay, I'll bring people over through the forest. Let's match our watches. It's 7:13 now. Let's start at 7:30. Okay. Just then, a mercenary ran over to Toby. Leader, look over there. Toby looked through the binoculars and suddenly felt both angry and joyous. Because he saw that Chinese man in the front yard of the house. He was shirtless and laying there, enjoying the leisure time under the night sky. Really a bastard who knows how to enjoy life. Toby insulted with a laugh. That's good too. It can make our mission easier to accomplish. House put his binoculars down. Brothers, let's enjoy the adrenaline of destruction. Amon, they haven't moved yet? I'm getting tired of waiting. Right now, Amon was hiding at the mouth of the lake. He also complained, Master, you're making me move a bit too much recently. You're benefiting a lot too. How come you don't complain about that? Master, you don't need a lazy bum like Amon, Carrie said, jumping into Chen Zhao's arms. Carrie is enough. I can freeze all of your enemies and make your road to domination smooth and unobstructed. Lowly subordinate of the King of Frost, do you think you can help the human dominate the world? Only I, Samuel, the amazing King of Wrath, am qualified to conquer the world. Samuel spoke proudly from Chen Zhao's shoulder. Your Majesty, you're high and mighty in hell, but in the human world, you're only master's servant too. You have to show respect to him too. I don't care. Only I can conquer the world. No one can fight me. Ada, I'm so tired. When are they coming? Can I go to sleep first? Chen Zhao was done. Couldn't they be a bit more serious before the great enemy? Please. These annoying demon subordinates really made Chen Zhao speechless. Master, White Ma said sincerely. Black Ma, and I will listen to your orders seriously. Hearing White Ma's words, Chen Zhao finally felt a bit better. But Black Ma's next words frustrated him even more. Master, can we go clean up the battlefield after today's fight? Today, Black Ma and White Ma had found quite a lot of money from Howard's group. They were obsessed with cleaning up now. Just then, Amon sent a message. Master, the water is moving. For speedboats. Chen Zhao stood up and stretched. He looked at Mirror Lake. Kids, the war has begun. Are you all ready? Chapter 493, Shadows in the Water. Chapter 493, Shadows in the Water. Boss. Sally hurriedly opened the door to Chen Zhao's mother's office. What happened? Boss, our agent in the Dark family, said that in the evening, Pinout Dark sent all his people out. He even employed 2 mercenary teams. They're heading to Mountain Town. Mother stood up at once. What? How dare he do this? While they had been secreting fighting in the past, they followed the unspoken rules and did not do anything blatantly. However, Pinout Dark actually broke the rules and was going to attack Chen Zhao directly. How long have they been gone for? Mother asked. More than an hour. Call our people. Let's go to Mountain Town now. Mother said in anger. Sometimes competition between the rich would make them look like illegal gangs, especially infighting in a big family like this. There were too many unreasonable conflicts, both open and covert. The conflict between Chen Zhao's mother and the Dark family had been going on for a long time. The Dark family always felt that she was an outsider. She had no right to take the biggest asset of the family. However, the former master of the Dark family, Yura's father, entrusted the pharmaceutical company to Mother before he died. Moreover, it was done in a legal way, although the members of the Dark family did not want to admit it. To them, family business should be settled within the family, not via the law. Of course, no matter how domineering the Dark family was, they could not fight with Chen Zhao's mother for the pharmaceutical company, given that she had the paperwork. Chen Zhao's mother also signed an agreement. The company must be inherited by Yura or someone from the Dark family. To stop the continuous harassment from the Dark family, Chen Zhao's mother eventually accepted the agreement. Of course, the hidden competition between the two parties had never stopped. As Chen Zhao's mother gained control over the company, the Dark family realized that they were slowly losing influence. Furthermore, she had secretly bribed some of the Dark family members. On the surface, Chen Zhao's mother was in total control. The opposition in the Dark family, however, would clearly not give up like this. They had been plotting something in the dark. Sally said hesitantly, Boss, we only have 20 people. We won't be able to stop them. The Dark family can hire mercenaries, so can we. Do you think I'm poorer or less powerful than them? Yes, madam. Sally immediately took her phone and contacted the mercenaries in L.A. The advantage of hiring mercenaries was that they could be called anytime. As long as enough money was offered, a large group could be summoned even in the middle of the night. Boss, we have a potential team. They asked for $3 million. Deal. Ask them to bring their equipment and meet us now. Mother was very nervous. Ask them to be fast. Faster. Toby made a hand signal at House, who was on land. Let's go. 4 speedboats charged in a mirror lake from the river. The wide lake was defenseless. Go. Let's turn the mansion flat. Splash. Suddenly, the speedboat beside Toby overturned without warning. It was as if time slowed down. Toby could see his companions in the air. Their faces were still filled with excitement as they raised their arms high in the air. Then, the excitement turned into astonishment, and then fear. Thud! The speedboat fell on the lake. The mercenaries on the other 3 speedboats were flabbergasted. What? What attacked them? I didn't see anything. All the mercenaries looked lost. They had no idea what was happening. What kind of attack would cause such an effect? The speedboat had actually rolled in the air. It looked as if a hand in the lake had slapped the boat from below. Just then, the mercenaries from the overturned speedboat swam back to the surface. Huh, what's that? One of the mercenaries screamed, after which he was pulled into the lake. Right then, the second mercenary disappeared too, and then the third. The 4th mercenary was pulled into the water before he managed to resurface. Help! There's a splash. In no time, he was gone again. Light! Look at what's in the lake. Just then, a huge shadow appeared below the 3 speedboats and neared them slowly. It was big, huge, enormous. Go! There's a monster in the water. Toby finally realized the problem. Spread out. Quickly go to the shore, don't crash. Before he could finish, he saw the world turn upside down. The next instant, Toby dropped into the water. He saw his companion not far away. Something long extended from below and dragged his companion deeper down. Aghast, Toby surfaced and swam toward the shore with all his might. Just then, another speedboat flew over his head. Toby turned around and took a quick glimpse. A few of his teammates had just emerged on the surface before being pulled down again. The lake had monsters, and not just one. Toby's mind was engulfed by terror. He could not think about what had attacked them anymore. All he could do was to swim toward the shore as quickly as possible. Finally, he reached the shore. Toby threw himself on land. Only then did he turn to look at the lake. Apart from the 4 overturned speedboats, there was nothing. It was quiet and calm as if nothing had happened. Who's there? House. It's me. Toby. What? Toby? Didn't you? We were attacked. There was something, monsters, in the lake. All my men were dragged into the water. Stop joking. House walked out from the dark. Nevertheless, he could see that Toby was completely wet. Frowning, he looked at the lake. There were 4 overturned speedboats, but there was no one. Where are your men? I said, there are monsters in the lake. I'm not lying. Why would I lie? What monsters? I don't know. I only know that they're huge, gigantic. Not just one. I saw another one when I fell into the water. It's long like a snake. It's the one that dragged my people down. House looked at the 4 speedboats again and hesitated for a long while. Are you serious? Chapter 494, Danger in the Forest. Chapter 494, Danger in the Forest. Suddenly, a pained cry came from the forest. House and Toby rushed over immediately. Everyone else charged toward the voice as well. But when they arrived, there was nothing there. Who just screamed? Not me. Me neither. No one's admitting it. House's expression was uncomfortable. Everyone had heard the voice, so it couldn't have been fake. House, check if anyone's missing, Toby said. House found this logical too, so he said, everyone take a look around. Is anyone missing? Leader, I think Brown is gone. How could he disappear without reason? Gone? Who was next to Brown? Come out. Leader, I think that sound came from Brown. House and Toby's hearts skipped a beat. The forest is strange too, Toby said in a low voice. House's spirits plummeted. Are you saying it's like what happened to you on the water? Yeah. Another voice sounded. This time it was among the group. What happened? What happened? There's something underground. Warren sank in. I saw a tree root-like thing wrap around him. He got dragged in. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocating. After all, Warren had been dragged underground right before them. Go. Leave this place first. House found something amiss. He wasn't that obsessed with the money. After all, being alive was the most important thing. If no one could live, then even the greatest sum of money was useless. However, when the mercenaries turned around, they saw densely packed specks of light in the direction that they'd come from. They were like the eyes of night walkers. There were many of them, and they kept making noises too. The voices were like kids chattering. It was very dense. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, these things started shooting things at them. Many things. Most of them were blocked by the surrounding trees, but some people still got hit. Fire! Fire! Bang, bang, bang. Eek, eek. When the creatures got shot, they made eek noises. But soon the little things spread out. Some climbed onto trees, some dug underground. Others hid in the shadows. Ow! Toby was shot by that thing. He pulled it out of his thigh. It was a wooden thorn. What exactly were these? Did they use blow darts? When Toby had undergone a mission in South America, he'd once saw natives use similar weapons. We can't keep going back. We can't see them at all. They're not threatening, but there are honestly too many of them. House also understood this logic. They could only continue forward. Suddenly, something tightened around House's foot. Then he was dragged back by a vine. Reacting quickly, Toby pounced and cut the vine around House's foot with an army knife. Damn it, what's going on? House roared with clenched teeth. Gunshots. Yura's face filled with doubt. Cheryl, did you hear gunshots? Where? No. Cheryl was pretending to be clueless. If Yura could hear it, how could she not? But at times like this, she couldn't say something like, "You stay here. I'll go out and look." Her mission was to protect Yura, ensuring that she wouldn't run around. Even though she really wanted to join the battle and help, but Zhao wouldn't let her join at all. Plus, Princess was blocking the door. Even though Cheryl was very strong, she still had to admit defeat before Princess. A slap from Princess could break all her bones. There definitely were. Yura looked at Cheryl. Cheryl, we're friends, right? Cheryl covered her face. She was the most scared of this move. Did my brother hide something from me, but tell you instead? Someone is attacking us tonight. Chen's afraid you'll get hurt, so he locked you inside this room. I have to protect you. You think I'm someone who has to be protected? No shit. The only one who needs protection in this entire house is you. But Cheryl felt that if she told the truth, Yura would explode. Let's just stay here. We can't help anyway. But I want to see the show. Oh my God, it's raining bullets out there. Even I'm too scared to go. Cheryl was speechless. Yura, listen to me, all right? Don't give Chen more trouble. You think I'm trouble? No. That's not what I mean. Then let's go out together. Cheryl pointed at the door. Princess is the guard. I have a solution. Yura opened the door. Princess. Princess pushed herself up and looked at Yura. Roar, roar. I have delicious food. Yura opened her hand. There was a piece of jerky in her hand. Princess looked at her with disdain, as if saying, "You think I'm that easy to trick?" She's not getting tricked. Annoying brother. How come even a bear is so smart? Yura immediately pulled open the window. Princess rushed over and started roaring at Yura. Yura moved around the window and jumped down to the door. Then Cheryl closed the door. Then Princess opened the door by herself. What a joke. Could a door be too hard for her? Wasn't that looking down on her? Princess strolled out of the bedroom. By now, Yura and Cheryl were already at the stairwell. Right then, they were met by the second obstacle, Abitos. Abitos opened his mouth wide, revealing its bloody maw. Cheryl took 2 steps back in fright. In Zhao's house, she was the most unwilling to face Abitos. But Yura wasn't afraid at all. She grabbed the railing, sat on it, and started sliding down. Whoosh! It looked cool to slide down, but there were no brakes. With Yura's fitness, she couldn't sit firmly either. Oh no! Cheryl wanted to chase after her, but it was already too late. Yura slid down too quickly. She also realized that she'd made a dumb choice. Just then, a pair of large hands caught Yura. Brother, Yura looked at Zhao, who was carrying her bridal style. You know, your image isn't likable at all. Little girls should be more obedient. Just look at how obedient Cheryl is. Zhao glanced at Yura. Don't force me to hang you from the tree for a night. Cheryl turned bright red at Zhao's praise. Can't you praise me another way? Chapter 495, Gargoyles. Chapter 495, Gargoyles. Cheryl could not feel more embarrassed. They had an agreement, but in the end, Yura caused trouble and Cheryl became the bad guy. Zhao might look calm now, but she knew he might punish her later. Can you return to your room? Zhao said, holding Yura in his arms. No. Do you want to see the little elves? Yes. Then can you return to your room? All right. The girl was really easy to deceive. Zhao sent Yura back to her room and locked the door. If they still wanted to come out, they had to leave through the windows. But there were many vines outside the windows. None of them wanted to be hung for the night. Zhao walked to the forecourt. The underling cannon fodder team came to report the situation. The mercenaries' route of retreat had been cut off. They were heading for the mansion. Although there were many underlings, they were really weak in combat. With Eugenis' help, they barely managed to stop the mercenaries from escaping. If the mercenaries had enough bullets to keep raking, all the underlings might be killed. Of course, they would not go on a mission carrying kilograms of bullets. In addition, they did not know the type and number of enemies they would face. They were really shocked by the unexpected situation. Now, there were about 30 of them left. That's too many. Reduce their number more, Zhao said. Eugenis is strong, but not efficient enough, Blackie said. Blackie could not do anything in the battle. He must not participate. He could not even control the gargoyles. If he controlled a gargoyle to kill a person, it would be equivalent to him killing the person. Nevertheless, he could fly across the battlefield unhindered and bring Zhao valuable information. Forget it. It's my turn, Zhao said. At the moment, all the mercenaries were in great fear. It was only a small forest. They had fought in a tropical rainforest before, which was many times more dangerous than this place. However, this place was peculiar, to say the least. Until now, they had no idea what had attacked them. House, I think something more dangerous is awaiting us in front. I know, but there's no way back. House's voice was filled with pessimism. It was the most dangerous mission in his career. No, to be precise, it was the most bizarre one. If time could be reversed, he would not have accepted the mission. Although many mercenary missions were dangerous, none of them would kill more than 10 people. Normally, as long as everything was planned carefully, a mission could be completed without any fatalities. Even in those super difficult and super risky missions, at most 1 or 2 people would die. If every mission would kill dozens of people, all the mercenaries would quit. But this time, their target brought them horror and despair. Puff! Puff! Suddenly, everyone stopped. What's that? House scanned around him, but discovered nothing. It's from the sky. Toby lifted his head. However, under the night sky, he could not see anything. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky. It was a strange winged creature, slightly bigger than a human adult. The creature grabbed someone and was about to escape. However, as it was flying, the other mercenaries fired. Bam, bam. Countless bullet holes appeared on the creature. It made a weird howl before dropping from the sky. But as it descended, it turned into a hole-filled stone statue. The mercenary who had been grabbed by it also disintegrated. Of course, he had already been killed by his teammates before that. What's this? Stone statue? House investigated in confusion. Ding! A bullet fell out from the stone statue, and the hole also disappeared. Come back, it's recovering. Toby stopped Huas. Meanwhile, he drew his gun and fired at the statue. Clang, clang. The bullets hit the statue and produced some sparks, but it was clearly undamaged. No, can't destroy it. House shook his head. It can only be hurt when it moves and turns into a living being. Luckily, there's just one. If there's more, well... Before Toby finished, more than a dozen gargoyles dropped from the sky. The strange roars of gargoyles, the sound of gunfire, and screams of desperation filled the battlefield. House and Toby were hopeless. Why? Why is this happening? Where did these monsters come from? They felt like they were not intruding a villa, but rather exploring a cursed domain full of aliens and monsters. The gargoyles which were shot landed on the ground, while the others grabbed the mercenaries and threw them down from the sky. Alternatively, 2 gargoyles might dismember a mercenary in the air and toss his limbs down. Bam, bam, bam. Thud, thud, thud. The mercenaries were overwhelmed with fright. Only gunshots could temporarily reduce their despair. Finally, the gunshots stopped. Only about a dozen people were still alive. They were completely out of bullets. However, the gargoyles also stopped attacking. They returned to the ground and turned back into stone statues. But nobody felt happy. They were only shadowed by greater terror. They could roughly tell that they were about to face true desperation. The place was enveloped in a deadly aura. Suddenly, they caught a glimpse of something. The Grim Reaper. That's right. The Grim Reaper was reaping souls. Even though it disappeared immediately, the remaining mercenaries shivered uncontrollably. Just then, they heard heavy footsteps in a direction. They saw two enormous stone statues, like the ones that had assaulted them earlier. But these two were larger and stronger. They could probably only be destroyed by cannons. The two gargoyles were partly flesh and partly metal, and they each had only one eye. Burly and formidable, they looked like Cyclops in legends. However, the Cyclops did not attack them directly. They stood still instead. Suddenly, they heard footsteps again. The Asian finally appeared before them. "Hello, my dearest guests, welcome." With his arms wide open, Zhao was filled with enthusiasm and hospitality. "Those things behind you, don't even think about running or else." Suddenly, an even more horrid creature emerged behind them. Chapter 496, Coming from Front and Back. Chapter 496, Coming from Front and Back. The three hellhounds. When they saw the three hellhounds appear behind them, all the mercenaries almost pissed their pants in fright. Someone tried to go into the water, but then 9 snake heads floated out. Each snake head was around 2 meters long. Their eyes shone with different colored lights as they stared at the bank. They were also waiting for the ignorant to fall into the trap. There was an even larger and more terrifying shadow in the water, swimming and patrolling slowly. At that moment, the mercenaries were finally in despair. "You're already surrounded. Put down your weapons and await judgment." The mercenaries put down their weapons one by one. Chitter-chatter spread from the surroundings. The inferior demons all jumped out of the darkness or from trees. They all held blow darts, small daggers, or ropes. They tied the mercenaries into a line and brought them into the space crevice. The moment the mercenaries saw the huge castle before them, they were all astounded. But then a bunch of skeletons stood up from the ground. "Do not try to fight. You won't be able to succeed." Blackie finally appeared. The mercenaries were terrified again. They didn't know how many times they'd been terrified tonight. But this time was definitely the scariest time. The Grim Reaper. They really saw the Grim Reaper. And they saw him while they were still alive. Was there anything more depressing than this? Traitor Trigley hurried over. Knees turning weak, he knelt before Blackie. "Most esteemed Grim Reaper Lord, your servant welcomes your return. Yes, bring them all down and tell them the rules." The mercenaries didn't struggle. They'd long given up on that. "This place is filled with death," Simon said. "An unsettling aura is interwoven in it. Do not walk further." Don't try to fool me with your lies. I won't fall for it. Keep going." Herretia didn't believe him at all. She wouldn't believe a demon unless there was something wrong with her brain. "I'm not lying. I'm serious," Simon said earnestly. "Many people died here tonight. Even the fragments of their souls have disappeared. Can't you sense the smell of death?" Herretia furrowed her brows. She couldn't smell death, but she could smell the saltpeter. There was indeed a heavy smell of burnt gunpowder in the air. It was blown over from the northwest, and indeed where Simon's pointed. It was like a battle had just occurred in that direction. Suddenly, a shadow quickly landed before Herretia and Simon's. "Halt! One shall not pass." Murphy suddenly appeared, blocking Herretia and Simon's path. "Vampire." Simons immediately recognized Murphy's identity. "Is your armor not heavy? Are you doing cosplay? You look nice, but that doesn't change my duties. You can't cross this path." "What's cosplay?" Simons asked, turning around. "He's insulting you. Vampire kid, you are looking for death." Simons immediately pulled his sword out to cut down on Murphy. Murphy instantly jumped 2 meters away. It was so close. That armored guy didn't seem right. Murphy got goosebumps all over. Right then, Simons attacked again. Murphy flipped, and kicked Simons in the chest. But Simons didn't move at all. Instead, Murphy fell to the floor from the rebound. Seeing that he was on the ground, Simons immediately attacked. Frightened, Murphy flipped up and just barely dodged Simons' attack. Simons' blood-red saber struck the tree before him. It was at least 40 centimeters in width and snapped directly. Right then, a bunch of whooshes came from the entire forest. It was like the wind blew past the forest. Herretia and Simons both felt something strange with the atmosphere. At the moment, there were around 20 people on the road before the house. They weren't mercenaries. They were Darks. Ben Dark was their leader. A young man came over to Ben's side. Ben, the gunshots from house have ended. Yeah, the fight must be over. It's our turn. Ben waved. Let's go. It's our turn. Ben led the group toward the house with a confident aura. Master, someone broke into the forest from the back. They're attacking Murphy. Murphy can't beat them. Nope. The other is a spiritualist and a magic puppet with a demonic aura. Didn't I tell that kid to take a break? Why'd he run back here? Suddenly, Blackie reappeared by Zhao's side. When I was burying bones on the road, I saw that there were 20-some more people. More people? Are they the reinforcements? Zhao was a bit doubtful. How should we deal with it? Eugene, you go protect Murphy, Zhao ordered. It's okay, even if you show your true form. As for the people on the road, I'll bring the Gargoyles over personally. This is so annoying. Can't they come together instead of so scattered? When Zhao went to the front of the house, he already saw the 20-some people swaggering over. What is this? Do they look down on me? Or are they stronger than the mercenaries from before? Zhao didn't dare to be careless. After all, there were 20 people. If everyone shot him once, he had to surrender too. Kill, Zhao ordered. The gargoyles hovering in the sky suddenly dove down. What is this? Go die. In an instant, only 3 or 4 of the 20-some Darks remained. They all stood back to back, staring at the gargoyles surrounding them with despair. What is this? They're that weak? They didn't even fight back. What kind of reinforcements is this? Clean up the living ones and throw them in the space crevice. Right then, Zhao's phone rang. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Zhao, great that you're okay. Keep holding off. I'll bring people over immediately. What are you talking about? I can't understand. You weren't attacked. Chapter 497, Murphy's Battle. Chapter 497, Murphy's Battle. Zhao watched as the herd of underlings hurriedly cleaned the blood and corpses on the ground. Holding his phone, he answered calmly, nope. Before they even hung up, he already saw a row of headlights in the distance. Zhao glanced at the unfinished cleanup and frowned. The underlings had just washed the ground, so it was completely wet. There were still some bloodstains around, but they were not obvious. The air was filled with a faint odor of blood. Go back, Zhao said, waving his hand. The underlings left at once. The place became much more empty. Just then, a fleet of cars stopped before Zhao. Mother ran down from one of them. Zhao, are you fine? Where's Yura? Yes. She's playing with her friend in her room, Zhao answered. Mother glanced at the wet ground. Why is the ground all wet? I was cleaning the place. At night? Mother asked, stunned. I was free anyway, Zhao said casually. Many people alighted from the cars. They looked like mercenaries, too. A bearded mercenary in camo rubbed his nose, strolled around, and looked at the lake. Such a strong smell of gunpowder. I think I smell blood, he said. Many people died here, right? I was having a party just now. I had some fireworks, and I killed a few cows, Zhao said. Mother also looked suspicious. She did not believe that nothing had happened. Then what's with the 4 overturned boats in the lake? Mother questioned. My friend were too drunk. They sailed the speedboats in their madness and were overturned by a rock. To be honest, both Mother and the mercenaries smelled something fishy. It seemed like something had happened here. There was no obvious sign of battle. But there were still traces of battle. The west wind from the lake brought the faint smell of saltpeter and blood. There had probably been a battle not long ago. But why could they not discover anything? The only way for Zhao to finish the cleanup in such a short time was to have an enormous team behind him. Mother thought that Chen Zhao might be a mercenary too, or maybe even a leader. In that case, everything would make sense. Back then in Yura's house, Chen Zhao had killed so many mercenaries by himself. Today, he made dozens disappear in an extremely short period of time. Furthermore, Mother believed an illegal doctor would not earn so much money. It was therefore obvious that Chen Zhao had a mercenary team behind him. She did not know where the team was hiding. After the battle, they must have immediately cleaned the battlefield. Mother did not plan to dig deeper. After all, although Chen Zhao was her son, they were not that close. Since Chen Zhao was not going to tell her, she would not ask. Just then, 2 more cars appeared outside. In one car was Fei Lai, as well as 4. The other car was following them from afar. Gaia was in it. When Fei Lai alighted, she saw the crowd before the mansion. Chen, what happened? Fei Lai, come here. This is my mother. Mother, this is Fei Lai, my girlfriend. Hello, madam. Hi. Fei Lai had heard from 4 that Chen Zhao had asked 4 to fetch Fei Lai to her house. Fei Lai knew that Chen Zhao would not have done this unless something special was happening. Worried, she returned in the middle of the night. She did not expect to see Chen Zhao's mother here. Anyway, they seemed to have a strange relationship. Fei Lai thought as she looked at the two. Suddenly, Fei Lai had an idea. Did Chen Zhao not want her to see his mother because their relationship was really bad? Sometimes, women really tend to overthink. Let me go and call Yura. No need. Let her rest, Mother said. I'll come again next time. Mother turned to look at Fei Lai. Fei Lai, it's very nice to meet you. See you. See you. Fei Lai hugged with Mother. Then, Mother returned to her car and the fleet left. Chen Zhao widened his eyes at 4, who looked away. Just then, Gaia's car also stopped before them. Hey, Chen. Gaia and Chen Zhao exchanged looks. Gaia, how come you're here? Let me introduce to you. Fei Lai, my girlfriend. This is her sister 4. Chen Zhao held Fei Lai in enthusiasm. Fei Lai, didn't you always want to know who beat me up last time? She was here during the party a while ago. Hi, Gaia. Fei Lai could clearly feel the change in Chen Zhao's attitude. Before his mother, Chen Zhao's behavior was full of distance. He seemed indifferent, as if he was talking to an acquaintance. But when he saw Gaia, he became casual again, just like how he always was. Hello, Gaia. I remember you. Come in and take a seat. Sure. Gaia did not reject the offer. She scanned around her and glanced at Chen Zhao with the corner of her eye. She did not expect Chen Zhao to actually settle everything himself. Moreover, he had done it cleanly, although there were still some traces left. At the moment, Murphy was being chased by Simon's Leelist. He was no match for Simon's. His only advantage was speed, but its only use was to help him escape. Transform. Suddenly, Herretia cast a spell. Immediately, Murphy turned into a bat, but instead of flying, he fell on the ground. Simon's Leelist stamped at Murphy. Just when Murphy was about to be crushed, countless vines suddenly swept towards Simon's Leelist. Simon's was bound by the vines at once. Elf of Fire, burn the enemy before me. Herretia cast Scorch on Simon's, which incinerated the vines on him. Simon's easily broke free from the vines, but Murphy also gained precious time. In the blink of an eye, he returned to human form. However, by then, Simon's Leelist bloody sword was swinging towards him. I'm done for. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped them. Simon's Leelist stopped his attack momentarily. Herretia also lifted her head. An enormous tree had appeared before them. What? Why is there such a huge tree here? Chapter 498. The water isn't safe either. Chapter 498. The water isn't safe either. But what made Herretia feel even more incredible was that the huge tree actually lifted a branch and swatted down fiercely at them. Whoosh! Simon's was swept away directly. Herretia gaped at the tree. Her expression was one of disbelief. What kind of magic was this? She knew some natural spells, such as Tendril, but she'd never seen or even heard of a natural spell that could control such a huge tree. Fire of. Herretia immediately cast a spell to attack this huge tree. But the next moment, Herretia was pulled down by the vine. Hurry and leave. This is a forest shepherd. We're in his territory. We can't defeat him. Simons, who'd been proud the entire time, actually surrendered and turned to run. Herretia broke free from the vines and also sprinted away behind Simons. Thankfully, the forest shepherd thing didn't pursue them. Herretia and Simons fled out of the forest before having a chance to catch their breaths. Simons, what exactly just happened? Or is that a spell? That's a forest shepherd. What's that? A magical creature. They aren't very strong, but when they're in a forest, they can control all the plants there. It's like having an army under their control. How come I've never heard of them before? I didn't even know that there are forest shepherds in the human world. He's definitely more than 1,000 years old. He would never stay in such a small forest. There's only one possibility. Someone is controlling him. Simons was speaking very seriously. I told you early on not to approach this place. The owner is dangerous. Herretia still wasn't willing to give up. It's okay. We can switch directions and go from another way. I know there's a large lake on the other side. The forest shepherd can't control the seaweed, right? Crazy. You crazy woman. Simons wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't want to do this anymore. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't fight back. This crazy woman was on a suicide mission. He tried dissuading her along the way, but Herretia was determined. She didn't even react to Simons' advice. Finally, they reached the mouth of Mirror Lake. The water is so deep. How am I getting across? How are you getting across? Then Herretia took off her clothes. She was actually wearing a swimsuit underneath. Right then, Simons widened his eyes and gaped at her. I'll cast flotation for you. Swim over. Okay. It wasn't clear if Simons heard Herretia's words or not. He was just staring at her sexy body. If he could drool, he would definitely be slobbering like a pig now. With the help of flotation, Simons floated on the water. Just then, something obvious bulged on the water's surface. Something is coming, Herretia cried out. Simons was also shocked. He turned to flee in fright. A demon. That's the subordinate of the seventh king, the king of sloth. Amon. Herretia had once seen Amon when she went to Gay Island. She knew how big and terrifying Amon was. Whoosh! Amon's tail swept across. Simons latched onto Herretia and both flew out, landing at the mouth of the lake. Herretia was in a jumbled mess. If Simons hadn't dragged her onto land, she probably would have drowned. Woman, are you okay? Herretia threw up some mouthfuls of water and grew more clear-headed. Did you say that the killer whale is a demon? Not only is it a demon, but it's also the subordinate of the king of sloth. Plus, he isn't a fragmented consciousness on a sword like me. He's in his complete form and has strong subordinate power. But Amon calls a human master. Such a terrifying demon actually listens to a human's orders? Then either the human is terrifyingly powerful, or he's not human at all. You have to at least be a demon lord to enslave a demon like that. Simons continued fearfully. Something must be wrong with your brain. Becoming enemies with someone like that is just suicide. Fuck, how'd I know the guy is this scary? Herretia's mind cleared after soaking in the water. She suddenly calmed down and looked at Simons. What are you planning now? Wouldn't you be freed if I died? I'm a professional demon. Since I'm your servant, I have to think for you. Can you stand up? How about I hold you? Simons said seriously. Go away. Don't touch me, you pervert. Hey, I promise I won't do anything other than hold you. Don't leave. Your leg seems to have a scrape. Do you want me to help rub your chest? Master, the woman brought people over there. How's the situation now? I don't know. Call them and ask. Master, the call. The call won't go through. Won't go through? No signal? It's not that they don't have a signal. It's our manor. Our manor's signal has been blocked. What do you mean? Pinout asked, confused. Just then, a gunshot sounded outside. There was only one sound. Then silence ensued. A while later, footsteps sounded. There were densely packed footsteps, as if many people were coming over here. What's going on outside? Pinout asked. Who fired? Click, click, click. The bright sound of high heels sounded in the spacious mansion. That sound was like a heavy hammer hitting Pinout's heart. Pinout saw that the woman had come, the woman he hated the most. What are you here for? To take your life. Zhao's mother had a dozen mercenaries with weapons behind her. Pinout's eyes narrowed. Since there were a dozen men before him, then there must be even more in and outside of the manor. This meant that his manor was already under her control. You want to turn on our promise? Do you think killing me can end this all? I'm not the only member of the Dark family. It's you who turned on the agreement first. You sent someone to kill Yura. It's your son who killed Howard. You bitch. But why was Howard killed by my son? Did you think about that? You dare kill me? The Darks won't forgive you. Zhao's mother lowered herself. Pressing her mouth by Pinout's ear, she whispered, I won't forgive the Darks either. Chapter 499. Why does a killer need the human touch? Chapter 499. Why does a killer need the human touch? That night, Fer could finally sleep in peace. Zhao and Fei Lai's new house had excellent soundproof materials. It was probably the thing that Fer was most satisfied with in the house. In the morning, everyone went downstairs for breakfast one after another. Fei Lai and Fer were sitting in the living room, while Yura and Cheryl were already playing in the lake. They were not scared of the cold at all. Fei Lai, who's that girl? Fer asked. Which one? I know one of them is Cheryl. I saw her at the party that night. I mean the other pale-looking girl. Oh, she's Chen's younger sister, Fei Lai said. Do you still want milk? No, thanks. Fer looked at Yura. She's ill. Yes. Isn't Chen going to treat her? Not yet. He said he has to do some research first. I didn't even know there's a patient he can't heal immediately. After all, Fer was an oncologist. She could tell at once what disease Yura had. Leukemia, or blood cancer, was the most dangerous and fatal disease in the world. Read more chapter on VIP novel. Calm. Its death rate was also very high, so it was normal for Zhao to hesitate. All right, I need to go. Send me to work, Fer said after finishing the milk. Only then did Zhao come out from his room. He only had time to kiss Fei Lai goodbye. Pier South was already impatient. He had been too scared to go home for a few days. He had sent his family overseas. However, he had yet to hear from the expensive sorcerer killer that he had hired. Pierce called Herretia again. Madam, are you still on the mission? Fuck off, asshole. Do you know who's the person that you asked me to kill? Herretia was extremely annoyed. My perfect record is destroyed by you. You're paying me $1 million for me to die? Go to hell. No. I hope he can find you. And then you'll die a fucking terrible death. Pierce South was floored. What was happening? Why was she speaking in the exact same tone as Rupert had? Was that Chinese really that scary? Both Rupert and Herretia were famous witches. But they were actually terrified by a wizard. Was the Chinese that powerful? Pierce South could not accept it. Since I cannot kill you with sorcery, I'll kill you in an ordinary way. Pierce decided to find a real killer. In the West Pacific, there was an island with pleasant weather. Kelly had bought the island with all her savings. Such an island in the Pacific would cost hundreds of thousands to many millions. Kelly's island cost about $2 million. She had already been staying here for half a year. During this period, she almost never left the island. The incident half a year ago had become her nightmare. Her residence was filled with books on religion. At the moment, Kelly was resting on a recliner on the beach. Nobody would disturb her here. She did not have to worry about the nightmare returning. Lying on her face was an ancient text that she had bought from the black market at a high price. The text recorded many legends about demons. In the half year, she had been studying the relationship between religions and demons. It was not for her faith, but to erase the nightmare planted in her. Suddenly, Kelly was awakened by a call. Hello, Kelly said in a lazy tone. Kelly, you've been resting for half a year. Isn't that enough? Come back and help me. It was her former boss, the head of a killer organization. He was the person who had brought her into the profession. I've quit, Kelly said lightly. Killers were actually more or less similar to mercenaries. The difference was that killers would normally act alone, whereas mercenaries would focus on collaborative tactics. Of course, whether it was the killers or the mercenaries, They would not be killed after quitting, unlike in movies. Nobody would want to kill a resigned killer because it was too risky. Just like in many movies, anyone who attempted so might be killed instead. In addition, even if a killer were to quit, it was likely for him or her to return to the profession. After all, many killers only knew how to kill. After they spent all their money, they would have no choice but to return to the organization and continue the high-paying job. If you have nothing else, I'm hanging up. No, wait. I have a super easy mission. It's really easy and pays really high. An easy mission that pays high? Even if there's really such a mission, you would have taken it. Even if you don't, what about the rest? I'm in Africa now and have a very important mission in hand. Our profession is truly in decline. A third of our people became mercenaries. They think that our organization doesn't have the human touch. Fuck. Why does a killer need the human touch? Kelly rolled her eyes. Did you call me just to complain? Stop wasting time. Be direct. Fine, let's continue. The target is an ordinary man. 3 million. Killing a super rich guy only pays a few million. And now you're saying 3 million for a normal person? No, you're taking commission. The client is offering 5 million. It's true, at least from the information I have, except there's something special. What? Not long ago, 2 mercenary teams, about dozens of people, attacked his house, but they disappeared. What do you mean? I heard about it from a mercenary. I'm not sure what exactly happened. Bad answer. Does that ordinary man have an armed force? Dunno. On the surface, he's only an illegal doctor. He's earning a decent income, but he's not involved in any gangs or the underworld. So, in summary, you want me to kill a person who has just vaporized 2 mercenary teams? Do you think I'm mad? Or do you think I'm God? Kelly finally got it. It was not that her boss was busy or that all the killers had quit. Nobody was willing to accept the mission. You're a killer. You just have a shoot-in from the dark. Who and where is the person? Chapter 500. I'll give you freedom. Stop clinging to me. Chapter 500. I'll give you freedom. Stop clinging to me. L.A. A Chinese man. Kelly had a fright. L.A. Chinese man. What's wrong? What's the target's name? Chen Zhao. Hearing this name, Kelly clutched her chest. It's him. It really was him. That nightmare had appeared again. Do you know who wants to kill him? Kelly asked. You should know that we don't ask the client for their identity. Or, the assassin's boss had a fright. Kelly usually accepted missions easily and followed the rules. Unless she knew the target. I suddenly remembered that a newbie in our team is free. I'll go ask him again. Boss, you're in America, right? Kelly suddenly laughed. Kelly, don't be like this. The boss was an assassin, but he was the weakest in the team. Ever since he changed his career to managing assassin teams, he started sailing smoothly. But even as the boss of the group, he was still the lower one before most assassins. Don't be like what? Okay, what do you want? No one is allowed to take that mission. You want it? Or do you know the guy? I know him. An assassin would usually pick and choose the missions. After all, who in the team didn't have relatives and friends? When they got missions, they would purposely avoid those people. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if someone on the team killed their family and friends. But there's no note in the documents. I just met him, all right. Sure. The boss was helpless. It wasn't his fault everyone else was a hotshot. These days, managing assassins was difficult. Kelly looked at the information sent by the boss. There were some hard facts and also some of his guesses. The most eye-catching part was that in one case, a dozen people approached the house and then all disappeared mysteriously. Kelly knew that the man was very mysterious and had terrifying abilities. If it was him, then it wasn't strange that he could do these things. After escaping for so long, she had to face him in the end. Fuck. Herretia kept kicking Simon's butt. Get out of here. I'm giving you freedom. Stop clinging to me. No, I think you're a very good master. I'm willing to give you everything, including my loyalty. Look at my indestructible body. Don't you feel safe? Simons patted his chest. Don't you know that we're out on the street? Can't you see? Just then, a father with a child walked over. Hello. Can my kid take a picture with this cosplayer? Of course, Herretia replied, smiling. Simons lifted the kid up onto his neck, letting the father take a few pictures. Excuse me, what movie or game character is this a cosplay of? Demons beside you. What's that? Never heard of it. Herretia turned to leave in annoyance. Simons continued to follow her. Actually, I could pretend to be someone else too. Master, I plan on following you for life. I don't need that. Herretia yelled loudly. Get the fuck out. No, you need it. Anyway, Simons had decided to cling and never leave Herretia until the end. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Herretia and Simons. Miss Herretia, we meet again. Damn mosquito. Simons hated seeing other men approach Herretia. Along the way, countless maggots had tried to ask for Herretia's number. Turning his head, Simons yelled, Get out of here, or else I'll wrench your head off. You're talking to me? Zhao glanced at the metal cosplayer before him. Meow. Are you talking to me, little thing? Samuel, on Zhao's shoulder, glanced at Simons. Instantly, Simons and Herretia freaked out. Such terrifying aura. What was with that shocking oppressiveness? Who was this cat an incarnation of? Herretia had stiffened too. She was very afraid that Zhao was here to take revenge. After all, Murphy had seen her when they fought that day. You know him? Zhao asked curiously after hearing Samuel. A lowly little demon, Samuel answered. He doesn't have any subordinates. Let me think. Oh, I think he's some rare demon. Demon warrior. I killed a few before and then never saw them again. Ah, I suddenly remembered that I have something going on. I'm going now. Bye. Herretia grabbed Simons and started running. So scary, so scary, so scary. Simons kept muttering under his breath. He was scared. He was honestly scared. That cat must be the incarnation of a demon, but which demon exactly? Who could have such a terrifying aura? Simons, you know that man? You've seen him before? No, the little cat on his shoulder, that's a demon. A scary demon. I just glanced at him and felt this terrifying aura wash over me. So scary. That's practically the demon among demons. That man was my previous target. What? That's him? Thank God. Simon shuddered. Thankfully, we gave up without even entering his door. If we'd really broken into his territory, we would have died. Died terribly. I didn't think Miss Herretia is a witch too. Zhao was surprised too. She doesn't seem weak either. She's enslaved a demon. That's not the case at all, Samuel said in disagreement. That little demon is just imprisoned in that prop, while that prop is controlled by the witch. As for the witch herself, her magic power isn't even 1/3 of yours. Oh, speaking of magic power, I opened another pristine eyeball the other day, but it hasn't done anything special. Can you tell what its function is? There are thousands of pristine eyeballs. How can I know all of them? Just then, the eye on Zhao's wrist suddenly opened. Closely after, a scene appeared in Zhao's mind. Chapter 501, Planting Grape Seeds. Chapter 501, Planting Grape Seeds. The picture in Zhao's mind was very weird. It was the rooftop of a high-rise building. Someone was lying there. They were hooded so that Zhao could not see their appearance, but the thing in their hands alarmed him. It was a sniper rifle. Zhao suddenly opened his eyes. He realized something. He looked at a tall building in the distance. Master, what's wrong? I saw a strange image. Think it's from the eye. Someone is on that building there, pointing a sniper rifle at me. Oh, it's shadow vision. Samuel thought of something. What's shadow vision? Shadow vision can detect looks of evil intent in places that you cannot see with your own eyes. That's the function of your new eye. That's really useful. Zhao was very pleased. With shadow vision, he would be much safer. Kelly put her sniper rifle away. Just now, she really wanted to fire, but the blood brand on her arm started to hurt. She knew what the blood brand was for. Whenever she had the intention to kill that person, the blood brand would stop her. Of course, Kelly knew that she would not be able to kill him. Nevertheless, she did not expect that person to discover her from several kilometers away. After some thoughts, Kelly made a call. Hey, Chen, who are you? You sound familiar, Zhao said on the other side of the line. Chen, you already saw me. Why do you have to pretend? So why did you call me? Zhao did not understand what the lady meant. He saw her. Wait, he saw her. Was she the one who had pointed her sniper rifle at him? From a voice, Zhao suddenly recalled a woman who had killed him. That time, Zhao had just arrived in America. That time, he was still an honest man. She was Kelly, that female killer. How about a deal? What deal? Someone wants you dead. The person found my organization, and I'm on the mission. Are you going to tell me that you won't kill me and I should reward you? I'm not that naive. I know that I can't kill you. Zhao had just discovered Kelly from many kilometers away. How was it possible to kill such a person? Even without the blood brand, Kelly did not think that she could threaten him at all. So what's the deal? I'll tell you who's the person who wants you dead, and you'll remove the blood brand. How do I know that you're not lying? Zhao did not trust the female killer at all. After all, Kelly had once managed to truly kill him. I can tell you who the person is first. If you think I'm not lying, then remove the blood brand from me. Sure. After thinking, Zhao accepted the deal. His name is Pierce South. Wait, I know him, and he's an enemy of mine. I know all along that he wants me dead. Zhao interrupted Kelly. If that's all you can tell me, I think you can forget about the deal. Kelly was stunned. It seemed like she was still too naive. How about I help you find him? Kelly asked. Can you? Zhao's eyes brightened. If Kelly could really find Pierce South for him, Zhao would be happy to accept the deal. I'll try my best. Fine. If you can find him, I'll dismiss your blood brand. Zhao was extremely bothered by Pierce South. He was literally a mouse. Zhao could not locate him, but he kept harassing him. It was really irritating. Every time Zhao heard that name, he would swear that he must kill that guy. In the evening, Fei Lai returned home and threw a bag on the table. Zhao picked it up to take a look. It contained many seeds of something. Fei Lai, what's this for? Romeo gave them to me. He said that our home is a great place to grow grapes and make red wine. Zhao patted his forehead. Fei Lai, can't you just admit that you want to grow grapes and make wine yourself? Why do you have to push it to someone else? Anyway, Zhao did not expose Fei Lai. Since Fei Lai wanted it, he did not mind. I'll ask the underlings to plant them. Chen, don't you think that it'll be more meaningful if we do it ourselves? Fei Lai stared at Zhao with a serious face. After the grapes are ready, we'll make the wine and share it with our friends. What do you think? All right, that's thoughtful. Zhao pulled Fei Lai and kissed her forehead. He was only worried that Fei Lai's enthusiasm was short-lived. After the initial fun was over, she might ask the underlings to do the rest. Yura, Cheryl, let's go and plant some grapes together. Plant grapes? No, I want to keep playing. Yura subconsciously rejected. Very soon, however, she noticed Zhao's threatening look. 2 days ago, she had been grounded for a day just because she had talked back to Zhao. Hence, she swallowed the rest of the sentence. With a forced smile, she replied, sure. The group picked a stretch of land. It was about 100 meters away from the house. There were no trees here and sunlight was excellent, but there was some wild grass. What do we do first? Fei Lai asked. In fact, she was actually being impetuous. She had no plans at all. Remove the grass, of course, Cheryl said. Zhao rolled his eyes. With Eugenics around, this was absolutely unnecessary. No need. Wild grass doesn't grow here, Zhao said. Then what's that over there? Ignore those. Loosen the soil first, Zhao said, waving his hand. The four began the task. Actually, the soil was already very loose because silt had been dug from Mirror Lake and spread here. At least the surface was very soft. Therefore, they easily readied a large area for planting the grapes. With Zhao's strength, it was not even considered as labor. As Cheryl and Yura loosed the soil, they started playing again. It was characteristic of children of their age. There was no way they were going to focus on any physical work. Yura, look, Cheryl transformed into a 1.8-meter-tall werewolf. Then, she stuck her claws into the soil and ran forward. Comment FIRS to rate this chapter vote with Power Stone. Chapter 502. Blackie can upgrade too. The group didn't go back inside until nighttime. Zhao didn't have Cheryl and Yura jump into the lake to bathe. If he had them go into the lake, they would probably play until morning. After having them get clean in the pool, they went back to wash up in the house. They had a pool at home, but Zhao and Feilai didn't use it often. If they wanted to play with water, they would usually go into the lake. They liked the feeling of the lake. The pool was mostly used for the pets to play in. Of course, they would change the water every day too. But when Yura and Cheryl came back, Cheryl was supporting Yura. Zhao furrowed his brows and pulled Yura to the side. Yura, what's wrong? Nothing, just a little tired. Zhao took out his stethoscope to check Yura's body. The potion that Zhao had given last time improved her immunity. However, Yura was still too weak and still easily sick. If she got sick, it would be very dangerous for her. Zhao didn't want to restrict Yura and tell her she couldn't do this or that. If possible, he wanted Yura to grow up happily, instead of being like a caged bird, watching others play while she could only sit to the side quietly. But this way, it was also more dangerous. Yura had a low fever, but because of her special body, she couldn't even take antibiotics. Right then, Blackie appeared beside Zhao. I can sense her death. Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't mad at Blackie. Whether Blackie existed or not, it all meant that Yura's health had worsened again. This time, it even affected her life. This also meant that Zhao had no time to waste time while researching. He remembered that his mother had invited him to America back then to make him donate his bone marrow. This meant that his bone marrow matched Yura's. Usually, the match between siblings was the highest. Of course, Zhao and Yura were only half-siblings. Donating bone marrow sounded scary, but it wasn't as bad as one imagined. Plus, there were safer ways to donate now. Donating bone marrow was actually for the hematopoietic stem cells in the marrow. People's hematopoietic stem cells were all created through mitosis, producing more and more. After extracting the bone marrow, the hematopoietic stem cells technically should split quickly, making up for the lower number. In the past, donating bone marrow had a certain ratio. Though it was relatively safe, there were still certain risks. Now, doctors used blood cultivation methods. One only needed to extract a tiny bit of hematopoietic stem cells from the bone marrow and cultivate it in the blood. The danger for the donor was lowered to the max. It was basically like donating blood. This was also called peripheral blood stem cell transplantation. Cheryl, go rest, Zhao said. Feilai, sleep with Cheryl tonight. Okay. Feilai looked at Zhao's solemn expression and nodded. Zhao carried Yura to the basement. Blackie, help me. Zhao didn't have the conditions for cultivation, so he could only do a direct bone marrow transplant. This surgery would mostly be on Zhao too. As the recipient, Yura only had to passively accept the blood transfusion, so there weren't many problems. The main problem was still on Zhao. He had to find someone who could help transplant the bone marrow. Thus, he needed Blackie to extract it for him. The entire transplantation process had to be done in the space crevice too. Zhao, open a hole on your back first. I'll use life extraction to extract your bone marrow. Okay. Zhao sprawled on the cold metal bed and stabbed his back with difficulty. Yura was laying on the bed beside him. Is the hole big enough? Yes, it's okay. Blackie started casting a spell. He extracted blood first. Then Zhao felt stabbing pain. White material mixed in blood gathered in Blackie's palms. It should be enough, Zhao said. Blackie softly pushed the liquid in his palms to Yura. The liquid started seeping in Yura's body. Just then, a black line appeared on Blackie's back. This black line was like the Dharma chakra from Buddhism. Zhao looked at Blackie in shock. Blackie didn't seem to sense it. He was still attentively casting the spell. Finally, the bone marrow melded completely into Yura's body. Blackie finally stopped. Now he discovered his own changes. Blackie, what happened? It feels strange. I got stronger. Why? I think it's because I saved your sister. A soulbringer saved someone and got rewarded? Zhao looked at him with strange eyes. No, I saved someone who was destined to die. Blackie reached up and pulled down his hood. He revealed a face like Chen Zhao's. Fuck, why do you look like me? I could be anyone. Appearances mean nothing to me. Blackie changed to Feilai's face. Stop. You're not allowed to turn into Feilai. Fine. Blackie put the hood back on. Can the halo on your back disappear? It looks weird. I can't. That's the representation of my abilities. It's just an extra halo. What significance does it have? I'm no longer a soulbringer. I'm a deathbringer now. Okay, that title sounds pretty scary. What other changes do you have now? I can appear before people. Okay, sounds pretty scary. What else? Like, can you kill someone for me? No. If I kill, I'll still be punished. So, still not that useful. Actually, Blackie's biggest use was still against evil spirits. He was the most intimidating to evil spirits than Chen Zhao's other demon servants. Even Samuel couldn't compare to Blackie. However, with Blackie's attitude, he didn't seem that excited about his upgrade either. Later, Chen Zhao carried Yura out of the space crevice. She seemed to have woken up in a daze. But she still wasn't very clear-headed. She didn't wake up until the light in the room shone down. Brother, I think I saw heaven. Why do you think that? It was such a big castle. It must be heaven's castle. If you say so. It wasn't like Chen Zhao could say that wasn't heaven. That was the Grim Reaper's lair. Chapter 502, Blackie can upgrade too. Chapter 502, Blackie can upgrade too. Comment. The group didn't go back inside until nighttime. Chen Zhao didn't have Cheryl and Yura jump into the lake to bathe. If he had them go into the lake, they would probably play until morning. After having them get clean in the pool, they went back to wash up in the house. They had a pool at home, but Chen Zhao and Feilai didn't use it often. If they wanted to play with water, they would usually go into the lake. They liked the feeling of the lake. The pool was mostly used for the pets to play in. Of course, they would change the water every day too. But when Yura and Cheryl came back, Cheryl was supporting Yura. Chen Zhao furrowed his brows and pulled Yura to the side. Yura, what's wrong? Nothing, just a little tired. Chen Zhao took out his stethoscope to check Yura's body. The potion that Chen Zhao had given last time improved her immunity. However, Yura was still too weak and still easily sick. If she got sick, it would be very dangerous for her. Chen Zhao didn't want to restrict Yura and tell her she couldn't do this or that. If possible, he wanted Yura to grow up happily, instead of being like a caged bird, watching others play while she could only sit to the side quietly. But this way, it was also more dangerous. Yura had a low fever, but because of her special body, she couldn't even take antibiotics. Right then, Blackie appeared beside Chen Zhao. I can sense her death. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. He wasn't mad at Blackie. Whether Blackie existed or not, it all meant that Yura's health had worsened again. This time, it even affected her life. This also meant that Chen Zhao had no time to waste time while researching. He remembered that his mother had invited him to America back then to make him donate his bone marrow. This meant that his bone marrow matched Yura's. Usually, the match between siblings was the highest. Of course, Chen Zhao and Yura were only half-siblings. Donating bone marrow sounded scary, but it wasn't as bad as one imagined. Plus, there were safer ways to donate now. Donating bone marrow was actually for the hematopoietic stem cells in the marrow. People's hematopoietic stem cells were all created through mitosis, producing more and more. After extracting the bone marrow, the hematopoietic stem cells technically should split quickly, making up for the lower number. In the past, donating bone marrow had a certain ratio. Though it was relatively safe, there were still certain risks. Now, doctors used blood cultivation methods. One only needed to extract a tiny bit of hematopoietic stem cells from the bone marrow and cultivate it in the blood. The danger for the donor was lowered to the max. It was basically like donating blood. This was also called peripheral blood stem cell transplantation. Cheryl, go rest, Chen Zhao said. Feilai, sleep with Cheryl tonight. Okay. Feilai looked at Chen Zhao's solemn expression and nodded. Chen Zhao carried Yura to the basement. Blackie, help me. Chen Zhao didn't have the conditions for cultivation, so he could only do a direct bone marrow transplant. This surgery would mostly be on Chen Zhao too. As the recipient, Yura only had to passively accept the blood transfusion, so there weren't many problems. The main problem was still on Chen Zhao. He had to find someone who could help transplant the bone marrow. Thus, he needed Blackie to extract it for him. The entire transplantation process had to be done in the space crevice too. Chen Zhao, open a hole on your back first. I'll use life extraction to extract your bone marrow. Okay. Chen Zhao sprawled on the cold metal bed and stabbed his back with difficulty. Yura was laying on the bed beside him. Is the hole big enough? Yes, it's okay. Blackie started casting a spell. He extracted blood first. Then Chen Zhao felt stabbing pain. White material mixed in blood gathered in Blackie's palms. It should be enough, Chen Zhao said. Blackie softly pushed the liquid in his palms to Yura. The liquid started seeping in Yura's body. Just then, a black line appeared on Blackie's back. This black line was like the Dharma chakra from Buddhism. Chen Zhao looked at Blackie in shock. Blackie didn't seem to sense it. He was still attentively casting the spell. Finally, the bone marrow melded completely into Yura's body. Blackie finally stopped. Now he discovered his own changes. Huh, Blackie, what happened? It feels strange. I got stronger. Why? I think it's because I saved your sister. A soulbringer saved someone and got rewarded? Chen Zhao looked at him with strange eyes. No, I saved someone who was destined to die. Blackie reached up and pulled down his hood. He revealed a face like Chen Zhao's. Fuck, why do you look like me? I could be anyone. Appearances mean nothing to me. Blackie changed to Feilai's face. Stop. You're not allowed to turn into Feilai. Fine. Blackie put the hood back on. Can the halo on your back disappear? It looks weird. I can't. That's the representation of my abilities. It's just an extra halo. What significance does it have? I'm no longer a soulbringer. I'm a deathbringer now. Okay, that title sounds pretty scary. What other changes do you have now? I can appear before people. Okay, sounds pretty scary. What else? Like, can you kill someone for me? No. If I kill, I'll still be punished. So, still not that useful. Actually, Blackie's biggest use was still against evil spirits. He was the most intimidating to evil spirits than Chen Zhao's other demon servants. Even Samuel couldn't compare to Blackie. However, with Blackie's attitude, he didn't seem that excited about his upgrade either. Later, Chen Zhao carried Yura out of the space crevice. She seemed to have woken up in a daze, but she still wasn't very clear-headed. She didn't wake up until the light in the room shone down. Brother, I think I saw heaven. Why do you think that? It was such a big, big castle. It must be heaven's castle. If you say so. It wasn't like Chen Zhao could say that wasn't heaven. That was the Grim Reaper's lair. Chapter 503, Supernatural Security Team. Chapter 503, Supernatural Security Team. Hematopoietic stem cells would not take effect immediately. Time was needed. Therefore, Yura was still very weak the next day. Nevertheless, her color was returning, and it was obvious. Of course, Yura could not feel herself. She still felt weak. As the hematopoietic stem cells continued to split, she would become healthier and healthier. To prevent any rejection, Chen Zhao monitored Yura's condition closely. In the next 2 days, he rarely left the house. Today, she could already leave the bed and walk by herself. Chen Zhao asked her to take a stroll in the courtyard to get some sunlight. However, he did not allow her to play in the lake lest she catch a cold. Chen Zhao would only allow that after she recovered completely. Cheryl accompanied Yura and did not swim too. Today, Tiger and Gaia came together. Mr. Chen, Tiger's color was amazing and he looked very energetic. Recently, he had been trained by Gaia. Moreover, he had also been unknowingly nourished by the strength potion. He could clearly feel that he had become significantly fitter. Chen Zhao patted Tiger's shoulder. You look great. All thanks to you. Tiger had learned from his past mistakes. Now, everything good was Chen Zhao's credit. Everything bad was his own mistake. Chen, There's going to be a competition soon. Tiger would like to sign up. What do you think? Gaia asked. What competition? State BBL. 32 states are participating, but there's a selection round in California. You need to pass the selection before you can go to the actual BBL. It's 3 months long and contains 10 matches, from the selection to the BBL match. That's a tight schedule. Zhao was somewhat surprised. Usually, the first few matches will not be difficult. I believe that Tiger could defeat them without difficulty, but I'm not sure if he can qualify for the actual BBL. That's considered a professional competition. Go for it. You have my full support. Tiger was definitely no weaker than Zamla Douglas now. Therefore, Zhao was confident that Tiger could obtain a high ranking. Tiger was also delighted to receive Zhao's approval. Recently, he had been practicing diligently. He could clearly feel his improvement, but he was unsure how strong he was at the moment. What he really needed was a competition to test himself. Just then, a car drove in from the outside. It was Hillnan's. Zhao did not expect him to come here. Mr. Hill. Mr. Chen, hello. It's not easy to find your house. Hillnans had spent much effort to locate this place. He glanced at Tiger and Gaia. Did I disturb you? No, sir. We're about to leave anyway, Gaia said. Chen, we're leaving. Sure. See you. Hillnans inspected the mansion. Zhao stared at him, his face darkening. Old man, just tell me what you need. Mr. Hill, why are you here? Oh, did Dr. Wright tell you that there will be a medical seminar in New York? Oh yeah. What date is it today? Zhao just recalled it. 18. So it's the day after tomorrow. Yes, Hillnans nodded. I'm here to give you your air ticket. Zhao patted his head. He must not leave Yura at home. After all, Yura was still under observation. He also had to bring Cheryl to accompany Yura. Last time, he had asked Phalai, but she had rejected. After all, she had just gone on a 7-day leave a month ago. There was no way Robio would approve her leave now. Hence, Zhao still had to buy 2 more air tickets. After sending Hillnans out, Zhao called his mother. Mom, it's me, Zhao. Yes, I'm going to New York in 2 days. I would like to bring Yura with me. Okay, but please protect her. Got it. After hanging up the call, Zhao called Sienna. Sienna, I'm going to New York in 2 days. I'll be bringing Cheryl with me. What? I'm jealous. I've never been to New York. You can come with us. No, I can't leave. That asshole, Movich Tudis, actually established a supernatural security team, and then I became the leader. Supernatural security team? For what? He said that I won't be able to complete all the tasks alone, so he got me some helpers. That's great. It's a promotion, right? Fuck no, all of them are fraudsters. None of them is an actual spiritualist. Someone even calls himself a supernatural lover. God, I'm going insane. I think that's not too bad. Those people will be a foil for your worth. Fine, I take it that it's a compliment. How long will y'all be away? 3 days. At least I have work for 3 days, but if they want to play in New York, we might stay for another day. I'm actually jealous that someone is bringing her out to play. I want to go to New York too. Sienna complained again. 1, 2, 1, 2. I think I heard Chris' voice. What's she doing? Training those assholes. Chris? Training them? Are you sure? Training them how to escape and hide before evil spirits. She's much more professional than me in those areas. After hanging up the call with Sienna, Zhao went to the backyard. He checked on the grape seeds. In fact, after planting them the other night, he had asked the underlings to fertilize them again. Then, he had asked Eugenius to take care of the seeds, which were now germinating. Sprouts were slowly emerging from the soil. After that night, Phalai seemed to have forgotten about all this already. Zhao really suspected that she had used all her enthusiasm. Actually, the grapevines that most sellers use were not grown from seeds, but rather taken from well-known wineries and planted. The grapevines in those wineries have been cultivated for many generations, so their wine had unique tastes which could not be found elsewhere. Thus, Zhao did not think that their grapes and wine would be great. Of course, to both Zhao and Phalai, it was only for fun. Chapter 504. Sorry, I'm an actor. Chapter 504. Sorry, I'm an actor. The Dark's matter had ended for now, and Chen Zhao's mother also called him, telling him not to worry about their revenge. However, Chen Zhao still left his pets at home and had Fei Lai bring them with her to work. With the pets beside Fei Lai, he could rest assured. The night before going to New York, Chen Zhao embraced Fei Lai. Fei Lai, are you really not going to New York? I told you many times. I can't leave. Fine. Chen Zhao was powerless. Take care of the grapes in the yard. Don't let them die without you even realizing. Am I that careless in your eyes? Of course not. Let's go to sleep now. Sleep. Where are you putting your hands? The next day, Chen Zhao stretched in bed. A head suddenly appeared on the wall. Chen Zhao raised his foot to kick the head, but he only met air. Blackie, how many times did I tell you to not appear like this? I forgot. I'll be careful next time. Chen Zhao was taken aback. This was Blackie's first time apologizing to him. Then Blackie's entire body came out of the wall. Chen Zhao looked at him, expression darkening. Can you explain? Why do you have a backpack? Could you imagine a Grim Reaper carrying a backpack? Anyway, it was shocking to Chen Zhao. Very shocking, not just the usual type of shocking. The entire image had changed. I want to go to New York, Blackie said. Go if you want, but why do you have to bring a backpack? It's my first true journey after becoming a Deathbringer. I want a hotel room too. You want a hotel room too? I can touch tangible bodies now. I have feelings too now. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. You've seen the movie Final Destination, right? Yes. You're sure you won't come out of thin air, right? Okay. Chen Zhao and Blackie were very familiar now. But this didn't change Blackie's identity. He was a true Grim Reaper. Boarding a plane with a Grim Reaper still stressed Chen Zhao out. Even though his physical body was pretty awesome now, and he could probably go against a small car, he probably couldn't take the pressure and speed if something happened in the air. A plane's regular altitude was 10,000 meters. If something really happened up there, he would probably keel over too. I don't kill. Blackie was wearing a hood, but Chen Zhao could still feel him roll his eyes. Good. After getting up and washing, Chen Zhao asked Cheryl and Yura. They were very excited to go play in New York. The two dragged large suitcases. It seemed like they packed many things. Did you bring everything? Yup. Okay, let's go. New York, I'm coming, Blackie said. Brother, how come you suddenly look unhappy? No, I'm not unhappy. At the airport, he left the car in the parking lot. After reaching the lobby, Hill's Nans found Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, who are they? Cheryl and my sister, Yura. Hello, ladies. I am Mr. Chen's assistant. Of course, saying he was an assistant was purely favoring Chen Zhao. Hill's Nans was a professor. Even though he'd come to act as the TA to learn, UCLA wouldn't let him actually be a TA. His title was still professor. After they boarded, Hills waved enthusiastically. Mr. Chen, here. Our seats are here. Sorry, my seat isn't there. Chen Zhao had changed his ticket from economy to first class. It was too hard to sit in economy for 3 hours. Thus, he was willing to spend more money on upgrading. Yura and Cheryl naturally moved to first class too. Hills was frustrated. He'd planned everything already. During the few hours on the plane, he could communicate and learn from Chen Zhao freely. But he didn't expect that Chen Zhao would actually upgrade. Hills had money, but he couldn't upgrade after boarding already. He could only sit in his seat alone in frustration. After some short turbulence, the plane started rising slowly. Chen Zhao hated riding the plane, even only for 3 hours. Even though planes were the safest type of modern transportation, each plane crash had close to a 100% death rate. Chen Zhao was like most people, having an odd sense of fear toward flying. Of course, he was also on the same flight as a Grim Reaper. More importantly, the Grim Reaper was now across from Chen Zhao, glaring at him. Why aren't you happy? Tell me. Blackie ignored him. Chen Zhao's face darkened. Are you going to tell me? If you don't, I'm sleeping. Remember to wake me up when we land. Why didn't you buy me a ticket? Chen Zhao buried his face in his hands. You didn't say you're coming. I didn't even know you're coming. How can I buy you a ticket? Plus, there are empty seats. You can sit there. No, that doesn't belong to me. I want my own seat. I want first-class service. Chen Zhao missed Blackie from before the upgrade. Back then, Blackie had no desires. Now, he was like a little kid with all sorts of tempers. I'll buy you a ticket when we come back, all right? That sounds better. The woman beside, Chen Zhao, was in her 30s. She wore glasses and looked like a strong, independent woman. Sir, this is my card. Maybe you'll find it useful. Chen Zhao accepted the card. Margaret Cook, psychologist L.A., Fedele Therapy Center. Chen Zhao forgot that someone was sitting next to him while he spoke to Blackie. Chen Zhao didn't know how to react. Sorry, I'm an actor. I was practicing my lines. It made sense to Margaret. She thought that Chen Zhao was crazy and talking to an imaginary person. Brother, aren't you a doctor? Yura asked from the aisle seat. Shut up. Chen Zhao glared at Yura and then turned back to Margaret. Everyone in L.A. has an actor dream. I'm an extra in director Steven's new movie. Really? Steven's new movie? I really like his work. What's his new movie? Sorry, I signed an NDA. I can't say. Chapter 505, Final Destination. Chapter 505, Final Destination. Margaret inspected Chen Zhao curiously. Which hospital are you working in? I'm a medical professor in UCLA. Chen Zhao had to admit that it was really a great identity. In the past, when someone asked about his job, he had to be ambiguous or admit that he was an illegal doctor after consideration. Suddenly, Blackie spoke. I think there's something I forgot to tell you. Chen Zhao glanced at him and replied with his brainwaves. Stop disturbing me. She's a psychologist. I don't want her to know that I'm mentally ill. No, I don't want her to think that I'm mentally ill. It's important. You seem to be bothered. Margaret noticed Chen Zhao's abnormal glance. I'm fine. Smiling, Margaret stared at Chen Zhao. I had a patient with a delusional disorder. He always feels as if his wife is still alive, still beside him and talking to him, but he knows that it's impossible. Rationality and hallucinations keep troubling him. Most of the time, he would deliberately ignore the hallucinations so that he can look normal before other people. Very clearly, Margaret was certain that Chen Zhao was experiencing similar symptoms as her former patient. She was sure that Chen Zhao also had a delusional disorder. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged helplessly. Now are you free to listen to me? Blackie asked. Nope. Because of you, she thinks that I have a delusional disorder. You sure? Just leave me alone for a while. Fine. Blackie floated away. Chen Zhao saw Blackie enter the cabin. Soon, a flight attendant screamed and bolted out from the restroom. The chief purser walked over and helped the fallen attendant up. What happened? Calm down and tell me what happened. I saw the Grim Reaper. Have you not had enough sleep? It's a hallucination. The chief purser clearly did not believe the attendant. Milan, I'm serious. Will the plane be all right? I heard that the Grim Reaper will appear before a plane accident. With a dark look, Chen Zhao stared at Blackie, who was floating out from the restroom. What have you done? I appear before her, or rather in the mirror. Why would you do that? I just wanted to inform her that the plane will crash. Chen Zhao would have sprung up from his seat if he did not have a seatbelt on. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't want to listen. I could only talk to another person. When will it happen? An hour later. What exactly will happen? I don't know. I only see a damaged cabin and a few people flying out. Chen Zhao looked at Yura and Cheryl. What should he do? He cannot stop the plane from malfunctioning. Obviously, he cannot just run into the cockpit, tell the pilots that the plane would crash, and ask them to land at the nearby airport. However, if he were to do nothing, the plane would probably crash. None of them would survive. Should he hijack the plane? Stop joking. After September 11th, whenever there was a hijacking, the American government would send fighter planes to destroy the plane before it could reach any city. There was no way Chen Zhao could successfully hijack the plane. It would only kill him quicker. How? Blackie, why don't you talk to the pilots? Chen Zhao was also helpless. It was the last resort. Chen Zhao clearly could not convince the crew. Asking Blackie to appear before them was the best option. Fine, I'll have a nice chat with them. Then, Blackie floated into the cockpit. Chen Zhao waited for a while, but did not see Blackie return. Jarls, after we reach New York. Where do you want to go? Champaign Avenue, of course. What? You want to go too? I'm wearing a wedding ring. No woman would date a married man. You can temporarily take your ring off. Look, I've taken mine off. Riley, do you know that in my hometown in Kansas, there's such a rumor? Taking the wedding ring off within marriage is betrayal, and offenders will be punished by God. Please, I'm an atheist. You can ask Eddie if he believes it. Please don't ask a singleton such a philosophical question, Eddie said, smiling. In the cockpit, Jarls was the captain, while Riley and Eddie were co-pilots. All three were known for being playboys. As pilots, they had a great advantage in hooking up women. Piloting was an out-and-out high-income and honorable job. When the three gathered together, they mostly talked about women and alcohol. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across the mirror above the seats. Riley, who was sitting in the second row, saw that shadow. He rubbed his eyes. Jarls glanced at him. What? You got sore eyes? No, nothing. Maybe it's just the light. Because they were in the troposphere, they would receive much more sunlight than people on the surface. Sometimes, pilots might develop eye diseases due to direct exposure to strong sunlight. I'm deaf. Jarls almost jumped off his seat. Luckily, the plane was on autopilot, or his action would have crashed the plane at once. Jarls, what are you doing? You know the rules. You can't just move around like that. I had an auditory hallucination. No, it's not a hallucination. Jarls heard the voice beside his ears again. I'm deaf. Jarls, what are you doing? He was scared by my voice. Riley screamed as well. Riley, what's wrong? I heard a voice. You heard it too? You too. The voice said that he's deaf. Deaf. I saw the Grim Reaper just now. Do you believe me? Eddie swallowed some saliva. He appeared in the rear-view mirror. The three looked very unnatural, even terrified. Just then, a figure appeared in the mirror again. This time, it did not disappear. It was just in the mirror. Blackie actively appeared before other people for the first time. Do you need me to tell you who I am again? The Grim Reaper. The three peed their pants. The Grim Reaper was actually right before them. Chapter 506 Bomb. Chapter 506 Bomb. Yes, I'm the Grim Reaper that you know of. Grim Reaper. You. Why did you appear before us? Are we going to die? Yes, you're about to die. Eddie fainted directly. Riley and Jarls weren't any better. They stared at the Grim Reaper in the rearview mirror in terror. There is someone who is about to die on this plane. He should have died 30 minutes later, but he's on this plane now, so I will make his plane crash. 30 minutes? Jarls suddenly grew spirited. You mean we still have 30 minutes? Did I say that? Blackie faded slowly. Passengers, this is a message from the captain. Due to a mechanical failure of the plane, we are forced to land at the Washington airport. We apologize for the inconvenience. Zhao was surprised. Did Blackie really take care of it? Blackie, good job. He couldn't help talking to Blackie again. Usually, a plane couldn't change its tracks unless it was an emergency. Especially in a country with extreme sensitivity to air control like America, a plane could be bombed if it strayed from its path without a definite reason. Thus, Zhao could imagine that the captain had made up a mechanical failure. He first fooled the aviation authority. As long as they gave permission, the nearest airport must immediately clear a track for the damaged plane to land. This was an international rule that every nation followed. Just then, Margaret said to Zhao, Mr. Chen, I really suggest you consult my therapy center. Zhao didn't argue with Margaret. He felt much more relaxed after the danger was resolved. Right then, he felt the need to pee. Zhao rose to go to the luxurious lavatory, but there seemed to be someone there. He could only go to the lavatory in economy. After finishing, he felt much freer and relaxed. Suddenly, a hand grasped Zhao's neck without warning. Don't move, someone started yelling at the passengers in economy class. I have. Zhao didn't even listen to the man's words. He instinctively threw the man onto the floor. The entire process took less than a second. The man's arm was already broken by Zhao. He was nailed to the ground. All the passengers and flight attendants were dazed. What did the man plan to do? Hijack the plane? Kidnap someone? But didn't he fail too quickly? This must be the biggest fail for a hijack in history, right? He was dealt with on the spot. He couldn't even say a complete line of his script. Some brave passengers laughed. Haha, sir, you should have let him finish his words. That terrorist is too weak. If it were me, I could probably take him down in a minute too. What a failure. Is he here for comedy? Maybe. Maybe the flight attendants were scared that we would complain about the flight changes, so they had these two people put up a show. At that time, this person's other hand reached into his clothes. Beep, beep, beep. Chen, Zhao, and the flight attendants heard the sound. They flipped the man over. There was actually a timer-like thing tied to this man's body. Let me guess. This is a time bomb, right? Chen Zhao's smile was a bit awkward. The flight attendants beside him paled. They didn't know what to do. Chen Zhao pulled the bomb off the man, but the countdown didn't stop because of this. 19, 40, 19, 39. Make it stop. Haha, it can't stop. Everyone, let's die together, huh? The man laughed loudly. He looked like he was looking forward to dying. Chen Zhao had a headache. He was the most afraid of someone who didn't even fear death. There was nothing that could threaten someone who didn't fear death. At least, Chen Zhao had no solutions. Does anyone know how to defuse bombs? Chen Zhao looked up at the passengers. The passengers who'd been making fun of the terrorist earlier were all dazed now. They gaped at the bomb in Chen Zhao's hands. Suddenly, screams and sobs erupted. The entire cabin was filled with sounds of despair. Chen Zhao scratched his head. Can you open the door of the plane and we toss this thing down? He asked. The few flight attendants glanced at him without speaking. We can't. We can't, a flight attendant said. The door can't be opened when the plane is at a high altitude. The cabin door is closed from air pressure. Basically, all the air pressure in the cabin is pressed against the door. It can only be opened mechanically after the plane lands and the air pressure inside and out are stabilized. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and asked, How about I try? Try what? Opening the cabin door. Sir, it's useless. The door can't be opened. There's no need to try. It surpassed human limits. Then find a few more people to try. Chen Zhao waved the bomb in his hand. There's not much time left. Any brave people willing to help? I'll do it. Me too. I'll come too. At times like these, there were still people willing to stand out. 3 white guys walked to the flight attendants. Chen Zhao walked over too. The flight attendant looked at the men and led them to the cabin door. I need to open the digital lock first, the attendant said. Then you guys pull the lever. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Chen Zhao cheered the 3 men on from the back. A few minutes later, someone stepped back, shaking his head. No, it's too tight. I can't budge it at all. I'll try. Chen Zhao replaced him. 1, 2, 3, go. This time, the flight attendant cheered them on. It's moving, moving. The other 2 white guys were really excited. Harder, try harder. Hurry, time's running out. The lever moved a bit more. It started producing cranking sounds and twisting slowly. Hurry, only 2 minutes left. Hurry. Chen Zhao was using power secretly. He couldn't make it too obvious. But hearing the flight attendant's words, he immediately applied more strength. As the lever turned, a crack appeared in the cabin door. The air current started seeping out. Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed the crack. He pulled with force, and the door opened a lot more. Chen Zhao turned around. He grabbed the time bomb and swung his arm powerfully. Throw it far, the flight attendant called. Don't get it stuck on the plane's wing. Chapter 507, Diviner Charlotte. Chapter 507, Diviner Charlotte. Nobody saw how far Chen Zhao had thrown the bomb. They all looked outside, but did not see it. In fact, Chen Zhao had kept the bomb in his spatial ring. He could have done away earlier. After the bomb was discovered, he had been trying to search for an opportunity to keep it in the ring. He clearly could not do so under everyone's eyes. We did it. Yes, we're alive. You saved everyone on the plane. Everyone was bursting with excitement, while Chen Zhao returned to his seat in silence. Margaret glanced at Chen Zhao. Aren't you excited? You just saved everyone here. Chen Zhao shrugged. I didn't do much. Margaret looked at him again, and then at those who had jointly opened the door just now. They were all celebrating wildly. even enjoying the cheers of other passengers. Chen Zhao's reaction was obviously abnormal. Margaret was more certain that Chen Zhao had a mental disorder. Forget it, I don't know him. Better stay away from him. Just then, a flight attendant walked over with a bottle of red wine. Mr. Chen, hello. The captain asked me to give this to you. Thank you for saving all the passengers. Thank you. Chen Zhao took the wine. By the way, have you found out the identity of the bomber? How did he bring the bomb up the plane? He wouldn't tell us. We're only attendants, not the police, so we can't interrogate him. We've locked him in the restroom for now. As for your questions, we would also like to know the answers. All right. Chen Zhao was indifferent. Anyway, they were going to land soon. The answers were meaningless to him. When Chen Zhao brought the two girls down from the plane, he saw some people carrying the bomber out. There was a deep wound on his neck. He was probably going to die. The bomber must have broken the mirror in the restroom and tried to commit suicide. The three pilots also saw the bomber and discussed softly among themselves. The Grim Reaper's words have come true. 30 minutes, and he's really dead. Luckily, we didn't have to die with him. Hello. Chen Zhao saw Margaret and actively greeted her. Hello, goodbye. Margaret left in a hurry. She did not want to talk to Chen Zhao at all, unless it was in a clinic. Brother, she seems to be scared of you. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose. What's so scary about me? Just then, Hilnans found Chen Zhao and came to greet him. Mr. Chen, the airport has arranged a new flight. It'll depart in 2 hours, Hilnans said. Huh, I rented a car. I'm going to drive there. Anyway, their destination was only a few hundred kilometers away. The plane would not be much faster than the car. Furthermore, Chen Zhao hated the plane. He would feel uneasy on every plane ride, especially when he had almost lost his life just now. Is it? Let's go together. We'll split the car rent. Sigh. Chen Zhao just wanted to shake Hilnans off. However, Hilnans clearly did not realize this and still wanted to follow him. Chen Zhao had no choice but to take Hilnans with him. Washington was about 400 kilometers away from New York. Driving there would normally just take 3.5 hours. Moreover, given the developed car culture in America, car rental companies could be found everywhere in the country. Wherever one was, one could rent a car. It was really convenient. Mr. Chen, why do we need such a big car? Chen Zhao also wanted to rent a smaller car, but Blackie wanted a seat for himself. Look at how much luggage we have. A small car won't fit them all. All right, you're really thoughtful. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. This was why he did not like to chat with Hilnans. Chen Zhao could not withstand his tone. Mr. Chen, aren't you sitting in the front row? On the plane, Hilnans did not manage to talk to Chen Zhao. He had been looking forward to having a medical discussion in the car. Mr. Hill, don't you think we should discuss only during the seminar? Oh, Mr. Chen, are you going to give a speech during the seminar? Depends on my preparation, Chen Zhao said in a perfunctory tone. Chen Zhao was only here to travel because it was free. He was clearly not going to give a speech. Although he admired Hilnan's persistence about medicine, he was too annoying. The car advanced on the highway. In the distance, there was a red-haired lady carrying a huge backpack. She kept waving her hand, looking for a free ride. America had a very unique highway culture. Many travelers would wait at the roadside for free rides. Of course, this also meant many crimes. Nevertheless, Hilnans still stopped the car. Hey lady, where are you going? New York. Come in. Hilnans opened the door to the front row. Chen Zhao face-bombed. The front seat was for Blackie. With her crimson hair, it was easy for the lady to leave a deep impression on other people. Hello guys, I'm Charlotte Javas. Hello, Hilnans. He's my colleague Chen Zhao and his two sisters. Charlotte turned around and shook hands with Chen Zhao. Death is lingering around you. Either you're going to die soon, or you're a friend of death. Stunned, Chen Zhao stared at Charlotte with a strange look. Miss Charlotte, may I ask what's your occupation? Diviner. How about you? Mr. Chen is a doctor and a professor at UCLA, Hilnans answered for Chen Zhao. Can you divine for us? Your intense curiosity has given you your wisdom today. You're a learner. You're seeking a more perfect career life, Charlotte said, glancing at Hilnans. Divine for me too. Yura was very interested. You're filled with vitality. You've just recovered from a major illness, Charlotte said. How about me? Cheryl looked at Charlotte. Charlotte looked back at Cheryl. Your eyes are full of wildness. Little girl, you're special. This diviner seemed to be special. Chen Zhao could not help but inspect Charlotte. How about me? Chen Zhao also wanted to know what Charlotte had to say about him. Mr. Chen, didn't I tell you already? Death is circling around you. You're going to die soon, or you're a friend of death. Charlotte's words clearly had a hidden meaning. You're similar to me. Chen Zhao shrugged. Do all diviners tell people such ambiguous and cursory answers? Huh, stop exposing me, Charlotte laughed. Chapter 508, Taking Over Territory. Chapter 508, Taking Over Territory. Miss Charlotte, why are you on this highway? Hillnans asked. Are you traveling? No, I'm here for work, but my client left me on the highway. I'm so unlucky. Don't let me catch that bastard. Why did he leave you on the road? Because he was controlled by evil spirits. At least, that's what I think. Hill actually didn't have any reaction. Instead, he asked Charlotte many questions curiously. Hill, do you believe Ms. Charlotte's words? I'm writing a supernatural story recently. Charlotte's words gave me a lot of inspiration. You really have a wide range of interests. Chen Zhao felt speechless, but it was good that they were talking. At least, Hill didn't have to annoy him. Hill brought Charlotte to her home. It was a small wooden house in a suburb surrounded by barren land. There wasn't a single neighbor, let alone any stores. Charlotte invited everyone to go in and sit, but they rejected her. After all, it was getting late. They had to hurry and check into the hotel. Hill started the car. Charlotte suddenly called for them to stop. Mr. Chen, can you come down for a second? Chen Zhao thought for a moment and got out of the car. Anything wrong? Mr. Chen, are you a spiritualist? Kind of. There are a few supernatural organizations in New York. As an outsider, it's best if you don't expose your identity. Is it dangerous? Usually no, but you have to be extra careful of the Evil Spirit Society. What Evil Spirit Society? It's a force established by an ancient and strong evil spirit. It's even stronger than all the spiritualists in New York. The organization would fight with other forces. Outsider spiritualists would especially become their target. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your reminder. Goodbye. Bye. Everyone arrived at the hotel. Other than the 2 rooms at the school booked for him and Hillnans, Chen Zhao also booked 2 other rooms. Brother, can me and Cheryl have a room to ourselves? No. Then why are there 2 rooms? It wasn't like Chen Zhao could tell them that the room was for a Grim Reaper, right? Mr. Chen, are you free tonight? We can sit and have a nice chat. Sorry, no time. I'm really tired. I have to rest. Hill wouldn't let go of any chance to spend time alone with Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao even suspected that if Hill was a woman, he would dive right into his arms. Okay, he didn't want to think about that. Everyone was tired today, so they had to catch up on sleep. However, just as Chen Zhao changed into his pajamas and laid down, Blackie came out of the wall again. Chen Zhao, I need help. Blackie, can we go from the front and knock on the door? This is really disturbing. Even after interacting with Blackie for half a year, Chen Zhao still wasn't used to it. Blackie coming out of the wall all the time really made Chen Zhao tired. I'll be careful next time, Blackie said. But can you help me? I have unwanted guests in my room. What do you mean? After opening Blackie's door, Chen Zhao heard chaotic heavy metal music inside. A young man in his 20s was drinking while fucking a girl. Chen Zhao clapped his hands. Guys, this is someone's room. Why are you here? The naked man and woman turned to look at Chen Zhao. Get out, the girl shrieked. Get out. Chen Zhao plugged his ears. You're the ones who should be getting out. Just then, the woman suddenly flew over and pounced on Chen Zhao. This movement definitely wasn't what a normal person should do. Her strength wasn't like a regular woman either. Her nails were sharp and hurt Chen Zhao as she grabbed him. Chen Zhao raised his hand. He grabbed the woman's neck and lifted her in the air. But this woman didn't struggle and get suffocated like a regular woman. She was still attacking Chen Zhao crazily. The man also pounced at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised a leg and sent the man flying to the ground. Chen Zhao swung the woman out of the door. He was about to throw the man out too, when a spirit suddenly came out of his body. It pounced at Chen Zhao. When the spirit appeared, Blackie also moved. The side swept past softly. The spirit was hooked away. Next, a spirit also came out of the woman that Chen Zhao had tossed out the door. What did you do? What did you do to Adaway? The female evil spirit yelled in fury. You're dead. You're dead. Grandfather won't forgive you. Let go Adaway go. Hurry and let him go. How about you come and accompany him? With that, Blackie acted again. The female evil spirit couldn't even react before she was hooked away by Blackie's scythe. What's going on? Possession? Chen Zhao was confused. I don't understand either, Blackie said. I didn't discover anything before this. Chen Zhao called the hotel's front desk. You guys better come over. I booked a room, but someone broke into it. If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll report your hotel. Shortly after, a manager and 2 guards came up. They saw the unconscious couple on the ground. Sir, hello. I am Iveline, the manager. Can you tell me what happened? This is my room, but when I opened the door, not only were people there, they also attacked me. I knocked them out. I need an explanation. What happened, and how will you take care of this? Iveline's expression wasn't good. If Chen Zhao's accusations were true, then it was a huge mistake on their part. Go check, she said to the employee beside her. Soon the employee came back. Manager, this sir booked 3 rooms, including this one. As for the 2 people, we don't know why they're here either. But no one has stayed in this room for a long while. It's been empty for around 3 years. Once, guests in the neighboring room complained that this room would often have heavy metal music and the sound of sex. And you never checked this room before this? No, because it always showed that no one was staying in it. Aveline had a headache. No matter the reason, it was the hotel's mistake. Sir, how about this? I'll upgrade your 3 rooms to a luxury suite as your compensation. All of you and your friends' bills within the hotel for the next 3 days will also be free. Agree, Blackie urged from the side. Chapter 509, Client in New York. Chapter 509, Client in New York. Chen Zhao, Yura, Cheryl, and Blackie were all moved to luxury suites. Blackie was very satisfied with the arrangement. At the moment, Iveline was standing beside Chen Zhao. Sir, are you happy with the arrangement? Not bad, Chen Zhao nodded. May I ask when your friends will move in? That's our problem. Chen Zhao glanced at Blackie, who was lying on the sofa in the near distance. The sofa was clearly depressed. Fortunately, Iveline did not notice it, or she would definitely be scared to death. All right, I wish you a nice trip here. If you need anything else, please call me anytime. Iveline and Chen Zhao exited the room. Just then, they saw Margaret walk out of the opposite room. Hey, Ms. Margaret, you're staying here too? Hi, Mr. Chen. Margaret did not expect to encounter Chen Zhao here. She had been avoiding Chen Zhao precisely because she was sure that Chen Zhao had a mental problem. As a psychologist, she knew how dangerous some mental illness patients could be. The more harmless they looked, the more dangerous they usually were. Margaret did not like to contact with mental illness patients outside her clinic, because she could not confirm if the person was safe or not. Unaware of Margaret's thoughts, Chen Zhao invited warmly. Would you like to have a drink? My treat. Iveline had yet to leave. Her face was obviously darkening. Although you can eat and drink for free for these 3 days, you can't do this. Nope, I have something to do. Goodbye. Ms. Margaret, New York isn't safe at night. It's the Sin City. Please be careful. Mr. Chen, New York is not as dangerous as you think. Iveline could not help but correct Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at her. Ms. Iveline, I can't tell my friend that New York is safe and feel free to take a stroll at night. You'll be fine, can I? Margaret smiled. I'm in a hurry. Sorry. Who's your friend? With her handbag, Margaret left in a rush. I'm leaving too, Mr. Chen. Iveline left as well. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. Chen, you're in New York, right? It was Ethan. Yes, and I've asked you to reject any clients for me. No. There's a client in New York. What? New York? How did you get a client in New York when you're in LA? I have an old friend in New York. He's like me. We were chatting just now, and he told me that he has a client. None of his partners can solve the problem. I thought of you, so I recommended you to him. I see. Who's the client? Dunno. I'll give you a number. Call him yourself. Name's Therese. Fine. Hello, Mr. Therese. I'm the person recommended by Ethan. You can call me Chen. Hi, Chen. Can you solve my client's problem? I haven't even seen the client. I can't promise you that I'll be able to help them. All right. Where are you now? I'll go and fetch you. After fixing a time with Therese, Zhao waited in the lobby with his equipment kit. Just then, Eveline approached him. Mr. Chen, are you waiting for someone? Yup. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked into the hotel. He was wearing a black windbreaker and a men's hat. Hello, are you Chen? I'm Therese. Mr. Therese, are we leaving now? Yes. Zhao turned his head and glanced at Eveline. See you, Ms. Eveline. Therese seemed to be in a hurry, and his car was almost speeding. At this hour, the nightlife had just begun, and there were many cars on the road. Zhao felt rather uncomfortable. Mr. Therese, could you please slow down? Sorry, it's really urgent. Therese apologized, but he did not decelerate. Finally, the car stopped before a manor. In this country, every city had super billionaires. New York was a cosmopolitan metropolis and a hot spot for the rich. Even Los Angeles could not be compared to New York in terms of the number and wealth of rich people. Zhao was already familiar with entering a rich person's house. The guard at the gates notified the people inside, and someone came to bring them in. Soon, Zhao and Therese were brought to the living room. However, Zhao did not expect to actually see Margaret here. Ms. Margaret, what a coincidence. We meet again. Margaret's face went black. How did I bump into him again? Ms. Margaret, what are you doing here? Margaret's cheeks twitched. I'm here to see my patient. She gave a casual reply as she inspected Zhao. You're an illegal doctor? Zhao smiled. He appeared here at this hour with his toolbox. There was no way he could explain it. I'm just helping my friend, Zhao answered. Anyway, he would not admit directly that he was illegal. Even if he was already exposed, he would surely not admit it himself. Suddenly, they heard a deep shout from the room inside. Zhao could not tell if it was a miserable scream or an angry roar. Zhao glanced at Margaret. Did they have the same patient? But she was a psychologist, while he was an illegal doctor who could treat anything but mental disorders. Their expertise surely did not overlap, right? Just then, a person who looked like a housekeeper walked out. He looked somewhat tired. Ms. Margaret, Mr. Chen, you may enter now. With some suspicion, the two walked into the bedroom. Zhao saw a large bed with someone sitting on top of it. Strangely, one of his hands was cuffed to the metal rod at the bedside. The person looked quite low-spirited. He lowered his head, panting continuously. Both Zhao and Margaret stared at the person in confusion. Was he a criminal or the owner of the house? Why was he cuffed to the bed? Suddenly, his secured right arm pulled fiercely, as if he was trying to break free. Stop standing there and watching. Come here and help me. Chapter 510. This isn't a sci-fi movie, this is magic. Chapter 510. This isn't a sci-fi movie, this is magic. The two exchanged awkward glances. Zhao made a gentlemanly move. Ladies first. Margaret thought for a moment. Since she'd come all the way here, there was no reason to stop here. She walked forward. Sir, what is your name? Louis Clallam, the other replied. When Margaret heard this name, she reflexively raised her head. Even though she was a doctor, she'd still heard of Louis Clallam's name before. Plus, she didn't think that the handsome Louis Clallam from the media or newspapers would look so miserable now. Wasn't this Louis Clallam, the top billionaire for financial newspapers? Mr. Clallam, where do you feel uncomfortable? Crash. Just then, Louis pulled on his right arm with difficulty. He was handcuffed. My right arm isn't under my control, Louis said. It keeps destroying and attacking uncontrollably. How is that possible? Margaret froze. This kind of mental patient was too strange. Was it dissociative identity disorder? But with DID, shouldn't it be two or more personalities fighting for control of the body? It wouldn't be only control over a part of the body. Chen Zhao watched Lewis's right arm from the side. The right arm was very strange. Chen Zhao sensed an unordinary aura from it. It was a demon's aura. A demon was controlling his arm. No, it should be demonic blood. Louis Clallam's body contained a demonic system. However, his demon blood wasn't mixed into his own blood like other half-demons. His demon blood was separated cleanly and only existed in his right arm. This was like Chen Zhao. His right arm contained demon blood too. The blood of the mouth of gluttony. Plus, his right arm had lost control before. But now, he could completely control his right arm. It's coming. It's coming again. Go away. Ah. Louis suddenly started yelling. He really wanted to control his right arm, but it wouldn't follow his will at all. Thud. He broke the handcuffs apart. The entire metal rod on the headboard of the bed was broken. Scared, Margaret hurriedly stepped back. Louis reached out his right arm and snapped the metal rod. He swung it down at Margaret, scaring the wits out of her. Just then, a hand grasped Louis's right arm. His right arm was indeed strong, but it was just weak to Chen Zhao. It wasn't even like 1,000 kilograms. Chen Zhao easily controlled Louis's with his left arm. Louis stared at Chen Zhao with shock. Chen Zhao raised his left arm, lifting Louis to the air. So strong. Margaret stared at Chen Zhao in surprise. On the plane, he must have been the one who'd pulled the cabin door's lever. Louis's right arm was still trying to struggle, but Chen Zhao held it in his iron grip. Chen Zhao suddenly frowned. He could feel the power in Louis's right arm strengthening. Margaret, can you go out for a bit? Why? I am Mr. Clallam's doctor. But you can't do anything here. Louis doesn't have a mental disorder. No, I believe he has a mental disorder. I think it's a type of dissociative identity disorder. Margaret insisted stubbornly on her own opinion. Chen Zhao threw Louis down. Louis broke the bed and Margaret yelled, "How can you do that? How can you treat Mr. Clallam like that?" Just then, Louis climbed up. "Miss Margaret, please go out." Louis already realized that something was amiss with his right arm. Scales were growing out of his right arm. This was obviously not normal. It wasn't because of some disease either. His right arm had mutated. "Mr. Clallam, please believe me. I can help you solve this problem. That illegal doctor isn't right in the head himself. There's no way he can solve your problem." Chen Zhao's face darkened. "Not right in the head. Didn't I just talk to the air for a few minutes on the plane?" "Please go out," Louis yelled. "Mr. Clallam, someone come and help Margaret out." Margaret was unwillingly taken out of the bedroom. Then Louis finally stood up. By now, his arm was very thick, and he even warped the metal rod in his hand. Boom! Louis's right arm smashed heavily onto the ground. The black lines that snaked from his right arm covered his right cheek. "Can you tell me what's wrong with me?" Louis asked with difficulty. "I feel that it's my entire right side of the body that's losing control, not just my arm. There is the blood of another species in you. It's fighting for control of your body. Stop joking around. This isn't a sci-fi movie." Suddenly, Louis punched at Chen Zhao without any warning. Chen Zhao also raised his right arm and punched squarely at Louis's fist. He took a step back, but Louis went flying. He smashed into the wall with a loud collision. "Did you hear that?" Margaret yelled outside. "That Chinese man is messing around. No treatment is like that." "Boss." Right then, a few people ran in from outside. They'd heard the noise and come to check the situation. "Get out. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Get out." The people saw that Louis had been hit, but since their boss didn't care, they couldn't do anything either. They could only exit from the bedroom. As Louis breathed heavily, his arms swelled in size again. Chen Zhao walked over slowly. "Of course this isn't from a sci-fi movie. This should be from a fantasy movie. It's coming again. It seems to be really angry. Give me an idea. Hurry and give me an idea." "It's simple. Disable it," Chen Zhao said. "It's okay. It's just a moment, and you'll be okay." Chapter 511. Your problem is slightly complicated. Chapter 511. Your problem is slightly complicated. Louis Clallam did not understand what Chen Zhao meant. Nevertheless, he could feel that his right arm was becoming more and more terrifying. His right arm was now a few times bigger than usual and even thicker than his thigh. His right fist even had a black luster and was more than 10 times bigger than normal. His hand was completely covered in scales. It was definitely not a human trait. Lewis had already lost all control. Suddenly, his right arm lifted in the air and punched toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao also raised his right arm, and the two collided head-on once again. Ah! Lewis screamed in misery. Although he could not control his right arm, he could still sense pain. He felt that his right arm was totally disabled. All the bones were fractured. Then his right arm weakened. The scales slowly disappeared, and his arm also shrunk in size. Gradually, it returned to its normal size. Lewis began to cry in pain. After his right arm had been restored entirely, he became even more sensitive to the pain. My arm. Don't worry. I only broke the bones. It'll heal, Chen Zhao said with a smile. Who exactly are you? Me? A legal doctor. You called me here. No, not your surface identity. Why could you deal with my right arm? My right arm is similar to yours, but I can control it, Chen Zhao said. Lewis stopped moaning, although he was still in great pain. Your right arm is similar to mine? Chen Zhao displayed his right arm. Immediately, it transformed into something even more unrealistic and horrifying than Lewis's arm just now. It looked like a pile driver. Chen Zhao only showed it for a second before turning it back. Lewis stared at the astonishing sight with his eyes wide open. Chen Zhao's right arm looked more astounding than his. Moreover, he could tell that Chen Zhao's arm was much stronger. After all, when they were fighting, Chen Zhao's arm was still in its normal form. If Chen Zhao had decided to transform before the fight, half of Lewis's body would be gone by now, right? Lewis swallowed some saliva. Can you tell me what's happening? I already did. You or your ancestor might be another species, and you've inherited the bloodline, Chen Zhao said. Which means it's not a disease, right? If you think it's a disease, you can have your right arm severed. That will solve your problem forever. You will not lose control again. Lewis stared at Chen Zhao. How about you? Me? My condition is special. You're different from me. Yes, not just the bloodline, but also the entire situation. Can you teach me how to control my right arm? Lewis was a super billionaire. He still had a long life to enjoy. He would never give up his right arm unless there was no other way. No, I don't fully understand your condition yet, Chen Zhao said. Then how? Don't you have a solution? I need to go back and check my books, Chen Zhao said. Then go back now. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. I just arrived in New York today. I'm from LA. Actually, I'll only be here for 2 or 3 days. Please help me. I'll pay you any amount of money. Money? That solves all problems. When I have a solution, I'll come to New York again, Chen Zhao said. How long? I don't know. I've never met someone with such a condition before, so I can't promise that I'll be able to help you. You can't leave. What if you leave and never come back? What should I do? It's useless for me to stay now. Like what I've told you, I don't have a solution for now. I don't care. You need to return to LA now. No, I'll go with you. This was a privilege of the rich, and Lewis had been enjoying it for too long. Chen Zhao frowned. Don't force me to crack your head open. I've done it before. Chen Zhao had yet to see any money, and Lewis was already acting shamelessly. Chen Zhao did not mind teaching him a lesson. Lewis seemed very reluctant. What if my right arm goes out of control again while you're away? Think of a solution yourself. Anyway, I don't think your right arm will act again before it recovers. Chen Zhao glanced at Lewis. Alternatively, I can disable your right arm now. How about that? Lewis's face twitched. No, I think I'm good for now. The pain was not something that normal people could endure. In fact, his right arm was still in great pain at the moment. Lewis did not want to experience such pain again. Mr. Chen, please give me your number. Chen Zhao did so. Call me if you really need it. Otherwise, don't disturb me. When they exited the bedroom, Margaret walked up at once. Mr. Lewis, he's a madman. I think that you should attend my counseling sessions and not his treatment. Ms. Margaret, I'm not crazy, and I don't have a delusional disorder, Chen Zhao explained helplessly. All right, I don't care if he has a delusional disorder. At least he solved my problem for now. Lewis interrupted Margaret. By breaking your arm? I could do that too, Margaret said, unconvinced. Do you think I'm that naive? Louis glanced at Margaret. All right, here's your pay. Louis gave Margaret a check. You may leave now. Chen Zhao stared at Louis in anticipation, but he clearly did not plan to pay now. Mr. Chen, please think of a solution for me. Fine, I'm tired. With a dark look, Chen Zhao turned around and left. Let me ask someone to send you back. Try drive, Mr. Chen back. Fuck, why did Margaret get a check without doing anything? At least I solved your problem temporarily, and how do I have nothing? Chapter 512, Grandfather. Chapter 512, Grandfather. New York's underground sewage system was a complicated project because it was rebuilt and modified in every period of history. As time went on, even the most recent construction workers didn't know how it would develop. There were even rumors that evil things lived inside the sewers. Of course, this funny talk was at most just spread on the internet. No one would actually believe these things. However, there were indeed unknown forces hidden at some intersections of the sewage system. For example, the Evil Spirit Society. It was probably one of New York City's oldest forces. As the name implied, practically every member of the organization was an evil spirit. It was hard to imagine that a group of evil spirits could form such a strong underground group. Of course, there were also a few human members. These were the evilest group of humans. The Evil Spirit Society promised them that if they worked for the group, then they wouldn't go to hell after death. Instead, they would become an official member of the group. And in the group, both the humans and evil spirits had a common belief. Grandfather, the founder of the organization. No one knew Grandfather's true identity and background. The members of the group only knew that he was an ancient evil spirit who was at least 400 years old. He was older than New York and even this entire country. Not only did he exist for a long time, but Grandfather was also very strong. At least, he'd always been a powerful existence in the various battles with the Witch Society and the Magic Society of New York. Every time the Evil Spirit Society was at a disadvantage, Grandfather would step out and defeat the other force. To the members of the Evil Spirit Society, Grandfather was like a god. Addelway, where's my Addelway? A deafening sound passed through the sewage tunnel. The roar was like thunder and spread horrifyingly and without restraint. All the members of the Evil Spirit Society trembled in fear amidst the roar. A white robe covered Grandfather's body, but countless faces were roaring under his robe at the moment. Grandfather's body was swollen yet burly. He was more than 4 meters tall. My son died. He's dead. He reached out and grabbed the evil spirit closest to him, crushing it. Killing his subordinate was far from enough to extinguish his anger. His anger was like a volcano that had nowhere to let loose. Tell me who did it. I will kill him, and everyone around him. Grandfather grabbed another evil spirit. This one trembled before him. Grandfather, I don't know. Then what use are you? Die. Grandfather crushed the spirit and grabbed another one. You tell me, how did Addelway die? You don't know either. Die. You tell me. The evil spirit in Grandfather's hands pushed down his fear. Grandfather, Addelway died in Omen's hotel. So, you're saying that the person who killed Addelway is in Omen's hotel right now, right? Yes. Then if you kill everyone in the hotel, you won't miss the murderer, right? Grandfather yelled. Yes. Grandfather, if we do that, we would be fully declaring war. Even though the Evil Spirit Society was known as the strongest force in New York, they still didn't have absolute power. In the end, they were a force that existed in the underground. The magic in which communities were also very strong. That definitely couldn't let loose and execute a large-scale attack on regular people. Then just declare an all-out war. I'm done living in the dark underground. I should bathe in the moonlight. Grandfather had completely lost his mind. Call those dirty and lowly servants over. Call all of their subordinates too. The evil spirits all knew that the dirty and lowly servants that Grandfather mentioned were the human members. Grandfather never thought highly of humans. This was evident for what he called them. If not for the fact that some things had to be done by humans, Grandfather would probably kill them all. Within a few hours, all of the human members and their followers were summoned to the Evil Spirit Society. These human members were mostly leaders of gangs. The people under them didn't know who their head was. They also didn't know why they were here. These gangs had many members. There were a dozen bosses. The smaller gangs had around 10 members while the larger ones had dozens. There were 300 people in total. But now, they were all crammed above a large mass of dirty water in the sewer. The ground underfoot was made of wooden planks. The foul smell seeped in through the cracks. The wood was very old and splinters would pop out when stepped on. "Boss, why are we here?" "Isn't that the razors? Why are they here too?" "Shut up. Later, don't panic no matter what happens." At the drainage hole above the water, Grandfather was looking down on the hundreds of gangsters. "Okay, we can begin," Grandfather said emotionlessly. At the moment of his command, the platform made of wooden planks collapsed. The hundreds of people fell into the dirty water in an instant. What's going on? Why is this happening? Smells like shit. I knew I shouldn't have come. Most of the people were struggling in the water, but the walls in the ditch went straight up and down. The entrance was 7 or 8 meters high. They couldn't climb up at all. Right then, someone noticed that the dirty water was snaking into their mouths. Vomit. "Pa, what's this? Goddamn help. Wah, what's pulling me? Someone give me a hand." This wasn't a ditch of dirty water at all. It was an evil spirit ditch. Basically, some older evil spirits had lost consciousness and were tossed into this ditch. As the numbers accumulated, it slowly turned into this dirty water-like state. If living beings fell into the ditch, the mindless evil spirits would invade the bodies. Evil spirits kept pouring into the gangsters' mouths. One after another, the gangsters became the host bodies of these spirits. The people who were already possessed by the evil spirits started twisting their limbs and climbing up on the wall like lizards. Chapter 513, Playing. Chapter 513, Playing. Chen Zhao stretched himself. He had a really good sleep last night. As he drew the curtains, the bright sunlight shone in, but the temperature was just right. Suddenly, he heard a series of rapid knocks on the door. Chen Zhao opened the door and saw Yura and Cheryl charge into the room. "Brother, where are we going to play today?" Yura looked very energetic. Since she had her bone marrow transplanted, her health had been improving. Let's go to the Statue of Liberty. I want to see it." "Theme park. I want to go to a theme park." Before Chen Zhao could answer, Nans walked in. "Mr. Chen, here you are. When did you change your room? I spent so long knocking on your door last night, but you didn't answer, so I thought you were too tired and went to sleep. Today, I asked the reception and realized that you've changed your room. Have you had breakfast? Why don't we have a short discussion over breakfast?" "Sir, excuse me." A waiter pushed in a serving trolley, which was filled with sumptuous food. "I don't think I ordered breakfast," Chen Zhao said, confused. "Wow, do luxury suites come with such amazing complimentary breakfast?" Nans asked in surprise. "I'm tempted to upgrade too. Why don't we have this?" Yura and Cheryl asked, displeased. "I don't have it too. Blackie came." "Mr. Chen, someone ordered it for you," the waiter replied. "Someone ordered for me?" Chen Zhao thought about it. Could it be Iveline, the manager? "Enjoy." The waiter put the food down and left. "I haven't had breakfast too. Mr. Chen, you don't mind if I eat with you, do you?" Chen Zhao could not reject the shameless Nans. "If you want." Yura and Cheryl had never had such a deluxe breakfast, not even Yura. Steamed lobsters, mashed potato omelet with sauce, foie gras, and caviar, teriyaki beef tongue. There were more than a dozen dishes. This was a feast, not breakfast. It probably cost $3,000 or $4,000. That time, Chen Zhao had only spent $5,000 on the party, and there were more than 20 people. Chen Zhao did not reject the meal. He wolfed down the food, but it was more like an appetizer for him. The food was incredibly nice, but it was too little. Chen Zhao would not even be close to full if he had all of it himself, not to mention that there were 4 people. "Mr. Chen, the seminar starts at 2. Do you have any plans for the morning?" Hillnan stared at Chen Zhao, his eyes glowing. If not, why don't we have a chat first? I have. Sorry, I'm bringing them out to play, Chen Zhao said. All right. Will you be free tonight? I need to prepare my speech for tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow? I'm going to visit my friend. Chen Zhao was so done with Hillnan's constant pestering. He was already starting to regret promising right to attend the seminar. Just then, a person walked into the room. It was Louis Clallam. One of his arms was plastered. Mr. Chen, how was your breakfast? You ordered it? Chen Zhao was surprised. I'm living next door. Next door? Chen Zhao was more bewildered. When did Louis move in? Why would he live beside Chen Zhao? What was the point? Chen Zhao had made it clear to him that he did not have a solution for his arm for now. Chen Zhao had to go back and do some research first. In fact, Louis also felt helpless. After all, Chen Zhao was the only person so far who knew his condition and might possibly heal him. He was worried that Chen Zhao would never return again after going back to LA. Hence, he decided to befriend Chen Zhao first. They are. Louis Clallam looked at the others. This is Professor Hillnans from UCLA. They're my sisters. Hello. Louis shook hands with Hillnans. Hillnans recognized the billionaire Louis. He did not expect Chen Zhao to know such a person. Is this your first time in New York? I can bring you around. Thanks, but we already have plans, Chen Zhao said. Louis Clallam was also very troublesome. Chen Zhao did not want Louis to keep pestering him too. Oh, Hillnans has been a very famous surgeon. Perhaps he has a way to fix your arm. Why don't you have a talk? Louis looked at Hillnans. He thought that since Hillnans was Chen Zhao's companion, he might actually be good. Chen Zhao fled from the hotel with Yura and Cheryl. New York was too huge. A single morning was clearly not enough to visit the place fully. Chen Zhao first brought Yura and Cheryl to the Statue of Liberty. Both the base of the statue and the statue itself were about 46 meters tall. Together, they added up to roughly 93 meters. The Statue of Liberty was a spiritual symbol for many locals. Chen Zhao, however, did not find it interesting. In fact, he would rather sleep in the hotel than climb the statue. During the entire process, Cheryl and Yura were the ones who were dragging Chen Zhao along. The two really seemed to enjoy themselves, though. After they left the statue, Chen Zhao went to buy the two girls some ice cream. When he returned, he saw a perverted-looking man trying to approach Yura and Cheryl. Hey, girls, would you like to become stars? Famous stars. Who are you? Yura stared at the man in suspicion. I'm a talent scout. Do you know what I do? I search for potential entertainment talents. I've already made a few people famous. Are you interested? The perverted-looking man's saliva flew all over the place. If you want to become stars, follow me. I would love to, but I think someone will not agree. Some cunningness flashed across Yura's eyes. It's okay. If your parents find out about it, they'll be happy that you can become stars and earn big money. They will agree. Suddenly, the man felt some pain on his shoulder. I don't. Who are you? The perverted-looking man turned his head. When he saw an Asian, he raised his volume. I'm her dad. Scram. Chen Zhao smashed the two ice cream cones into the man's face. What a brutal man. Cops, come here. Chapter 514, Red Alert. Chapter 514, Red Alert. There were many police officers around the Statue of Liberty to maintain order. Hearing the cry of the pervert, two officers came over. What's going on? Sir, this Asian hit me for no reason. The pervert yelled, pointing at Chen Zhao. Can you explain? He was harassing my little sister. Chen Zhao explained indifferently. I suspect that he has other motives and wants to abduct minors. I'm not a scammer. I really am talent scout. You came over to approach them when I wasn't there and tried tricking them to go with you. Officers, the abduction motive should be quite clear, right? The two officers' expressions changed slightly. According to law, trying to invite two minors to a private location or home could be interpreted as abduction. Of course, this pervert failed his abduction for now. America's laws for protecting minors were crazy. Sir, you said that you're a scout. Can you provide a license? No, the pervert said. Then come with us for a trip to the station. The other police came over. He studied Chen Zhao and then glanced at Yura and Cheryl. They're your sisters? That's my sister, Yura, and she's my sister's friend. I know her guardian too. I brought her out with her guardian's permission. Is that true, little girl? The officer asked. Yes. Cheryl nodded. The police was just asking standard questions. As for Mr. Talent Scout, he was handcuffed by the officer, but he was still yelling, I'm a talent scout. You can't do this to me. Chen Zhao led the two girls to a restaurant. They ordered 3 lunches. Cheryl and Yura both had good appetites. After all, they were at the age where they grew quickly, so they ate quite a lot. Just then, a ball of hot fire came at them. Charlotte was here. Judging from her clothes, she was a chef here. Chen Zhao was taken aback. Hi, Charlotte. I saw you guys inside, so I came to say hi. How's the food? Suit your taste? It's good, Chen Zhao said. Charlotte, are you a chef here? And the owner, Charlotte said with a smile. This restaurant is mine. Charlotte studied Chen Zhao and continued. Mr. Chen, how come you're shrouded by death whenever I see you? Technically, you should have died long ago. The 3 looked at Charlotte with strange gazes. Like they were just talking. Why was she suddenly wishing death on him? Charlotte, Cheryl said seriously. Chen is a really powerful spiritualist. No one can kill him. To Cheryl, Chen Zhao was undefeatable. Charlotte chuckled. She wouldn't argue with a fangirl over whether her idol was as excellent or strong as she thought. However, Charlotte was a strong witch herself, so she didn't think that a wizard could be stronger than her, let alone unable to be killed like Cheryl said. There were too many dangers in the world. Even Charlotte didn't dare to say that no one could kill her, let alone a wizard who was shrouded with death. Chen Zhao was helpless. It wasn't his fault that Blackie stayed by his side. With Blackie by him, it would be strange if he wasn't shrouded with death. Mr. Chen, I'm serious. I hope you can be careful. The aura of death on you is very heavy. This is dangerous. Perhaps the Grim Reaper is looking at you right this moment. Okay, I'll be careful. Chen Zhao nodded. I have something this afternoon, so we'll be going now. Bye. The medical conference was this afternoon, and it was at the hotel, so Chen Zhao had to hurry back. Even though he said he was here for the conference, he was actually here for vacation. But he still had to attend what he must. If he didn't even attend the conference, that would be too much. You two just stay in the hotel this afternoon, Chen Zhao said. Don't run around. New York was an international city, but the title of City of Evil didn't come from nowhere. The crime rate here was always very high, so Chen Zhao was worried that the 2 girls would get lost in the unfamiliar city. Yura had just recovered and had to be under watch still. Cheryl also had a sensitive identity. If she accidentally revealed her identity and was discovered by outsiders, it would be very troublesome. An entire afternoon. The hotel is so big. There's a kid's corner, a pool, and a game center. There are a lot of places you can go to. I won't even mind if you go to the bar. Oh, there are stripper dances there, if you're interested. Yura and Cheryl exchanged glances, clearing planning on running out by themselves. To them, they weren't kids anymore. They could care for themselves well. I know what you're thinking. If you dare to step half a foot out of the hotel, I'll make sure you can't go anywhere afterward. I'll put you 2 to sleep, and you'll spend the next 2 days in bed. Okay, we'll listen to you, Yura and Cheryl said unwillingly. Should I put a mark on them? Blackie asked. What kind of mark? A soul print. No matter where they go, I'll be able to find them. Sure, Chen Zhao said. Give them a soul print. I'm worried. Even though they agreed, Chen Zhao really wasn't reassured with their rebellious personalities. Or he could break their legs. Charlotte, something happened. Report immediately to headquarters. What happened? Charlotte was still busy in her restaurant. Red alert, the person on the other end of the call said. Charlotte's expression changed drastically. Red alert. You're not joking with me? Even the members in nearby cities have started hurrying over. It's the mage's order. She'd never run into this before. Apparently, the last red alert was 30 years ago. At that time, the Evil Spirit Society and Witch Society had an all-out war. The witches suffered horribly in that battle. She didn't think that a red alert would happen today, too. This was the highest alert in the Witch Society. No member could be missing. Charlotte immediately tugged off her apron and ran out of the restaurant toward the headquarters. When she arrived, there were already dozens of witches inside and outside of the building. Just then, a group of both genders arrived outside. These people rushed into the headquarters. Charlotte's expression changed. The Sorcerer Society came to. Chapter 515, Crisis Incoming. Chapter 515, Crisis Incoming. The Witch Society consisted only witches, while the Sorcerer Society had both witches and wizards. The average combat power of the Witch Society was clearly higher. Nevertheless, the Sorcerer Society had many members, so they were not weak either. Charlotte walked into the HQ. Not many people were inside. There were no more than 20 people, including those from the Sorcerer Society. When everyone saw Charlotte, an old witch who could hardly keep her back straight pushed her glasses up. "Charlotte, here you are." "Mage." The mage referred to the leader of the Witch Society, not how powerful a witch was. Nonetheless, given that she could become the leader, the old witch was certainly very powerful. "Charlotte, you must have seen them before. They're the most outstanding young witches in the clan." A golden-haired man from the Sorcerer Society approached Charlotte and extended his hand gentlemanly, attempting to hold Charlotte's hand. "Hi, Ms. Charlotte. Nice to meet you. I'm Jerome Yemen." "Hi," Charlotte replied perfunctorily, not planning to continue the conversation. Jerome Yemen's lips twitched, but he returned to normal immediately. "Mage, could you please tell me what's happening?" "Adalway from the Evil Spirit Society died." "You mean the eternal son of the Evil Spirit Society's leader?" "Yep, he's the one. He died in Omen's Hotel." "Our people did it?" Charlotte asked. "No, we have no idea who killed him, but he's dead now. The Evil Spirit Society's leader is totally enraged, lost all control of himself. He's going to kill everyone in Omen's Hotel." Charlotte opened her mouth in astonishment. "Is he mad? He knows that if he does that, the government will launch an insane revenge plan, right?" The government always knew of the existence of the Evil Spirit Society, the Witch Society, and the Sorcerer Society. There were even connections between the government and the three parties. In any era, the power of the government was always the strongest. The three clans had actually been walking on the edge of tolerance. If the Evil Spirit Society really slaughtered the hundreds of people in Omen's Hotel, it would be an absolute provocation to the government. In the past, the three clans had been restraining each other, so the government had averted their eyes. However, if something like this were to happen, the government would surely take action. By then, even the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society might be affected. Moreover, the two clans had signed some agreements with the government. For example, they had to ensure the safety of commoners, and supernatural battles must not affect them. "Yes, he is mad. He's lost all rationality." "Then what should we do?" "We have no choice but to respond to the war," the mage said. "Can we send someone to negotiate with the leader of the Evil Spirit Society? We'll find the person who murdered his son and hand the person to him, and he'll stop the revenge," Jerome Yemen said. Everyone stared at him in confusion, including his companions from the Sorcerer Society. "Do you know what you're saying?" "The reality," Jerome Yemen said. "If we go to war with the Evil Spirit Society, we'll definitely suffer a catastrophic loss. The members of the Evil Spirit Society are all dead. They aren't afraid of dying, but we have neither the resources nor the power to fight with them. The best option is to compromise. If we can find the murderer that killed Adalway, we can stop this war by just sacrificing one person. It's a great trade." The eyes of Galileo, the leader of the Sorcerer Society, glittered. To be honest, he was quite convinced by the plan. "How about you go and negotiate with the Evil Spirit Society?" Charlotte looked at Jerome Yemen with a smile. "With your eloquence, I'm sure you'll be able to persuade their leader." "I don't want to face those distorted monsters," Jerome said. "Then who do you think we should send?" "Someone from the Witch Society. You're more powerful than us. Any one of you will do." The mage glanced at Jerome Yemen, frowning. "All right, given his insanity, he'll never compromise on something that he's decided. I've been fighting with him for 100 years, and I know him well. If you're too scared to face the war, you may leave now." The Witch Society will face the Evil Spirit Society alone. Madam, please don't be angry. We don't mean that. Galileo woke up very soon. He had been fighting with the Evil Spirit Society for quite a long while as well. He knew what kind of ugly monster the grandfather of the Evil Spirit Society was. What we need to do now is to first evacuate the normal people in Omen's hotel. Can't let them stay there. It's too dangerous. Who knows the staff in Omen's hotel? The mage asked. Jerome Yemen tidied his hair and said proudly, I do. Leave that to me. I know nearly all the famous people in New York. In the medical seminar, there were about 100 famous doctors and professors from all over America. Many of them would go up the stage and give a short speech. It was a seminar organized by an official medical institution. So many people were more like Chen Zhao. They were only here to travel for free. This was a common sight in many places around the world. Most people almost dozed off as they listened to the speeches. Scanning the area, Chen Zhao only saw a few people paying full attention. One of them was Nance. He was listening to the talks and taking some notes. Boring humans. Isn't it more meaningful for you to place a corpse on the stage and take turns to dissect it? Blackie said, extremely bored. He had followed Chen Zhao here to experience various things, including the seminar. Chen Zhao had already warned him in advance that the seminar was going to be boring, but Blackie still followed him here. Indeed, in no time, he began to complain, just like Chen Zhao. It was totally boring. Chen Zhao propped his chin with one hand, feeling very sleepy. All right, that's the end of today's session. There's another exchange tomorrow afternoon. See you there, the organizer said with a microphone. Chen Zhao stood up at once. He was finally free. Nance was already looking for Chen Zhao. When he saw Chen Zhao walking out, he shouted immediately, Mr. Chen, that human is calling you. Didn't hear. Chen Zhao muttered to himself. Chapter 516, Evil Hearts. Chapter 516, Evil Hearts. Chen Zhao ignored Nance and ducked out of the crowd. Blackie, he called. Yura and Cheryl didn't run out, right? Let me see. Blackie felt around. I'm very sorry to tell you that they went out. Okay, help me locate them. They're a bit far. Basically, in that direction. Chen Zhao sighed. He really went looking for trouble. Sigh. Why did he attend this conference? Staying at home was so nice. And he had to bring 2 rebellious little girls. He'd guessed that they wouldn't stay in the hotel obediently. At first, he'd had some hope, but now he realized that he was too naive. When I find them, I'm going to spank them rotten and see if they'll run out again. Yura, will we get spanked rotten by Chen if we go back now? Cheryl asked, worried. Since we've already come out, we'll definitely get spanked when we go back, no matter what. So why should we go back now? Let's have some more fun. They would definitely get punished, so Yura had no fear. She could just let loose and have fun before getting punished. Okay, where should we go now? The closest theme park. Is it still open at night? Cheryl looked at the sky. It was already the evening. Of course, Cheryl said. Anyway, Disney is open at night in L.A. Plus, it's even more fun at night. There are a bunch of performances. Okay. I haven't gone to a theme park yet. Should we tell Chen? My phone died, Yura said. It's okay. If we call him now, my brother will definitely make us go back. Okay, do you know where the place is? Get a cab and have the driver take us. At that moment, a car was following Yura and Cheryl from a close distance. The man in the car was the perverted talent scout that Chen Zhao had taught a lesson earlier at the Statue of Liberty. Kimbell had just gotten out of the police station. He'd even paid $1,000 for this. Not long after he was freed, Kimbell saw Yura and Cheryl playing on the street. The 2 girls were quite eye-catching. Kimbell followed them from a distance. But he didn't go up brashly. He had to check if that Asian man was still nearby. After following for half an hour, Kimbell was finally sure that the Asian wasn't nearby. He took out his phone. Dick, drive over now and stop before the 2 girls. They probably need a ride. People in their field never acted alone. Most of them worked in a team. Soon, Yura and Cheryl got into the car without knowing the truth. Sir, we're going to the theme park. Dick looked at the 2 girls through the rearview mirror. His lips curled slightly. Kimbell had quite good taste. These two girls were top quality. They drove and drove. The surroundings started looking remote. Sir, this isn't the way, right? Yura grew cautious. This way is closer. Dick was still driving calmly. It didn't matter even if they discovered what was going on. They were already in the car. Plus, they were two little girls. They couldn't do anything to him. Stop, Yura said. We're getting off. I can't stop here. Stop the car now, or else we're calling the cops, Yura warned, taking her phone out. We're almost there. Just wait a bit. Yura called Chen. Just then, Dick pulled out a dagger. You two better listen up. Cheryl raised her hand, but Yura pulled her back and shook her head. The car was driving so quickly. If Cheryl attacked right now, she'd probably be the only one who would survive. Brother, we got kidnapped. Come save us. Yura didn't even turn on her phone because it had run out of battery. But she still pretended to be calm. I'll send you my location. Dick slammed on the brakes. Bitch, die. Right then, Cheryl attacked. Her claws scratched Dick's wrist fiercely. Yura grabbed the dagger that had fallen on the ground and pulled Cheryl to run out of the car. Just then, a few more cars came from back. They blocked their escape route. A dozen people got out of the cars. The one at the front was Campbell. Cheryl held onto Yura and looked at them cautiously. Suddenly, Dick appeared behind Cheryl. Crack, crack, crack. Dick held an electric baton and hit Cheryl directly on the back. Cheryl fell to the ground. Little bitch, you cut me with a knife. Dick didn't see what Cheryl had used to attack him, so he naturally thought it was a knife. He used the electric baton to hit Cheryl on the ground again. You bad man. I won't let you hurt Cheryl. Cheryl was completely curled up. Seeing that Dick was going to hurt her, Yura ran over to bite Dick. Crack. Dick slapped Yura, sending her falling to the ground. Act feisty again. Dick kicked Cheryl on the ground. Get up. Hey, get up. Dick, don't kill her. They're worth good money, Campbell said, walking over. Bring them back. A few men tossed Yura and Cheryl into the trunk. In the dark, Yura tugged on Cheryl. Cheryl, how are you? Cheryl was still too young, even though she had werewolf blood. Dick also used a military electrobaton with a high voltage. Cheryl was frothing at the mouth and unconscious. After a long while, the car stopped. Cheryl and Yura were dragged out of the trunk. This was an abandoned factory. A dozen guys stared with bad intentions at the girls on the ground. Let's have some fun first. We can still sell them for money later. I want the small one. Dick pointed at Cheryl. That little bitch hurt me earlier. I want to play her. Go away. You can't touch Cheryl. Fuck off. Dick pushed Yura aside to grab Cheryl. Russell. The factory's main door was pulled open just then. Campbell froze. You guys didn't lock the door. I did. Who came in? Go check, Campbell said. Who cares? We'll see later. Only our people can find this place. Chapter 517, Rage. Chapter 517, Rage. Chen Zhao strolled in slowly, but his expression was very dark. Kid, you dare to appear before me again? Just great. Kill him. Campbell was both surprised and delighted by Chen Zhao's appearance. He did not expect Chen Zhao to show up again. This time, however, Chen Zhao did not have cops to help him, while Campbell had more than a dozen men. Brother. When Yura saw Chen Zhao, she started crying. Who hit your face? Him. Yura pointed at Dick. What happened to Cheryl? He hit her with a stun baton. Yura pointed at Dick again. Dick tapped the baton against his palm. Kid, don't worry. It'll be your turn soon enough. With a ferocious smile, Dick walked toward Chen Zhao and hit him with the baton. Chen Zhao grabbed the stun baton. Fizz. Electric current flowed through Chen Zhao's right arm. Chen Zhao felt tingles, but it was ineffective. In fact, the effect was very weak. Chen Zhao snatched the baton from Dick. Stunned and confused, Dick stared at Chen Zhao. What the? Holding the baton, a smile appeared on Chen Zhao's face. Suddenly, Chen Zhao stabbed the baton into Dick's mouth. Dick collapsed. Chen Zhao walked up and stuck the baton into his mouth again. Fizz. Fizz. Everyone smelled burnt flesh, but Chen Zhao did not stop. He continued until the stun baton was out of battery. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Chen Zhao turned around and struck the baton out. The first person who charged over was in close range of the baton. The baton was destroyed together with his chin. Chen Zhao tossed the baton away and punched out. The second person's neck broke. He fell on the ground and never moved again. There was another brave soul. Chen Zhao seized the person and bent his entire body. The V-shaped corpse crashed on the ground. Only then did the rest realize something. He was clearly not here to kill himself. He was a butcher. Dick was electrocuted by a stun baton in his mouth. The second person's chin was broken. The third person's neck was ruptured, and the fourth person was bent in half. Some of the gang had killed people before, but they had never seen such a terrifying sight. Run! It was a poorly structured factory. There was only one exit. Cowbell had chosen this place to be their crime location precisely because it was well hidden. However, the well-hidden location now became a cage for them. Chen Zhao caught them and killed them one by one. Campbell, the last man standing, was eventually caught by Chen Zhao. With a smile on his face, Chen Zhao pulled Campbell to a corner. He did not let Yura see Campbell's death scene, where Yura might have nightmares for the rest of her life. "Let me go. Please let me go. I have money. I really have money." Campbell retreated to the corner, trembling wildly. He finally realized that he had summoned nothing but a cutthroat. Yura could not see Chen Zhao and Campbell, but she could hear them. She knew that Chen Zhao was torturing Campbell. She had seen it before. In fact, she had seen it the first time they met. Yura thought that a demon must be living in Chen Zhao's heart. When the demon was released, he would become horrifying. Chen Zhao tore Campbell's limbs off by force. By then, Campbell had yet to die. Chen Zhao returned to Yura, who avoided his look. He did not speak. Carrying Cheryl in his arms, he left the place. Yura followed him closely. After they exited, Chen Zhao burned the factory down. "Are you happy now? You almost got yourself sold, and you made Cheryl so injured." Yura did not reply and only cried alone. As Chen Zhao drove the car, he continued to scold Yura. Cheryl woke up halfway. Only then did Chen Zhao stop the scolding. Chen Zhao was really angry, especially because Cheryl was injured because of Yura. But what could he do? In any case, Yura was still his sister. When they reached the entrance of the hotel, Chen Zhao gave Yura a bottle of ointment. "Apply it to your face later." Just then, Jerome Yemen blocked the entrance of the hotel. "You're not allowed to enter. I'm a guest here." "What do you mean?" Chen Zhao said, speechless. "Some terrorists are going to attack the hotel. The entire place is sealed off." "Which department are you from? Show me your documents." Chen Zhao was in a bad mood. Jerome Yemen obviously had no documents. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao was really annoying and Jerome's face also darkened. "I said, you ain't allowed to enter. Can you not understand? Yellow-skinned monkey." Chen Zhao suddenly grabbed Jerome Yemen's neck. "What did you say? Repeat that." "Stop." Just then, Charlotte appeared. "Mr. Chen, put him down." Chen Zhao threw Jerome Yemen on the ground. Jerome stood up at once and was about to take his magical phosphor. "Jerome!" Charlotte shouted. "Are you sure you want to fight now?" Charlotte looked at Chen Zhao and warned, "Mr. Chen, the Evil Spirit Society is about to attack this place. I suggest you hide somewhere else and don't come back tonight." "I'm not scared of evil spirits." Chen Zhao was extremely displeased. "Get out of the way. I need a rest." "Miss Charlotte, why stop a man from killing himself?" Jerome Yemen said. "Mr. Chen, even if you're not scared of death, you should at least think for these two kids," Charlotte said. "I'm not scared. Chen will protect us." Cheryl had already recovered slightly. She had absolute trust in Chen Zhao. For example, Chen Zhao had just appeared in the most dangerous moment to save them. "Mr. Chen, it's not going to be a normal supernatural event like the ones you've encountered before," Charlotte still said patiently. "Last night, an important member of the Evil Spirit Society died in Omen's hotel. Their leader had already sent everyone out, and they're going to slaughter all the humans in the hotel. The Evil Spirit Society is a very powerful clan made up of purely evil spirits." "Last night? I think I killed 2 evil spirits that were attached to humans, Zhao said casually. You? You're the cause of all this? Ms. Charlotte, did you hear that? What? Any problems with that? You're doomed. Grandfather, the leader of the Evil Spirit Society, will definitely not let you off. What an irritating fly. Can I kill him now? Chapter 518, Evil Spirit Attack. Chapter 518, Evil Spirit Attack. Zhao wouldn't actually kill Jerome Yemen just because he was annoying. So annoying. We're going to our rooms. Charlotte looked at Zhao's backside. The death on him was even stronger. He would die here, right? Charlotte shook her head. She wouldn't waste her time on people who refused to listen. As a spiritualist and witch, she'd seen many people who didn't believe in her. These people usually didn't meet a good end. It was unfortunate that the 2 girls would die with him. Jerome also looked at Zhao's back. A shadow flashed past his eyes. As soon as they entered the elevator, Zhao started berating Yura and Cheryl. He kept repeating the same things, so Yura and Cheryl already started spacing off amidst Zhao's nagging. He was honestly too annoying. If he could insult them in unique ways, they would probably reflect on themselves and feel bad. Suddenly, the elevator shook. The lights flashed on and off a few times. Zhao raised his head. An evil spirit's head popped out of the top of the elevator. Zhao got on his toes. He jumped lightly and grabbed the evil spirit. Ever since he learned spells from the Qingyi sect, Zhao became very skilled at dealing with these regular evil spirits. Brother, what's that in your hand? Yura asked. It looks like a hazy ball. Zhao's eyebrow twitched. Cheryl had werewolf blood, so she could see souls. But Yura shouldn't see them, right? After all, only those who'd gone through life and death trials were able to be spiritualists, right? You can see it. Is that a spirit? Yura asked. Zhao wondered if it was because Yura got his bone marrow. Zhao squeezed the evil spirit, and it let out a pained cry. Can you hear it? Yura shook her head. No. Was it because it wasn't complete? Whatever. Zhao wasn't an expert either. Why was he thinking so much about it? Zhao crushed the evil spirit in his hands. It was probably from the Evil Spirit Society. Blackie collected the soul fragments. Sleep in my room tonight, Zhao said. He would be worried if they stayed in the same room. After leaving the elevator, they saw Margaret open her door. She seemed to be in a bad condition and smelled heavily of alcohol. Damn it, she swore out loud. Why isn't there a single worker? What kind of shit hotel is this? Seeing Zhao walk over, her expression grew unfriendlier. Hi, Margaret. Margaret didn't like Zhao at all. She turned and closed the door. Knock, knock. Shit, who is it now? Margaret opened her door again, but there was no one there. The lights in the hallway flickered. Margaret thought that she'd heard incorrectly. Suddenly, she felt something touching her thigh. But there was nothing there. When she turned, she felt a hand squeeze her chest. Margaret shuddered. Her mind cleared instantly. Ghost. A ghost. Margaret tore out of the room and pounded on Zhao's door across the hall. Just then, the unseen hand appeared again, squeezing her, but... Open up, open up. Zhao opened the door. He looked at Margaret, who was screaming outside. Margaret, can I help you? Ghost, ghost. Zhao looked behind Margaret. He saw a perverted ghost harassing her. Come in. Zhao pulled Margaret in. Margaret saw Zhao pick up his leg and kick the air before closing the door. She was very nervous right now. She looked at Zhao. Mr. Chen, I apologize for my offense earlier. It's okay. Zhao shrugged. She hadn't done anything other than thinking he was crazy. Zhao didn't mind. Really? You can see some things. Margaret gulped. She looked really nervous. Her entire body was tense. She was seriously scared. She thought back to how Zhao spoke to the air on the plane. Perhaps there really had been a person that she couldn't see. Zhao wasn't really delusional or crazy. He could see things that regular people couldn't see. Margaret entered the room and saw that Yura and Cheryl were there too. They were watching TV while eating dinner. Sit anywhere. Want something to drink? Give me a glass of water. I feel like I'm not thinking straight. Margaret sat in fear. The TV screen suddenly turned to static. Then a face was pushed out as if the screen was liquid. "Ah, brother," Yura called. "Come, there's another head." Zhao walked out with a cup of water. He glanced at the face in the TV. With a thud, he smashed the TV. "Brother, are we going to be annoyed by these ghosts all night?" Zhao was helpless too. He shrugged. "If I knew it'll be like this, we should have stayed outside. I have a headache." "Brother, look outside." Yura pointed at the window. "Ah." Margaret was scared again. There was a person pressed onto the glass. This person wore a suit, but his skin had unnatural black lines on it. His eyes were also all white. Black liquid came out of his mouth. He was pounding on the window glass with his head. "Blackie, what's that?" Zhao asked. "That's not a spirit, right? It's a person possessed by a filth spirit." "What's a filth spirit?" "It's when an evil spirit stays in the human world for too long. Their consciousness is completely destroyed. Then someone collects them. When there are enough collected, they'll be like liquid. When a living being touches them, they would invade the flesh body. What you see coming out of his mouth are filth spirits." "Sounds disgusting. Can you take care of it?" "I can't," Blackie said. "Only you can." Seeing that Zhao was talking to someone, Margaret suddenly shivered. "Mr. Chen, is there something next to you?" "I'm practicing my lines." Margaret pretended ignorance, but she knew by now. Now, there were more and more filth spirits crawling on the glass. It really looked disgusting. "Brother, think of something." Yura felt her scalp go numb too. They were eating dinner, but these distorted guys were making a scene across the glass. Chapter 519, Intense Battle, and Zhao's Unexpected Entrance. Chapter 519, Intense Battle, and Zhao's Unexpected Entrance. Crash! Thud, thud, thud. One by one, corpses fell from the sky, together with many broken glass shards. The members of the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society, who were preparing for battle, lifted their heads. Charlotte walked up and inspected the corpses. After the corpses landed on the ground, black liquid began to seep out from them. The liquid spread toward Charlotte's feet as if it was alive. Charlotte raised her hand and sprinkled the liquid with a handful of magical phosphor, evaporating the liquid at once. "Shit, they're attacking from the hotel's sewers." Charlotte suddenly realized something. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, the ceiling." Like what Charlotte was worried about, the filth spirits of the Evil Spirit Society had long infiltrated the hotel via the sewers. The witches and wizards saw a dozen filth spirits crawling on the ceiling of the lobby. Unknowingly, Omen's hotel had already been occupied by the Evil Spirit Society. They were actually still defending the exterior when the hotel itself had been taken. "We've lost the hotel. Let's leave now," Jerome Yemen shouted. He had no desire to fight. He was about to run when a huge figure suddenly appeared before him. The grandfather. Gloom and terror were emanating from him. Behind him, there was an evil spirit army with hundreds of members, both on the ground and in the air. They literally covered most of the sky. Jerome's legs trembled in fear. He had heard about how horrifying the grandfather was. This was their first face-to-face encounter. His head only reached the grandfather's waist. The grandfather opened his giant mouth and licked his lips. "Are you here to be my snack?" I'm here to tell you that. I know who killed Adalway." "Oh." The grandfather reached out and grabbed Jerome Yemen. "Bring me there." Jerome peed his pants and had no choice but to be obedient. The grandfather pointed at the hotel. "The war begins now." Countless evil spirits surged toward the hotel and collided with the Witch Society and the Sorcerer Society. Immediately, various colorful spells and occasional explosions filled the area. The grandfather walked toward the hotel as if there was no one around. Ordinary witches and wizards clearly did not dare to go near him, not to mention stop him. In New York's supernatural world, the grandfather was like the underground lord. Nobody dared to take him on, and the grandfather had never lost a fight. But there were always exceptions. An old figure stood in the grandfather's way. It was the mage of the Witch Society. When the grandfather saw her, he grinned. "Girl, what was the last time we met?" Look at how old you are. After you die, I'll make sure you have a place in the evil spirit society. Huh? The grandfather laughed wildly. Nevertheless, he was indeed in the position to call the mage a girl. He had even watched her grow up. Move away. You're no match for me. I don't want to kill you. You'll be an important subordinate. After all, the grandfather said, as though he had won. The mage did not speak. Instead, she struck her walking stick hard on the ground. Immediately, many vines emerged from the marble ground and spread toward the grandfather. The grandfather did not dodge and allowed the vines to bind him. Just when the other thought that the grandfather was not that powerful after all, he suddenly struggled and the vines were smashed. Haha, weak and useless. You didn't improve much since 30 years ago. The grandfather laughed wildly. With absolute power, he could indeed mock others. The mage held her walking stick tightly with a serious look on her face. Weak! A large cloud of black gas flew toward the grandfather. Just then, a skull appeared from underneath the grandfather's robe and sucked the black gas in. In no time, the skull turned black, fell onto the ground, and shattered. The grandfather casually lifted his robe and showed his true body. His entire body was built from countless skulls. The densely packed skulls would definitely kill any trypophobic person immediately. If you want to attack me with spells, you better prepare hundreds of them. My substitutes can block countless spells for me. Suddenly, 3 witches standing at the side jointly summoned a dark, fierce gust of wind which swept toward the grandfather. Turning his head, the grandfather charged into the roaring whirlwind with his giant body. Whoosh! The wild wind was dissipated at once, but the grandfather did not stop and continued forward. Shit dodge, the mage shouted, but it was too late. The grandfather collided into the first witch. Immediately, the witch disintegrated as if she had been hit by a truck traveling at 120 kilometers per hour. During the entire process, Jerome Yemen was being held in the grandfather's hand. He finally saw for himself how awfully powerful the underground lord was. He was simply an invincible monster. Dark Swamp. Charlotte immediately cast a spell at the grandfather. The ground below the grandfather became a black swamp. He began to sink downward. However, the mage did not seem happy at all. Charlotte, stand back. You shouldn't participate in this. However, it was again too late. The grandfather's body suddenly seemed to become lighter, and he floated out of the swamp. Did you forget that I'm a spirit? The grandfather reached Charlotte with just one step. He lifted his hand to slap her. Charlotte was so frightened at the moment that she could barely move. She knew that the grandfather was powerful, but she did not know that he was this powerful. She was an elite in the witch society. But before the grandfather, she was powerless. Suddenly, everyone heard a thud. Something fell onto the grandfather's head. The grandfather stopped his attack. He touched his head and realized that it was a filth spirit. The grandfather opened his mouth and stuffed the spirit in directly. Then, he chewed for 2 seconds. Some black liquid flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Everyone around was totally disgusted. Being too close to the grandfather, Charlotte felt almost engulfed by his terrifying pressure. The grandfather lifted his hand again, but another filth spirit dropped down. It fell square onto his head. The grandfather was enraged at once. He grabbed the spirit, chewed it in his mouth, and spit it at the hotel. Charlotte saw an explosion somewhere above the 10th floor. Then, someone fell down from the hotel. Splash! The person dropped into the swimming pool. When Charlotte saw the person, she was stunned. Mr. Chen. Fuck. Chen Zhao stood up from the swimming pool. Which asshole was that? You almost killed me. He had fallen from such a great height. If he did not fall into the swimming pool, he might have actually died.